Country Hot, an anthology of the 3 books in the Wilder series, Country Gold, She's Country Strong, and A Country Wedding by Heatherly Bell, narrated by Kimberly Austin. 1. Behind every little sister, there's a big sister standing, holding a bat, asking, "You want to say that again?" Meme. The stage lights were blinding, and for a moment, Luke Wyatt thought he was seeing things. He blinked, twice. No, she wasn't in the front row. She hadn't been for a year, so why should tonight be any different? The concert hall was packed as he ended with a reprisal of his #1 Billboard chart-topping crossover country hit, Falling for Forever. After more than a year of playing it in a 90-city tour across the United States, he was frankly sick of the song. But the fans here in... crap, where the hell was he again? Austin? Yeah, Austin, Texas. Anyway, the fans everywhere loved it, so out it came, as an encore. Every single night. A love song. Choke was on him. Despite the 12 other songs he'd also written, the one he'd penned with Lexi Wilder remained the fan favorite. His cash cow, everyone on his team said. His ticket. Good show. The road manager clapped Luke's back as he walked off the stage and handed the Gibson to his trusted roadie. Luke guessed the show was about as good as it could be, considering he'd been on autopilot for the last leg of the tour. Dialing it in. He wondered how everyone had missed this. Along with the rest of his band, Luke was herded out the back door of the concert hall and straight to the tour bus parked at the curb waiting. Fans were gathered behind a barricade and loud claps and cheers rose as he and his band members emerged. Luke waved and went along the line, shaking hands and taking selfies with as many fans as feasible, moving quickly. He wished he could personally thank each and every one of his fans for buying his music instead of pirating it, for coming out to see the show instead of staying home with Netflix. He boarded the tour bus, fist-bumping with their driver and getting his phone back. Like the rest of the band, he never took his cell with him on stage, since at worst it might ring or buzz during a quiet moment. At best, it was a complete distraction. He moved towards the back as the rest of the band followed suit and filed in. It was the last night of their brutal tour opening for Lady Antebellum. The rest of his road crew would slowly trickle in, and tonight they'd all be on their way back to Nashville. Maybe he'd actually get to spend some time there. Buy a house. He could afford to now, even if he wasn't too excited about the idea. Gary, his manager, practically tackled Luke. It took everything in him not to groan in pain. He'd pushed himself too hard for the past year, and his back was killing him from an old injury. Not that he would let anyone know that. Instead, he grimaced and hoped it might look like a grin. "Great show," Gary said. "Thought I asked you not to blow smoke up my ass." Luke took a seat near the back. Damn it all. He couldn't help his foul mood. It wasn't just the back pain, but he'd been on the road so long he hardly felt human. Sleeping during the day like a vampire, sharing close quarters with a bunch of smelly dudes, moving from one city to another and having no idea half the time where he was. Still, he recognized bullshit when he heard it. He wished the people around him would stop shoveling it. "What's up? Weren't you happy with the set tonight?" Gary asked. "Sure. The crowd loved it." Yeah. He'd remembered the words and played every lick on his guitar. He liked to think it meant he wasn't that bad off. But he missed the days when Gary would give him the unvarnished and painful truth. It wasn't your best. Try that song in another key. Now that he was a huge success, everyone was afraid to give him the slightest bit of honest criticism. Everyone but Lexi, that is. And he hadn't seen her in 1 long year. He'd certainly never forget her, despite what she believed. A man didn't forget the first slam to his heart. One look at her, and he'd been lost. Lexi and her 2 younger sisters had been a squeaky clean, highly successful CMA award-winning band for years. His first break came roadieing for them, and later being part of their backup band. Seeing the country from a tour bus. Getting, for once in his life, the best of everything. Falling in love. And then the sex scandal had happened. Not involving Lexi, but her youngest sister, Sabrina. Private nude photos she'd texted to a guy she'd flirted with at a record label party had been sold to a tabloid magazine. Having spent her teenage years on a tour bus with her sisters, Sabrina was naive about men, and she trusted the wrong person. Though their devoted fans stood by them, record sales plummeted, and the girls were dropped. The label sought to salvage something out of the ashes and pushed him front and center. Lexi had written most of the Wilder sister songs, so she co-wrote a single with him for the debut album. That album went gold within a month. Safe to say, Luke Wyatt had come a long way from his humble beginnings as the son of the town murderer. All thanks to one Lexi Wilder, who years before had convinced her daddy, their manager at the time, to let him roadie for her band. "Next stop, Nashville," the driver called out when the last of the road crew had boarded. "Home, baby," James, the drummer, shouted. "I wonder if my kids remember what I look like," said their bass player, Tom. "Hell, I'm hoping my wife remembers me," Gary said. He clapped a hand on Luke's shoulder. "Hey, look, I can see you're tired, but in Nashville you'll finally be able to kick off your boots, relax, and write us all some more hit songs." Us. That was the problem. Since he'd written a #1 hit song with Lexi, offers were lining up to write with others. But he'd always been more of a lone wolf. That song with Lexi had been a fluke. A little bit of magic he'd love to repeat with her. Anytime, any place. Problem was she hated him now. "I don't have a place to stay." He'd lived like a nomad, but his last known address was actually a ramshackle cottage in his hometown of Whistle Cove on California's Central Coast. That old place had been condemned, but still, it was home. Those stark memories, both painful and tender, rolled through him. "That's cool. You'll stay with me until you can rent or buy a place." "No, I can't do that to you and Claire." "Are you kidding? Claire's your biggest fan. She's probably going to be bugging you all the time, wanting you to sing to her, taking selfies and putting them on her friend book page." Luke slid him a look, folding his arms across his chest. "That's exactly what I'm worried about." "Okay, you're right. You can stay with my brother until you get a place. He hates country music, and if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't even know who you are." But the problem in Nashville, where he'd been lauded as the next big thing in country music, the next huge crossover success, was that important things were expected of him. Big things, such as more country gold. His stomach tensed. If he didn't deliver something soon, he'd be a one-hit wonder. No pressure. There was only one place on Earth where the expectation of him remained less than stellar last he'd checked. Nothing much had ever been anticipated from the son of Reggie Wyatt, unless it involved wearing an orange prison jumpsuit. He'd have some anonymity there. No one much liked to come around the son of a convicted murderer, and the residents of Whistle Cove would prefer that the rest of the world not know they were the birthplace of Reggie Wyatt. Therefore, he had a sort of built-in privacy in Whistle Cove. He knew exactly where he would stay. The Wilder sisters' B&B. The family business, started by Lexi's paternal grandmother, was struggling. He'd offered to help, of course, but been turned down repeatedly by Lexi. Lexi, who stopped taking his calls. If she really didn't want anything more to do with him, she'd have to say this to his face. "This is your life now, Luke. Live it." Those were the last words she'd said to him. The pain of those words slammed through him like he'd just heard them yesterday. A life without her. Hell no. He didn't want that life. He hadn't signed up for that. He and Lexi had unfinished business. I'm headed home, Gary. Exactly. Nashville. Nope. California. My hometown. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Great. Now Gary was worried about him. As if he couldn't take care of his own damn self like he always had. He'd grown up on the waterfront of Monterey Bay, and it was true that he had enemies in Whistle Cove. Some of Reggie's friends still worked the docks, and they had no respect for Luke. As a man, he shouldn't have ratted on his father. Never mind that he'd done the right thing. Take me to the closest airport before you guys head home, Luke directed their driver. There was dead silence in the wake of that, followed by a chorus of "What the hell" and "What's up now?" Gary simply stared at him. You need to get back to Nashville and regroup, write some songs, and then get back into the studio. We've got people chomping at the bit to write with you. Look, you said it yourself. I need to relax and write some hit songs, and I might as well do it in my hometown. Is that such a good idea? What about security? Don't worry about all that. I'm your friend and your manager. Worrying is what I do for a living now. Reggie's goons don't scare me. He needed more time so he could get Lexi to at least listen to him. Get her to understand that he'd never meant to choose his career over her. And now, finally, he had given her the time and space she'd clearly wanted from him. Time to face the music, baby. Looking resigned, Gary caved. Great. If the only thing you can get out of her is another hit song, it'll be well worth the trip. Luke ignored that comment. He'd write his own hits from now on. What he wanted from Lexi had nothing to do with a song. Meet up with y'all next week. Maybe he needed a little perspective. Going back to Whistle Cove might be just the thing to find some inspiration, too. The place he'd first met the now infamous Wilder sisters. Lexi would likely be less than ecstatic to see him. Too bad. He had some things to clear up with her, and she would listen. Luke was headed home to Whistle Cove. 2. When I say I won't tell anyone, my sister doesn't count. Meme. Lexi Wilder took a deep breath of the salty bay air. It was late morning and breakfast and cleanup accomplished. She'd changed the linens in one vacant room and folded a stack of clean bath towels. Now break time. The comforting and steady hum of Monterey Bay. The squawking sound of the seagulls as they foraged for scraps of food abandoned in the sand. A mug of coffee in her hands, she settled back on the blue Adirondack chair that sat on a patch of the Wilder B&B's private access beach, and closed her eyes. Seriously? Sabrina's voice came from behind, ending all hope of a quiet moment. You're such a show-off. You folded the stack of towels, too? That was my job. Most people would just say, thank you. So, you're welcome. Sabrina plopped down in the empty chair next to Lexi, phone in hand, earbuds around her neck as usual. You're going to make Gran think I never do anything around here. Sisters. Can't live with them, can't kill them without doing 25 to life. Then again, Sabrina had a lot of making up to do around here after the scandal, as Gran referred to it. More than a year later, she was still working to settle the account on the damage Gran claimed had been done to the Wilder name. Which was funny, considering it was almost as if Sabrina had simply lived up to the family name. There's never a lack of jobs to do around here, especially not now that their grandmother had injured her knee while playing golf. At least, she claimed it was golfing, though Lexi worried it might have more to do with the Clint Eastwood look-alike with whom she'd recently been spending all her free time. Her mind refused to go there. Not to a place where her grandmother had more game than Lexi did, You just couldn't slow the 78-year-old down. Even so, the sisters had taken over the running of the Wilder Sisters B&B with the help of a skeleton crew. Next to Lexi, Sabrina settled in on the chair, leaned her head back and plugged in her earbuds. Within 2 seconds, she was singing along to Body Like a Back Road. Oh man, I love that Sam Hunt. Lexi snorted and kept her eyes closed. Try to find a man Sabrina didn't love. This was part of her problem. You know the song isn't really about driving the back roads, right? Uh-huh. Lexi took another sip of the magic beans and tried to imagine her sister wasn't sitting next to her, yakking away and disturbing the peace. It's about sex, Sabrina continued. And I sure as hell would have sex with Sam Hunt, like in a heartbeat. Shh. Oh, Sabrina cried out and took one of her earbuds out, offering it to Lexi. Falling for Forever by Luke Wyatt played. Lexi pulled the earbud out with a glare and handed it back to her clueless sister. She did not want to hear that song or anything else by Luke. It was getting to where she couldn't risk listening to the radio anymore. He was on the top 10 of everything. What? It's your song too. Sabrina pulled both earbuds out. You should be proud of it. And Luke wouldn't be where he is today if not for us. Don't remind her. But Lexi wasn't going to cry about it. She was all cried out. She couldn't even listen to her own song because when she and Luke had co-written that song, she'd been deeply in love with the man. And him, well, he'd fooled her because at the time, she definitely believed she wasn't alone in that. I don't know why you wouldn't claim any of the backstage passes he left for you. I mean, what's it been? A year now since he went on tour? Sabrina said. He can have himself a nice life as far as I'm concerned. She tried to send that message to him loud and clear. Some things were just tough to forgive. He'd chosen fame over her. Besides, there were all the rumors of him and plenty of women. Those hurt the most. She knew how the rumor mill worked, but photos were tough to argue with. Sabrina should know. And there were plenty of those with Luke. Beauties hanging all over him. The first photo she'd seen had been a punch to the heart. By the third one, she was numb, her heart encased in a slab of ice. Then there was the whole matter of the rest of his gold-selling album. Luke had written those songs by himself. Incredibly personal songs about their relationship, their breakup. She was pissed off that he'd used her that way. 8 years ago, she'd first met Luke at one of their shows, standing in the back, alone. The town bad boy, since some swore he'd follow in his father's footsteps, and based on his actions at the time, he'd been headed in that direction. With a father in prison for murder, Luke had been adrift from the time he was 18. A juvenile delinquent record for street racing, driving with a suspended license, his first speeding ticket, exhibition of speed. But she'd taken one look in his dark eyes and had seen the warmth shimmering underneath those long black lashes. Her entire body hummed when he'd noticed her and smiled. It was tingling and sparking like a live wire, all feelings she'd never experienced. He'd had no one left, and he'd needed a job, so she convinced her father to let him roadie for their group. It turned out that Luke actually played guitar quite well, and eventually he'd graduated to playing backup for them. All that seemed a lifetime ago. Hey guys, what are you doing? Jessie joined them now, bringing a tray of caramelized apple muffins from the B&B's morning spread. Swiped these. This morning, Mr. Jackson said they tasted like an angel's wing, had been dipped in caramel, and then dusted in apple crumbs. Lexi rolled her eyes. Maybe he should start writing songs. Hey, maybe, Jessie said. I'll tell him you said that. Lexi dug in, tasting the delicious tart sweetness rolling over her tongue and wishing she could marry a muffin. She was quite sure they'd be very happy together. Jessie snatched the last muffin just as Sabrina reached for it. Jessie, I was going to eat that. I'm saving you. These have way too many calories, and you need to go on a diet, Jessie said, gambling with life and limb. You take that back. Sabrina jumped out of her seat and was after Jessie, who ran away laughing. Those two were only a year apart and fought like a couple of puppies. Always had. Lexi was only 2 years older than Jessie, but lately felt more like 28 going on 60. With their father gone now, and their mother living in Palm Springs with a distance from the family she enjoyed far too much, Lexi felt like the parent half the time. Alone at last, she spread her toes in the sand and enjoyed the feel of the tiny grains sifting through like silk. The scandal, in a way, was the best thing that had happened to Lexi. She'd wanted to get off the hamster wheel of life on the road. That lifestyle wasn't healthy. Eating at all hours of the night and weird sleep patterns. Never time to sightsee in any of the many wonderful places they had been because they'd been too busy rolling in and rolling out. Next city, next show. It became easy to fall into sleeping all day and being up all night. She was convinced that way of life had cost her far too much already. For too long, the Wilder sisters had supported the entire family, and then some. But Lexi didn't care if she ever stepped on a stage again. At the moment, she was busy ignoring offers to collaborate. Miranda Lambert was interested in writing with her. Sugarland wanted to see anything she had available. When Falling for Forever went to #1, suddenly she was a hot commodity as a songwriter. She supposed she had Luke to thank for that. He's ripped her heart out, seam by seam. But hey, he'd also been responsible for making the song popular enough that her half of those royalties were partially helping sustain their floundering B&B. Frankly, being a songwriter was much more her jam. Behind the scenes. Unlike Sabrina, who'd been their lead singer, Lexi was an introvert who only tolerated public life. She had hoped she could be happy here in Whistle Cove forever, working at the Wilder B&B with Gran and writing songs. Unfortunately, the songs weren't exactly flying off her guitar. She had nothing. Zip. It wasn't like she didn't regularly try to pry open the creative well and write something. Anything. But she was as dried up as tumbleweed. It was as if she'd never even written a song before in her life. The pressure to write another chart-topping hit had sliced through her, taking with it her joy to create. But she simply had to remind herself to relax and tell a story. A song with a story that cracked every one of a listener's emotions, like Falling had. Highs and lows. No need to worry about a hit. A solid song would always find a home. That's what she told herself, anyway. Unfortunately, the B&B was suffering with too few reservations. Lexi counted on the royalties from Falling for Forever to help pull them through the past few lean months. This summer had been their worst on record. Not something she wanted to think about right now, when she should be relaxing. Selling a few more songs to Nashville would further help her Gran and the family business, which meant she had to write. It was all she had to offer. But like any good writer, Lexi knew how to procrastinate. She'd write a song. Later. During early afternoon wine and cheese hour at the B&B, Lexi found Gran and her new boy toy, the Clint look-alike. She hadn't been introduced to the man yet, and that was not going to fly with Lexi. Making a big show of bringing out another bottle of Chardonnay for their small group, Lexi dropped by the love seat where Gran sat. "Hello." Lexi spoke directly to the man who had his hand on her Gran's knee. Her bad knee, Lexi might add. "We haven't met." The man, who had to be at least 80 if he was a day, stood. Very old school of him. Lexi wasn't too jaded to give him points for that. "How lovely to meet you. You must be Alexis." He bowed. Bowed. Everyone calls me Lexi." "I'm sorry, honey," Gran spoke up. "How rude of me. I meant to introduce you to Clint." "Clint? Your name is Clint?" Lexi said, barely suppressing a laugh. He smiled and Look at that. He had all his teeth. It is. Gran did laugh, a lovely tinkling sound. What a coincidence, isn't it? It's funny how much they look alike. Gran's Clint shook his head. I truly don't see it. Lexi thought he did have a passing resemblance to the movie star, but every word that came out of his mouth sounded far more in line with Sir Ian McKellen. He was obviously as British as the Queen. After all, Monterey Bay had a large population of European expats, mostly British. Most people believed it was due to the similar weather. It's nice meeting you, Lexi said, pleased he had made the first cut. Sir Clint was definitely not a rapist or a throat slasher. Her Gran was safe. Lexi turned to go, but Gran stopped her. You might want to welcome our new guest. Apparently someone has already taken the latest vacancy. Jessie checked him in earlier. Said to tell you to come see her, because she needs to talk to you first. Why would she need to talk to me? It wasn't as though she handled any office work. That was Jessie's role. Gran simply shrugged. I'll go talk to her, Lexi said, excusing herself. She'd talk to Jessie later. Right now she had a date with her guitar. Her guitar and the gently lapping waves. It was too cold for Sabrina, Jessie, and most guests once the sun had set, and the classic Monterey Bay fog rolled back in. Neither one of her sisters realized that she'd found her true private time in the late afternoon during wine tasting. After wine tasting, couples occasionally drifted out to the beach. Small, cozy bonfires were started in their private beach safety pits, and at that point, Lexi retired to her room to write. Or try to write. Music and words usually came to her at the same time. Lately, nothing would come. But she was sure that would change. All she needed was one song to break through the drought. Lexi made her way to the private access leading to the former service quarters and her cottage. She'd grab her guitar and head to the beach before everyone else joined in. It would be a beautiful sunset tonight. She could feel it. Maybe she'd write a song about the sunset. People like sunsets, right? Lexi Wilder. She recognized the deep voice, the smooth sound of whiskey if it could speak. Lexi whipped around to face Luke Wyatt. Her heart hiccuped at the sight of his long and lean body braced against the side of her cottage. One corner of his mouth tipped up in a half smile, and he studied her with those deep, fathomless dark eyes. Her mouth was dry. Knees? Liquid. What are you doing here? Wasn't going to give you the chance to say you didn't want to see me. He moved away from the side of the house and took a step toward her. Tour's over. I'm home. Despite her churning gut, she found her voice. We have no vacancy. You'll have to stay somewhere else. He went brows up. Just checked in. When she didn't speak, but simply swallowed and blinked, trying like hell to regain her balance, he filled in the silence. Still mad at me? Still won't talk to me? She was so not prepared to deal with this today. With him. Why would I be mad? You mean because you wrote an entire album all about our private life? Every single private and personal thing about us? About everything I've been through with Sabrina? No, why would I be mad about that? Baby, he said, squaring his shoulders. It's what songwriters do. We write about our life, the pain and the joy. I'd rather keep my private life private. I'm sorry, he said. I was hurting. You wouldn't take any of my calls. You wouldn't come see me. You didn't seem to be hurting. You were all over my TV set, cozying up to gorgeous models and reality TV stars. She'd seen the women practically on Luke's lap at a televised awards show. And he was mad she hadn't called him back? If he'd been hurt when she stopped taking his calls, he sure in the hell got over it quickly enough. He took a step toward her, making her take one back. No, no, no. Already she felt her body buzzing from being this close to him for the first time in a year. Give me a break, Lex. You know what this life is like. I didn't even know that woman. Lexi did an internal facepalm. No. No. It would not go this way. Check her out. Letting loose with all her pent-up hurt and anger the minute he showed up. Giving Luke every indication of how much she still cared about him. If she didn't care at all, maybe the rumors of these women wouldn't bother her so much. She'd already blown her cover in the first 20 seconds of seeing him. Get a grip. She'd expected to do much better than this if she ever ran into him again, say in Nashville, while visiting Miranda Lambert to collaborate on some songs. Lexi would have another hit song by then. Maybe she'd be dating another handsome country singer not named Luke Wyatt. She'd be over him by then. Chalk it up to running into him so unexpectedly. But this wasn't how it was supposed to go. He shouldn't still look so good to her. His beard making him look like a strong mountain man. Like a man who would take care of his woman. For Luke, it turned out his career came first, not her. But the thing to do here was pretend it didn't make a difference whether he stayed or left. Pretend he had that little effect on her. Maybe it wasn't too late to salvage what little was left of her pride. I'm sorry, she shook her head. I'm being rude. He quirked a single brow. Yeah? Score one for Lexi. She'd shocked him. Good. Of course. You're a paying guest, and I'm usually not so... Pissy? He gave her another smile, this one lifting both corners of his mouth and demonstrating he still had the power to render her speechless when he laid on the charm. Yeah, pissy. She let out a half-hearted fake laugh and waved a hand in the air. Rough day, you know how it is. Sisters. His brow furrowed. And how's Sabrina doing? He'd had a front-row seat to the implosion of the Wilder sisters, after all. Even though their demise as a band had meant his opportunity for stardom. Lexi didn't doubt he'd been sorry about the way it had all happened. When she'd been worried about Sabrina, whose entire life for the time she'd been 10 had been the stage, Luke had held Lexi every night until she fell asleep, assuring her that Sabrina would survive this. They all would. And she'd fallen even deeper for the man. Luke reminded her there would be life after all the speculation and rumors, because Luke Wyatt knew a lot about scandal. He understood what it was like to feel like you had to apologize just for being allowed to breathe the same air as everyone else. She's okay. Still walks around with earbuds in all the time, singing and dancing. It's in her blood. But I don't think she wants to get back up on a stage anytime soon. None of us do. He nodded, as if he understood all too well. And you? Are you still writing? Not with you. Never again with you. The wall was still up, and there it would stay. If anything, she'd wallpaper it. But she was a Wilder, first and foremost, and yes, they could put on a show. She shrugged and got ready to lie. Here and there. I'm supposed to write a few more hit songs. He held up finger quotes. They want me back in the studio next week. I thought I'd come here and relax. See if I can find some inspiration. His gaze took a slow slide down the length of her body, and she almost felt naked. She was so not going to be his inspiration. Not this time. He'd taken enough material from her already. She took a breath and went for more deep sincerity. I hope you find what you're looking for, Luke. And with that, she opened the door to her cottage and closed it in his face. 3. You'd be wise to just relax and accept the crazy. Meme. Lexi woke the next morning after a rough night alternating between restless dreams and erotic thoughts. She obviously needed a lobotomy because her erotic dream had starred Luke. She'd been on their old tour bus again, strumming her guitar, when he'd taken the seat next to her. holding the prized Gibson he loved so much. He'd given her a sly wink and an easy smile, his gaze dropping to her lap. It was only then that Lexi realized she was stark naked. "Nobody look at me!" she screamed, holding her guitar up for cover and running to the back of the bus as the entire crew got an eyeful. "You're mine, baby." Luke joined her in the back moments later. "Only I get to see." He kissed her then, long and deep, hot and lingering. "I'm so lucky." He tipped her chin to meet his gaze, and his eyes told her he meant every word. Then he'd sweet-talked her into bed, the place where they'd always done some of their best work. Gah! As usual, her dreams were mired with her craziest fears and a kernel of truth mixed in for extra confusion. She'd never been naked on the tour bus in front of the crew, thank you, God. But Luke had certainly said those very words to her, many times. How did I get so lucky? After working hard to put him in her rearview mirror, one in-person appearance, and he was headlining her dreams again. It would be much tougher to ignore him for the next few days. But she could do this. Sure she could. All she had to do was hang on for a little longer. He'd be gone just as surely as he'd left on the tour without once looking back. He'd apparently had what he needed out of her, a #1 song. She'd been left behind in the dust. Not that she wanted to go on touring and performing, but she hadn't imagined how much it would sting to watch her boyfriend become the next big thing. What it would be like to run across memes about his fine ass and hard body all over the internet. What it would be like to know that women everywhere were after him, relentlessly. Lexi hadn't ever been a jealous person before, but she'd become one, and she hated herself for it. As if it hadn't been bad enough to know every woman, and some men, seemed to want a piece of her man, she hadn't expected how fame would change Luke. But he became too busy to answer her texts or take her calls. She'd often have to check his website just to see where he was in the country that day. But the last straw had been the rumor that he'd left a show with one of his many female fans. This one, a beautiful reality show contestant and big fan of country music. There'd been photos of them together. Luke insisted none of the rumors were true and that she, above all people, should understand how gossip got started. But Lexi couldn't let it go. And by then, they'd been apart for so long, which, okay, was somewhat her fault, that she didn't know if she could believe him. She'd constantly picture Luke enjoying the company of other women, and her helpless and too far away to do anything about it. Out of sight, out of mind. Beautiful women were everywhere, clamoring for his attention, and whether or not he wanted to admit it, Luke enjoyed that attention. It was in his eyes and in that smile she saw far too often in her dreams. The trust they'd shared for so long, first as friends and then lovers, had shattered. Sudden fame did that to relationships. Families were destroyed, loyalty was tested, and even music took a back seat. Because fame took everything real and beautiful and turned it into stardust. Reminding herself that she was an independent woman that didn't need a man to confirm her self-worth, Lexi showered and dressed for the day. Her shower drain was plugged again, and she made a note to phone Tony, their on-call handyman. Thankfully, as Olga, the cook's husband, he worked on the cheap. The Wilder sisters' B&B was a sprawling building situated on the edge of the beach with small service cottages surrounding the perimeter. The main house, constructed in the early 20th century, contained 8 rooms that frequently remained unfilled. Most of their few renovation funds, what little there were directed to the rooms that made them money. The small service cottages that surrounded the B&B, and in which she and her 2 sisters lived, were often neglected. It wasn't as if the Wilders were rolling in Nashville wealth anymore. They were sort of house-rich and cash-poor. Their father, John Wilder, an enterprising man, had invested in one too many failed ventures and lost most of their money other than a small nest egg he'd left their mother. Many, including Gran, believed he should have taken better care of his daughter's futures. But Lexi didn't fault her daddy, gone 3 years now after a massive heart attack. He'd worked hard in those early years to find them paid gigs, review contracts, and make sure her songs were protected. But today, royalties were nothing like they used to be in the days before streaming music. When their touring stopped, so did most of the money. Now, Gran's business was struggling to stay relevant. If not for Lexi's royalties from the song, she, Gran, and her sisters might have to sell the business that had been in the family for decades. But half of the royalties from a hit song weren't going to keep them afloat forever. Lexi had to come up with more songs, and the sooner the better. She thought of it as her job and duty. Not much fun anymore, but it had to be done, along with the towel folding and sheet washing. After going for her regular morning walk along the beach cove and counting her blessings, none of which involved Luke, Lexi headed to the large utility kitchen. The only meal they supplied was breakfast, but supply it they did. A large spread with Olga's award-winning scones, muffins, pies, and one delicious hot dish a day. They were about as well known for their breakfast as they were for their spacious classic rooms, with clawfoot tub baths and private access beach. Olga Hernandez was their baker and all-around cook extraordinaire, not to mention supplier of the best coffee in Whistle Cove. Lexi didn't know the secret, but the coffee she roasted and brewed in her personal kitchen coffee maker always beat the stuff they served their guests. The aroma of Olga's sugary cinnamon rolls was enough to drive Lexi out of the foulest of moods. She headed to the kitchen to banish away her erotic thoughts of Luke. It occurred to her that if she kept to her current schedule of early to rise and early to bed, she would miss seeing much of Luke. She doubted he was off the tour bus schedule that turned everyone into a vampire. Hell, even Sabrina wasn't totally off the schedule and rarely graced them with her presence before noon. Lexi walked into the kitchen to say good morning to Olga and pour herself a cup of java. She ran straight into one of her erotic dreams. Luke stood halfway up a ladder, and she didn't know what he was fixing, but hers was broken too. He wore a tight, long-sleeved gray Santa Cruz tee with the sleeves pushed up his muscular forearms. A pair of well-worn jeans hugged his fine butt. Lexi swallowed hard. A familiar heat pulsed through her, winding its way down and wrapping around the back of her knees. "But my favorite one is Can't Sleep." Olga fanned herself. "Ay, Dios mío, when I hear that song I want to go find Mr. Hernandez and have my way with him." Luke chuckled. "Glad you like it. That one is a favorite of mine." Not hers. Definitely not hers. "What's going on?" Lexi said, forcing some edge into her voice. "Mia, did you know that Mr. Luke Wyatt is staying here with us?" Olga said. "I heard." She made eye contact with Olga, silently communicating to tone the worship down, then glared in Luke's direction. "What's he doing up there?" "Oh, Mr. Wyatt is fixing the overhead light so I can see better." "Call me Luke," he said to Olga, "and I'm happy to help." Lexi leaned near Olga. "I didn't know you needed a new bulb in here. You should have said something. Why didn't you call Tony?" "Don't bother. I don't need a new bulb, but what's the harm?" Olga whispered. "Look at him." Luke came down the ladder and Olga elbowed Lexi. "Go thank him." Lexi shook her head and started to say no when Olga literally shoved her in Luke's direction, and she wound up 2 inches from his solid wall of chest. Her skin tightened. Her heart ached. She took a step back so she wouldn't bump into him and glared at Olga. "Thanks so much. We don't usually have our guests do chores around here." "Yeah, but I'm not just any guest." He was so close that she felt a familiar tug of longing rise up and body slam against her heart. "No, you're even less likely to be asked to help around here. You're a country music star. And I'm no stranger to hard work." His tone had a clip to it. "Well," she stared at the ground before meeting his eyes. "Thank you again. Olga really appreciates it." "And you? What about me?" Did he want her to say that she was grateful he'd replaced a light fixture that didn't need replacing? That she was ecstatic he'd come to their B&B to write songs? "You don't appreciate it?" He pinned her with a powerful gaze. "Don't you tell me what to think. Of course I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're a prince and all that." She turned to go, but he caught her elbow. A sharp tingle rippled across her arm when his hand skimmed down her elbow to her wrist. "Hey, I might as well do stuff around here. I don't want to sit around on my behind all day." "You're here to relax, and we have a handyman on staff, Tony, Olga's husband." "Tell you what, if I can't fix it, then you call Tony." "Wonderful," Olga said, clapping her hands. "We're so grateful to see that you're still a humble man, not afraid to get your hands dirty." Luke flashed a megawatt smile, and Olga blushed a deep magenta. "Fine. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to make myself useful." Lexi stormed out of the kitchen, leaving Luke with the new president of the Luke Wyatt Whistle Cove fan club. Luke hadn't expected a red carpet reception from Lexi, but he also hadn't been prepared for the Arctic freeze. It was far worse than he'd thought it would be, and his gut pinched with the thought he was too late to win her back. At least he'd won over Olga. So far, Jessie, too, had been welcoming when she'd checked him in, but being the family peacemaker, he'd expected that. He hadn't yet run into Mrs. Wilder or Sabrina. Those two were the wild cards. Add to that Kit Wilder, Lexi's mother. But she was living in Palm Springs with the distance she wanted and the warm weather she craved. She'd never been a fan of Luke's, and he assumed nothing had changed in that regard. If Lexi refused to talk to him, for now, he'd find a way to relax and write. The week wouldn't go to waste. Already he felt calmer simply being home. The smell of the familiar sea he'd grown up around welcoming him. He could breathe again, without Gary filling him with encouragement and false praise. Secretly expecting a platinum album this time, and their early retirement. He was everyone's cash cow, and he felt milked. One thing he never had to fear from Lexi. She was going to cut him exactly 0 slack. Always had, always would. But hot damn, she looked good. Long blonde hair falling around her shoulders, striking amber eyes the color of fine scotch. The skirt she wore today showed off her long legs that teased him to distraction. It had taken him all of 2 seconds to forgive her. She probably didn't think she needed his forgiveness, but she did. He'd been angry for a long time because he'd assumed the trust they had would be stronger than gossip and innuendo. Bigger than long separations. Rarer than his meteoric fame. Something told him it would take her a hell of a lot longer to forgive him for ignoring her, for taking her love and trust for granted, and failing to see how he was losing her, bit by bit. But hey, he might actually have an entire album written this week if he kept up the pace. Then he'd get back into the studio and at least hit country gold. He hoped. Platinum would be great, sure, but he'd settle for gold. No need to expect too much. Late in the afternoon, his back hurting and feeling rolled inside out from being up so god-awful early to impress Lexi, Luke headed to his room to grab his Gibson. Since everyone else seemed to be inside during wine and cheese hour at the B&B, maybe he could find some solitude on the private strip of beach. Find inspiration from the salty air and crashing waves. He found an empty seat on a blue Adirondack chair, leaned back and strummed, working on the melody he'd come up with earlier. Words would come later. They always did for him. Good thing, too, because he was afraid this song would be another Lexi would want to hang him by the balls for writing. He was feeling sorry for himself again. He'd had plenty of loss in his life, but he recognized he was in no position to be unhappy now. He should be the happiest fool this side of the moon. His biggest dream had come true, and now he had money and success. Lexi blamed him for writing songs about their separation, but he wrote his lyrics from the heart. He thought she'd done the same, but apparently not. Falling for Forever would have been better named Falling Until You Screw Up. When she'd stopped taking his calls and urged him to have a nice life, he'd felt chewed up and spit out by the woman he'd loved since he'd been a randy 20-year-old and she'd spotted him in the crowd. Yeah, he'd enjoyed the attention he got from beautiful women, but that wasn't love. Even he knew that. And he'd never acted on the numerous forward advances. He'd seen the photos and understood what it must have looked like to her because he'd definitely been on the other side of that when she'd been the one in the spotlight. He forced himself to concentrate and move past the bitterness. This chord progression on the bridge wasn't working for him. Maybe he needed to switch it up. He tried that for a bit until he heard a rustling sound behind him and turned. Lexi stood near the bluff, guitar in hand. She stared at him like she was a gnat on a fresh piece of fruit, completely unwelcome and a little disgusting, too. He waited for her to say something like, "Get the hell off my beach, you bum." But instead she shook her head and turned to leave. "Lexi, wait!" He scrambled off the chair. She stopped and slowly turned. Her eyes were what had drawn him in when he'd first met her. They didn't know how to lie. Right now, they were telling him that she was hurting. And he wanted more than anything to fix it. To sweet-talk her out of her clothes. Get her in bed where he could prove to her without any words exactly how he felt about her. How he'd always feel about her, because even in one long year, nothing had changed for him. Nothing. But that wouldn't happen, because this time he was the loser responsible for the pain he clearly read in her eyes. "What do you want?" "Is this your spot? I'll leave if you want some privacy." She took a breath, as though considering it. "No, it's okay. You stay." "You could stay with me." "No." He snorted. Couldn't help it. Why am I not surprised? She pinned him with a glare. "Don't." "What, Lex? I'm not the enemy. Stop treating me like I'm a fucking leper." "I'm not doing that." "Aren't you?" "I was really nice to you this morning." "Okay, you made your quota for the day?" She sighed loudly. "I can't do this with you right now." "When?" He wanted an answer. With only a week, he was on a timeline. "I don't know yet." "You're going to have to deal with me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be there for the next week, so find me when you're ready to talk it out. If you don't, I'll find you." "Look, you may not have realized it, but you coming here, it's going to bring media attention back to all of us just when the scandal mess has finally died down. We haven't had anyone try to contact us or follow Sabrina around for an exclusive in a while. Now you're here." "Won't let that happen." "And I don't know that you can help it. Or do you not realize what a big deal you are?" "Didn't come here to cause you trouble. Believe that." He straightened, pushing the frustration down a notch. "I wish you'd let me help you. I could pay off some of the loans that are on this place and give you all some breathing room." She opened her mouth. He was sure she would cuss him out for even suggesting it. But then a couple came towards them. "Excuse me, but my wife says you look like Luke Wyatt, the country singer," said an older man holding his wife's hand. Time to pull it together and be the nice guy these people from out of town expected. Not the bad kid from the docks. Not the kid with the sealed juvie record. Not the grown man who'd fight with his fists if forced. "It's you, isn't it?" the woman said. "Falling for Forever is my favorite song. What are you doing here in Whistle Cove?" "This is my hometown, ma'am," Luke said, giving both of them a big smile. "How are you all doing?" He talked with the couple for several minutes about his album and the year-long tour he'd just completed. His long-ago spine injury aching more with every passing minute. A gift from Reggie that just kept on giving, year after year. He posed for a photo and signed an autograph. All things he expected to do for his fans, even if at times it did interfere with his personal life. Done with his duty, he turned back to Lexi. But she was already gone. 4. If I cut you off, chances are you handed me the scissors. Meme. Lexi hightailed it back to her cottage. She supposed she'd lost that spot on the beach for a short time. Fine. She'd let him have it. Maybe he needed it more than she did. After all, it was a perfect place to come into contact with his eager public as they floated out for a walk along the beach. Maybe he could sell tickets. Listen to her, sounding so bitter and mean-spirited. She hated the jealous woman she'd become. Screw him and his piercing gaze and melt-your-panties-off voice. He wanted to act as if they could pick up where they'd left off. Well, guess what? They could not. She wasn't being unreasonable, no sir, and even if she was, she didn't want to hear about it. The suggestion that she'd take money from him was outrageous. She would solve her family's problems without his help. "Lexi!" This time it was Gran calling for her, standing on the deck and waving. Lexi headed back in the direction of the B&B. She stood at the bottom of the steps to the deck, looking up at Gran. "What's up?" "Honey, are you all right? I heard." She put her arms out as if Lexi would surely need a hug. Gran must mean Luke, of course. She didn't need a hug, but she went into her arms anyway. "I'm okay." "How about him? How's he doing?" "Luke?" "I didn't ask." "Honey, you know this has got to be difficult for him as well." When Luke had left town a few years ago for his first tour with them, a handful of residents thought that the Wilders had better watch their backs. He was Reggie's son. He might steal all their money and take off to Canada or Mexico, someplace that had no extradition laws. That boy's no good. He won't amount to anything. It's like he's an apple that fell from a rotten tree. What can you expect? A bunch of nasty worms, that's what. Gran had never believed a word of it. Same as Lexi and her father. Then again, Gran had always had a heart as big as the Pacific Ocean. As for Lexi, she didn't know about her heart anymore. Some days she wondered if she had one anymore. But then Sabrina would randomly come up and offer a bear hug, or Jessie would, and Lexi remembered love. Tenderness. From the moment Luke had arrived, she was afraid that she still loved him somehow. This kind of love didn't just disappear. It grew over years and spread like tentacles over a beating heart. But she didn't want to love him. And there it was. Loving him again was too much of a risk. "He seems fine to me," Lexi said, wondering if that was really true. She didn't know Luke anymore. Reggie's friends are certainly not going to stay here. Jessie wouldn't let them even if they tried. I doubt he's going to be able to stay here the entire time. He has to eat lunch and dinner somewhere, doesn't he? He's bound to meet up with some of his enemies who still work the docks. That was true. The B&B only served breakfast. Of course, she had a small kitchen in her cottage and could certainly offer him some food. She didn't know what it said about her that right now she'd rather see him starve. "It says you're a bitter woman, and sooner or later the songs are going to dry up if they haven't already. Stop. Just stop." "If there's one thing I know about Luke, it's that he can take care of himself. And maybe you haven't considered this, but his being here is going to bring us attention we don't want," Lexi said. It had taken the better part of a year, but Photographers and bloggers had finally stopped coming to town on the chance they might catch another indiscreet photo of Sabrina to sell to the highest bidder. The nude photo published all over Kingdom Come had earned the seller 6 generous figures. It would be a wonder if Sabrina ever took her clothes off again. But one thing for certain, she'd never text a naked photo of herself to a man she'd been flirting with over text messages from the road. A man she'd met at a recording label party whom she believed she could trust. Her beautiful and naive little sister had never met a stranger. Unfortunately. Gran shook her head. Sabrina made a mistake, but we've all forgiven her and moved on. Forgiveness is one thing, but being forced to relive it is another. Are you worried about Sabrina? Or yourself? Lexi shook her head. One of the reasons I love it here is that it's quiet and peaceful. I feel safe here. Now we have the biggest star in country music staying with us. It's a week. I can see why you want your privacy, but we must still welcome him. After all, it's up to us Wilders, as the hospitable people that we are, to make sure we set the tone for everyone else. That was obviously a dig at Lexi. What did Olga tell you? She said you seemed to be angry with Luke. Had Gran forgotten how much she'd cried over him? Gran, I know you decided it was best for the two of you to be apart, but that doesn't mean you should be rude. You're the face of Wilder Sisters B&B. We all are. Yes, God forbid a Wilder be rude. On the other hand, at the prices they'd been forced to charge for their rooms just to break even, they couldn't afford to lose a single customer who was willing and able to pay. Lexi bit her lower lip. Right. Besides, Gran said, he could have stayed anywhere else, but he's here. There's a reason for that, honey. I bet he still loves you. Lexi ignored that. You're right. None of this means that I have to be rude. That's my girl. After giving Gran a kiss on the cheek, Lexi headed back to her cottage. Once inside, she set her guitar in its stand by the black kettle wood-burning fireplace. The cottage wasn't much, but it suited all her needs. A one-bedroom, she had one hallway that led to the small kitchen at the back of the house, one tiny bathroom, and a small living area in the front, which was separated from the bedroom by classic French doors. The entire decor said beach, from the weather-worn bookcase painted sky blue to the wood-paneled walls in the bathroom. She'd stuck a love seat in her guitar stand near the kettle fireplace for the cold nights. It was a fact of life in Whistle Cove that nights were chilly even during the summer. Now they were headed into autumn, and that chill would fall on them and pierce with its sharp sting. She didn't have anyone keeping her warm these days, which was just fine with her. It didn't matter that Luke had always kept her cold feet warm, or that he'd always slept with one arm slung over her waist, and she'd never felt safer. She didn't need that anymore. Lexi made herself a shrimp salad for dinner, wondering what Luke would have. He'd probably gone into town to get some of his favorite clam chowder soup by the wharf. Either way, it wasn't her problem. After dinner, she tried her hand at writing again, but came away with nothing. She didn't know what she would do if she didn't come up with something to demo soon. Her few contacts in Nashville wouldn't wait forever, and she couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. When a soft knock sounded on her cottage door, she hoped it wasn't Luke. She didn't want to write with him again, and she could sense he was about to suggest it. Who wouldn't want Country Gold to strike twice? He might not need her for much else, but they'd created something special with one song. It was only human to want that again, which might be exactly the reason he'd come here in the first place. Warily, she opened the door slowly to find her sister Jessie behind it. Hey. Jessie pushed past, followed quickly by Sabrina bringing up the rear. Jessie carried a paper shopping bag. I brought dessert. And I've got a movie, Sabrina said. grinning and holding up a copy of P.S. I Love You. Oh, snap. Just what she needed. A tearjerker. Dessert was a molten lava chocolate cake from the Death by Chocolate bakery in town. Lexi's favorite. Wow, thanks. What's this about? It wasn't like they didn't often get together and eat themselves into a sugar coma, but that was usually while watching the CMA Awards or a Chris Hemsworth movie. Because I hope this isn't about Luke, Lexi said, as she pulled out spoons from the utensil drawer. Gran and I talked about it. I'm okay with him staying here. It's only a week. Oh, yeah, we know you're okay, Sabrina said. You're so okay that you can't listen to the radio, but now he's right here at the B&B and you're just super. I am, Lexi protested, desperate to believe it. This morning I caught him helping Olga in the kitchen. He looked really good up on that ladder, all manly and muscular with his sinewy forearms, and you know, I didn't even care. Yeah? Jessie handed everyone a spoon. That's good to hear. Sure, it's good to hear, Sabrina said. But too bad it's not true. Sinewy forearms? How can we just let her get away with this? Get away with what? Excuse her, but Lexi thought she'd done very well not drooling over Luke, thank you very much. With your incredibly humongous boatload of denial, Sabrina accused. Okay, first of all, that's what we songwriters like to call hyperbole. And I'm not in denial, Lexi said. No? Sabrina went one hand on hip and wiggled a finger. Then let me give you the 411. The fact that you didn't care about how hot he looked this morning? The point is, you noticed. Anyone would. So did Olga, and she's a happily married woman. Lexi wanted this to be true. She hadn't noticed those brawny arms and broad shoulders, for instance, because she was still in love with him. She'd admired them because she wasn't blind. End of story. She has got a point, Jessie said, and absconded into the bedroom with the cake. Jessie was wise. She knew how to get people to follow her. Lexi and Sabrina did just that and flanked Jessie on either side of the bed to dig in. Which one of us has a point? Sabrina asked, licking her spoon. Me, right? Both of you do. Jessie pointed to Lexi and then to Sabrina. She's right that anyone would notice, and you're right that she noticed. See how I did that? That's some of your best work, Jess. Lexi sighed. They didn't call Jessie the family mediator for nothing. The chocolate was warm and sweet and gooey. It slid down her throat like a sparkly, silky dream. Maybe she should think about marrying this cake instead of a muffin. So much sugar, so little time. So, are you ever going to, forgive him? Sabrina said. Ooh, good question. Jessie turned to Lexi. First, he's not going to be around that long. Second, I don't have to forgive him. I've moved on. See how I did that? Lexi rolled her eyes. Except that if you had really forgiven him, then maybe you wouldn't still be so angry. This was from Sabrina, always wiser than she looked. Let me see if I can explain this. Lexi would have thought the two people who knew her best in the world would buy themselves a clue, but okay. She'd help them along. Look, Luke is famous right now, and I don't know if you guys considered this, but his being here, even temporarily, is going to bring us some attention. Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing, Jessie said. I mean, we have vacancies to fill, and that would do it. As long as they're coming here to see Luke and not just to look over my train wreck, Sabrina said. We've had enough of that. Lexi would have to agree. She'd enjoyed this past year, living in the quiet and solitude of the beach. Now that Luke had chosen to grace them with his presence, how long would the peace last? I'm happy for him, but I don't want to be near that crazy tour and performing schedule anymore. He's going to live the rest of his life very much in the public eye, and I'm not. Ever again. He and I want different things now. Okay, that makes sense. I have to admit it. This from Jessie, the voice of reason. But how do you know you both want different things if you won't talk to him? Sabrina said. Huh. That makes sense too, Jessie said. And you're both awesome songwriters. You write beautiful music together, Sabrina continued. A fleeting thought occurred that she didn't want to believe or accept. Pain sliced through her at the thought maybe he'd come here for another hit song. From her. We wrote one great song. One awesome song. Luke had the melody and she'd come up with the words straight from her bleeding heart. And I want to try writing on my own again for a while. Hey, I'm sorry I was nice to him yesterday when I checked him in, but you know me, Jessie said. I have a hard time being mean. If you want me to hate him, I'll do my best. And I'll bring it home because I have no such problem being mean. We'll hate him together. Sister power. Sabrina held out her free hand for a fist bump. Lexi returned it. I don't want you to hate him, but it's nice that you offered. Jessie and Sabrina had her back. Always would. And she would have theirs. Once, Luke had her back, too. But it was different with her sisters. They'd endured 5 nights a week of band practice for years. A few teenage heartbreaks, outdoor performances in the Bay Area way before country music was popular in the Bay Area. 10 tours, 5 albums, and of course, the scandal. It was safe to say that if she didn't hate her sisters by now, she never would. If Lexi had nothing else, she had Jessie and Sabrina. And for now, it would have to be enough. That evening, Luke decided he was starving. For affection, for attention from Lexi, and also for some actual food. Hindsight being 20/20, he probably shouldn't have come to the B&B. There were plenty of other places he could have stayed, some that might even have appreciated him. He'd been a little too optimistic coming here, which quite frankly didn't sound like him at all. Now he was too tired and hungry to be positive, so he immediately rejected his first inclination to ask Lexi to dinner. He wanted to eat with her, wanted to talk to her, wanted anything with her at this point, because he missed her like his right arm, missed talking to her, missed her advice and honesty, missed her back rubs, and missed a lot of other things, too. He climbed in and started up the rental, a BMW sedan that Gary had waiting for him at San Jose International Airport when he'd arrived. Luke felt ridiculous driving the car. It would be a car for a lawyer or a real estate agent, not for a country musician. Luke had wanted a truck or an SUV, but one hadn't been available. He would even have preferred his old green Ford Ranger pickup, which had ripped seats and happened to have a lot of pleasant memories attached to it. On second thought, best to keep those thoughts away. Traffic was light as he drove to the wharf and parked. He wasn't concerned anyone would recognize him as a star. Country music wasn't all that popular in Whistle Cove, and his fame was new enough that, unless one caught the weekly country countdown on CMT channel, they wouldn't know who he was at all. Even so, he'd brought a Giants baseball cap he pulled low on his head. There might be others who would recognize him for a very different reason. His past on the wharf involved being on the other side of the docks. Working alongside Reggie since he was 12 or so, he'd been on the supplier side, bringing in the catch of the day. He'd rarely been the customer, and certainly not from any of the more expensive restaurants. If he had anything at all to worry about, it might be running into one of Reggie's friends in town. Those people who had insisted Reggie was not guilty of murder, and Luke was nothing but a bad son. He didn't fear any of them. Hadn't even when they'd threatened him for testifying against his father. Luke shook his head clear of the past. The ghost of a raw and painful memory was alive and well here, but it couldn't touch him anymore. He walked by the expensive restaurants lining the pier, offering the best seafood, along with the tourist trap gift shops for everything from kitchen magnets to fleece sweatshirts. The taffy shop that displayed the taffy rolling through the old-fashioned machine in the front pane window was still a personal favorite of his. Lexi also loved the saltwater taffy here. He found himself inside the shop, where he ordered an assorted flavors bag. The teenage clerk gave him a funny look, but Luke paid in cash, hoping she wouldn't be able to figure out where she might have seen him before. She was too young to know him from his days working the boats alongside Reggie. Carrying his bag, he walked the pier feeling more alone than ever. Success wasn't supposed to look like this. Shouldn't he be happier now that he had money? He hadn't signed up for this raw emptiness he felt churning in his gut. Hadn't realized when he'd signed a contract, recorded an album, and left on a tour that he'd lose Lexi. The one person other than Maggie, his mother, who'd always believed in him. He'd gotten busy and, let's face it, somehow screwed up his priorities. Not like he'd ever known what success looked like, so it hadn't been easy to handle fame when it arrived. The attention from beautiful women in particular had been addictive and flattering. Before Lexi, any woman worth the trouble wasn't interested in him. If they had been, it was because they were slumming it. Rich Bay Area girls who liked to piss off daddy with the local bad boy who had a record for street racing. He continued to walk along the pier, trying to shake off the memories that lingered. It was a slow night on the pier in the middle of the week, and some waiters were standing in front of their establishments with samples of crab and shrimp cocktails, trying to lure patrons inside. One even had a coupon for 10% off. "Sold," Luke said when the waiter offered one to him. Didn't matter how much money he had. Safe to say he'd always like a bargain. Without thinking, he removed the ball cap and followed the waiter to the back of the restaurant, where he was seated at a table facing the window overlooking the boat dock. Luke's first job had been cleaning shrimp from the nets of his father's boat. Not where he wanted his mind to go right now. Memory cells were cruel. "I'm sorry, but you look so familiar." A woman at the table next to him turned to stare. "Are you? Oh my God. Aren't you Luke Wyatt?" "Yes, ma'am." He smiled and nodded. "I love your music, especially Falling for Forever." Color him surprised that was her favorite. Nod. "Thank you." He signed an autograph on a cloth napkin, posed for a selfie, which led to many more photos with some of the other customers. "Let him eat," the waiter finally said, and then slipped him a slip of paper to autograph. "For my sister." Luke ordered the clam chowder and a lobster tail. He wasn't going to drink, but people kept sending them over. First a German beer, then a glass of local Cabernet, and champagne flutes on the house. It would be rude not to accept, so he drank some from each. By the time he finished eating, paid, and took a selfie with the cook, Luke thought he might have to be rolled out of the place. Holding his bag of taffy, he strolled to the BMW, evaluating his condition. No, he wasn't shit-faced, but he was something. Clearly, he couldn't drive back to the B&B. What most residents didn't know about him was that he was far from being a bad boy. After a few mistakes as a stupid teenage kid, he'd mostly towed the line with authority. He didn't grow up in the shadow of a man like his father and not learn a thing or two. Luke didn't take chances with the law anymore. Ever. He rarely drank and never smoked. All he needed was to get pulled over and fail a sobriety test, and not only would he be indeed his father's son, but he'd be the country star with a drinking problem. Cue the Man in Black, everyone, for round 2. He was already compared to a modern Johnny Cash who sounded like Thomas Rhett. The record label had packaged him that way to sell records. It was working. He broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about jail. Just thinking about being his father's son, and whether the son was doomed to repeat the mistakes of the father. He pulled out his cell and dialed Lexi. This time she actually picked up. "Luke?" "Yep, it's me. I need a ride because in my current condition I shouldn't be driving. Do you also perform that service for your guests, or should I call a cab?" Silence for a moment. Then she spoke. Just tell me where you are, and I'll come get you. 5. If you mess with the big sister, there's always a younger, crazier sister right behind her. That's who you don't want to mess with. Meme. When Lexi pulled into the wharf's parking lot, it didn't take her long to find Luke leaning against a blue sedan. His arms were casually folded in front of him, and he gave her an easy smile when he caught sight of her truck. Oh boy. How exactly did he manage to look sexy and badass even when she had to come rescue him? She'd been a bit unnerved having to come to his rescue at the wharf. He might have run into some of his father's friends here. One thing about Luke she understood. He refused to show fear to anyone. Coming to a stop next to him, she unlocked the passenger door of her truck, and he folded his long legs inside. Can't beat this curbside service. He handed her a white bag from Mrs. Mary's, the saltwater taffy shop on the pier. For you. Thanks. You didn't have to. Peace offering. And force of habit. She pulled out of the parking lot, giving him a sideways glance. He didn't seem drunk to her, but then she realized that Luke towed the line with authority. More so than most people for obvious reasons. We'll send someone to get your car tomorrow. Didn't want to take any chances. Lots of people buying me a drink tonight. 'Cause I'm so wonderful and all. You got recognized. That didn't surprise her, but relief flooded through her that the experience had been completely positive, and he hadn't run into any of Reggie's men. Bye, few. He twisted in his seat, and she wondered if his back hurt. Some just gave puzzled looks. Reggie's friends will leave you alone, she said, and hoped. You did the right thing, and now you've made something of yourself. No one can argue that. He snorted. They'll try. Then let them. They don't matter. But you matter. She squirmed, feeling his gaze on her, making her warm. Like tiny little pinpricks of light pierced her skin. Don't. I know. You don't want to hear it. But I'm sorry, Lex. I ignored you. I didn't put you first. There's no excuse for it. You didn't deserve that. She sucked in a breath at the raw memory, as painful as the exposed nerve of a tooth. But before tonight, he'd never apologized, only made excuses. I know what it's like. All the fame and attention. Everyone loving you and wanting a piece of you. Of course, it's different for women because men aren't exactly throwing their boxers up on the stage or waiting backstage for a hookup, Lexi said. Maybe not, but the musicians are. His jealousy had flared hot every time she'd had to spend time with a male musician not part of their band. I didn't know about that, but I thought the success we earned after so many years of hard work was nice at first, and then it got overwhelming. I couldn't breathe. Why didn't you ever tell me that? I didn't even tell my sisters. It was my job to sing and write and perform, and I did love that. I didn't like the lifestyle. Comes with the territory. Exactly. She slid him a significant look. It wasn't her lifestyle anymore, and he was still in the thick of it. She'd never be able to blame Luke, no matter how hard she tried, for riding the gravy train until it broke down. He deserved a chance to make a life for himself in the music industry, and he'd worked hard for everything he had. I get it. We can't ever be together again because I'm still touring. Is that what you want to tell me? That, and we can't be together because you broke my heart. And, well, it's been a year, Luke. Why? Are you seeing someone? Have you changed? I mean, other than the fact that you're not touring anymore. That's not really the point. He'd made her uneasy now, pushing against her tight defenses. What is the point? Lexi pulled into the B&B in her parking space in the service area near her cottage. She shut off her truck and turned to him. Maybe I don't feel like I know you anymore. He leaned forward to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. You know me, baby. I know that you hurt me. I know that. Lexi. Honey. No. It's not going to be that easy. You can't just show up here with your guitar and your hot body and sexy beard and get me back in bed with you. He rubbed his chin and grinned. You like the beard. Shit. She hadn't meant to spill her guts. Yeah, it's okay. With that, she hopped out of her truck before the false intimacy of close quarters made her tongue any looser. She'd already put body in bed in one sentence and could only hope he hadn't noticed. But 2 seconds after she'd stepped out of her truck, it became obvious he'd heard her loud and clear. Don't walk away from me. Just outside the door to her cottage, he stepped into her. She drew in a ragged breath at his nearness. Her poor heart did a pirouette and a swan dive. She didn't want this intense longing for him, but the rest of her body hadn't yet received the memo. Instead, she obviously enjoyed being nearly plastered against his body because she hadn't backed up. He smelled so good, like sandalwood soap, like leather. Any time now, just take a step back and he'll get the message. A corner of his mouth tilted up. About the bed thing. She squeezed her eyes shut. Can't we just forget I said that? Not a chance. His eyes studied her, hooded, dark, and filled with warmth and longing. He was killing her. Maybe we're not headed to bed, but you could learn to trust me again. Why? So you can just take off again and leave me behind? So you can use me? You're going back to Nashville. She turned her head, unwilling to look at him when he was this close. Not right now. His hands slid down her arms and cuffed her wrists. His palms were rough and calloused, bringing back good memories of those hands, all over her. They could be tender, too, and coax the deepest sighs of pleasure from her lips. Then she did step back, because she couldn't take any more of the contact without jumping out of her tight skin. She wasn't going to Nashville with him. You want to be friends again? All right, you got it. I'll be your friend. Only seconds from the safety of being inside and away from all his heat, she heard his low and deep voice right behind her. Didn't say I want to be your friend. His arm braced on the door behind her. Your sisters are your friends. I'm your man. Listen, I'm cutting you some slack because you've had a few tonight. But you were my man. Past tense. Why was her voice shaky? She cleared her throat, straightened, and put some steel in her spine. Sounds like you need reminding. I'm back now, and I can remind you. Remind me. Those 2 words had meant something special and intimate to both of them once. She swallowed back a sob at the ache reflected in his shimmering eyes. She'd seen that pain before, but this time she couldn't help him. This was the way breakups went. She'd welcome him to her club, but she was sure he didn't want to belong. They were both hurting, but it couldn't be helped. She could get over him if he'd give her a little more time. They could and should both move on. I believe I told you I can't do this with you now. She glared at the arm braced next to her, at his powerful forearms. After another second, the arm came down slowly. Got plenty of time. Friend-zoned. Such a good feeling. His heart was raw and felt like an apple she'd just taken a bite out of. Luke stalked away after Lexi shut her door. The desire and ache coursing through him now meant now might be a good time to write a song. but there would be too many four-letter words in it. She might have kicked him deep into the friend zone, but Lexi was mired in the denial zone. That became obvious the moment he'd heard the hitch in her breath when he stepped into her personal space. Testing. And the eyes that never lied to him were telling him too much. Like the fact that she still wanted him in her bed, even if she didn't want him in her heart. She couldn't just wish that away. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he pulled it out. Gary again. Luke was surprised he'd given him a couple of days without checking in. Generous of him. Yeah. Luke tried to push the irritation out of his voice. Gary was bound to take the anger personally when it had nothing to do with him. How are you? Good, buddy. Just wanted to check in with you. Can I set a meeting for you here in Nashville in another week or so? Luke had said a week, but he would need more time. Besides, the songs were coming now. No words yet other than ones full of resentment, but they were decent melodies he could work with. He looked up to see tonight's sunset, a splash of orange and crimson red. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. A similar sunset to the first one he'd caught with Lexi years ago on their first official date about 7 years ago. They'd been friends first, before they'd become lovers. But now he knew what it was like to kiss those sweet lips, to hold her naked body next to his. Hell no, he wasn't going back to the friend zone. Not without one hell of a fight. Might stay here longer. How long we talking? Whatever it takes. The songs are flowing. Can't stop now. Can we be a little more specific? I need to book studio time, and having a date I can give the guys will make them feel confident you'll be back. Seriously? They doubt I'm coming back? The idea there was any question he'd be back hit him hard. These people had no faith in him. Not like it hasn't happened before. You're off the reservation and stranger things have happened. Some artists can't hack the pressure of fame and walk away from it all. Pressure. They ought to try the pressure of testifying against a father for murder. Touring and recording weren't real pressure, and being in Whistle Cove again reminded him of that simple fact. Luke cleared his throat. That's not me. You can tell them that. I'll be back, and you can be sure of it. He'd never allow it, no matter how much weight was pressed on him, threatening to squeeze out any creativity he had left. This future he'd built wasn't just for him. It was for Lexi, too, if she'd have him. I know that, bud. You've worked hard to get here. I'm thinking a month. That should be enough time. His gaze drifted to Lexi's closed door. Time enough for what? He didn't know. Maybe time enough for her to kill him. Or maybe time enough for her to change her mind. He couldn't just walk away and cut his losses. Not when it came to her. All right, I'll hold them off here. Assure them that you're coming back with some hits. He raked a hand through his hair. Hey, Gary, think you can lay off the pressure for a hit? I'm writing songs. Good ones, I hope. I sure can't guarantee they'll all be country gold. Sure. We all understand that. The thing you need to realize is that you're blazing right now. Hot as a damn jalapeno pepper. You could put anything out and your fans will buy it. Huh. Not too flattering. Maybe Gary was just trying to make him feel better and ease the stress, but Luke didn't like the idea of putting out anything less than his best effort. Once he hung up with Gary, Luke wandered back to the B&B, not in a hurry to get back to his lonely room. It was a beautiful room with all the comforts, naturally, and all the rooms were. His was named the Sea Captain. Everything in blue nautical themes. A comfortable and roomy queen-sized bed he'd be sleeping in alone for the foreseeable future. He walked along the beach after the sunset, losing track of time and enjoying every minute of it, like old times. Nights Reggie had kicked him out of the ramshackle cottage they shared, forcing Luke into being a sometimes beach bum. But much as he'd wanted to leave home, he couldn't leave his mother behind, so he'd always come back to protect her. When he got back from his walk, he noticed Mrs. Wilder and a man dancing on the deck in the soft moonlight, without music. Hell's bells. Looked like Mrs. Wilder might be getting some tonight. Somebody might as well. He was happy for her and the man who looked to be 80-something. It was high time for Luke to say hello and face whatever kind of reception he'd get from Lexi's grandmother. He had to assume Lexi had more than bent her ear about how he'd changed since getting his big break, how he neglected to return calls and texts. Maybe she'd even seen the photos of him, and that chick whose name he could barely remember. My darling, even with your sore knee, you have the grace of a prima ballerina assoluta, the man said in a heavy British accent. Luke didn't know what the hell that was, but by the look on Mrs. Wilder's face, he laid odds the compliment would get this man laid tonight. He was about to go around and give them their privacy when he heard Mrs. Wilder's voice. Luke! He turned to see she had her arms wide open. Of all the welcomes he might have expected or hoped for, not one of them had been with open arms. Of course he went for the hug, while the man next to her smiled and nodded. My friend, Clint. Mrs. Wilder made the introductions. You're pretty smooth there, sir, Luke said, shaking the man's hand. Why, thank you. Clint bowed. Luke's an old friend of the family. Mrs. Wilder hooked her arm through Clint's. And quite a successful country star. He used to play in the girls' band, and now he's on his own. Luke agreed that was the short version. I owe everything to the Wilders. Oh, no, you don't, Luke. Mrs. Wilder touched his shoulder. You're very talented, and my son noticed that immediately. You would have been a success either way. I'm just glad we had a part in it. But if not for the Wilders, Luke might have fulfilled the very low bar set for him. He'd already been on that path until the day he'd run into a show on the wharf. 3 sisters had been performing for anyone who would listen. They were damn good, all of them, but he hadn't been able to take his gaze off the tall blonde with the amber eyes. She played the guitar and performed with such ease that he envied her. I hope we've been kind to you, Mrs. Wilder continued. Are you happy with your room? Is everything to your satisfaction? He nodded, wondering if he might arrange with the management to have a certain amber-eyed woman deliver him breakfast in bed. Perfect. You must try the blueberry scones, Clint said. I will. So far, he hadn't hit the breakfast spread they offered since he usually skipped the first meal of the day, preferring to sleep through it. You two have a nice evening. He walked a few steps before Mrs. Wilder caught up to him alone. About Lexi. Please excuse her. I heard she was rude. She wasn't. She held up a hand to stop him. I know my granddaughter. She's very bullheaded when she gets an idea in her head. Think how she must have felt seeing you with that beautiful woman. When you wouldn't return her calls. Mrs. Wilder. I'm sorry about that photo, but I never would have hurt Lexi. It was a rumor. She smiled. I know exactly how these things go. Lexi does too, but she's too close to the situation with you. She can't be objective. At least not yet. Call it youth or pride, I don't know, but she's convinced herself you two would be better off apart. And you don't think so? I don't know. I'm old enough to finally realize I don't have all the answers. Yes, that's the benefit of old age. Exciting, isn't it? Yes, actually. He loved some of the peace that surrounded Mrs. Wilder. The knowledge that you didn't have all the answers, but that was okay. because sometimes he still felt as if he couldn't run hard enough or fast enough to get where he needed to be. Now that he'd reached a pinnacle of sorts, what would it take to stay here? Seemed as if it would never end. Every time he reached a goal, someone moved it higher for him. Her wise eyes softened. Sometimes these things need a little time. I can be here for the next month, but then I need to get back to Nashville. I understand. You have obligations. The girls have been there. Reason number one he thought Lexi should understand. Once they'd been the sole support of the Wilder family, Lexi knew what kind of pressure Luke was under. People depended on his success. It was no longer about him, no longer about the two of them and the life they'd once planned together. He shoved his hands in his pockets and hunched a little against a strong bay wind. Unlike Mrs. Wilder and Clint, he wasn't dressed in a sweater. Still care about her. Try you're in love with her, you damn fool. It's the kind of love that you can't get over. Don't give up. 6. Sisters don't let you do stupid things. Alone. T-shirt. The next morning, Lexi showered and noted her tub drain was still clogged. She thought Tony would have come by to take care of it already and made a mental note to remind Jessie, who usually scheduled this sort of thing. Lexi spent the morning washing towels and sheets and folding them. Towels and sheets were the armpit of owning a B&B. And next time she was going to get Sabrina to help. She didn't do enough around here. Sabrina always got the fun jobs, like schmoozing with guests when she managed to get up in time for breakfast, and later during wine and cheese hour. The born entertainer in her came out then, laughing and chatting. They all adored her. The perfect hostess. Meanwhile, Lexi and Jessie got the worst jobs. Jessie was good at organization and management, checking guests in, confirming reservations, scheduling repairs, keeping guests content. Lexi was good at the hard work no one else wanted to do. Kind of always had been that way. At least the mundane and repetitive work gave her plenty of time to clear her head and think. Because she might be good at this, but it didn't mean she enjoyed it. What would she enjoy? She took a moment to remember last night and Luke's hard body pressed up against her, invading her personal space, and her not objecting to said invasion. What was wrong with her anyway? Her body had experienced a disconnection with her brain. It sure picked a bad time for that. All her body had allowed her brain to register for the moment was how good it felt to be touched again. Not just any touch, Luke's. And she wanted him. All of him. She was ticked off about that. What she really wanted was to stop feeling like 28 going on 60. For this past year, she'd done nothing but stand still while everything around her had continued to move. Her old life was over, but she wasn't even sure her new one had begun. She wanted to stop feeling sorry for herself and everyone she'd lost. She wanted to listen to Falling for Forever without crying. Whatever else Luke did to her, he alone made her feel alive and young and crazy. She missed that. He was the only man she could trust with her body, if not her heart. So maybe they could just fool around a little bit in the short time he'd be here. Then he'd be off and out of her life again. It might not hurt if she was prepared for it to happen. And if she was careful, really careful, she could keep her heart out of it. No, 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 said her brain. But the sound was muffled when her body put her brain in a chokehold. You go ahead, hun. We've got this, said her body. Remind me, he'd said. It was code. He'd once said, remember that time we didn't get out of bed for 2 days? Not really. Remind me. How about that time you made me late for sound check? Remind me. She missed having a man look at her the way Luke did, as if he wanted her as his breakfast, lunch, and dinner. like she was still first with him. She doubted that was true, but she could be the only woman for him right now. Why not? Unlike other people in Luke's life, she didn't want or need anything from him. She didn't need to write another hit song. She didn't need her first big break. She didn't need to have a photo op with him to advance her career. All she needed was his body. All I want is your body. Oh, this was it. She had the start of a new song. The melody came flowing out seconds later along with the words, a sexy tune about a one-night stand. Unlike anything she'd ever written before. Sassy. Might be her new image. Could be. She dropped the last folded towel in the pile and ran in the kitchen for a piece of paper and a pen. She wanted to get this down now before she lost her inspiration. Quick, where's a pen? In my kitchen? Olga just looked at her. What for? Do it, just give it to me. Ooh, that was good too. It was going in the song. Quick, pen, paper. Never mind, I'll ask Jessie. She half ran, half jogged to Jessie's office. Jessie, a pen, now, please. Jessie went through desk drawers. I guess I don't have one. You don't have a pen? Don't look at me that way. I do most everything online. Why don't you use the note feature on your phone? That wasn't funny. Jessie knew very well Lexi had stopped carrying her phone around with her everywhere because of all the constant alerts, tweets, Facebook PMs. You need a pen and paper. Back to basics. I'll be in my cottage if anyone needs me. Now? But wait a... Jessie called out. Nope, no time to chat. A song was 2% inspiration and 98% determination, and if she didn't hurry, she'd lose her 2%. Lexi jogged towards her cottage. She not only had good old-fashioned pens and paper there, but her guitar. With this kind of inspiration, she might nail it all down in one sitting. A song. Finally. She threw open her unlocked door, even though she could have sworn she'd locked up this morning. Running to her guitar, nearly out of breath, she collided into Luke's chest. Whoa, where's the fire, girl? He righted her, dropping strong hands around her waist. She was eye level with his pecs. What are you doing in my house? Thoughts were powerful, so she'd been told again and again. But this was ridiculous. Surely she hadn't conjured him here. Don't ask. Just give it to me. I want your body. Never mind. I can't talk to you right now. She pushed against his rock-hard chest, and the rock finally moved. Paper. Pen. She scribbled down every lyric that was running through her head at roughly the pace of a Kentucky Derby champion. In her process, the melody was so tied to the words in her mind that she'd remember it. Even so, she picked up her guitar and strummed a few chords. She lost track of time, so it might have been an hour or a few minutes, but finally she had the entire song down. First, second, and third verses, chorus, bridge. The first draft, anyway. Something she could work with and fine-tune until it was exactly what it needed to be. When she put her pen down and glanced up, Luke was studying her with those intense mocha eyes. He didn't break eye contact with her. He hadn't even tried to stop her or slow her down by asking questions because he understood. You good? He said now. She stared with dismay at his utter maleness, even while wearing a flannel shirt over a tee, and immediately went into hospitality mode as a force of habit. I'm sorry. Can I help you? A slow smile slid across his lips. Yes, you can. But that's beside the point. I fixed the shower drain. That's why you're here? Made sense. Not conjured up at all by her thoughts. He was here doing his good deed for the day. Yay. It had occurred to her that he was perhaps subconsciously trying to atone for his transgressions with hard work. He couldn't be more obvious. Luke, you don't need to be our handyman. We have one. He lifted a shoulder. Jessie asked me. Of course she did. She couldn't yell at Jessie, but it was clear that she'd tried to stop Lexi, warn her what she'd be running into. and this happened to be exactly what Lexi had wanted a few minutes ago. Luke, only a few feet away from her bedroom. It wouldn't be that difficult to push him a few feet in that general direction, to the other side of the French doors, and her bedroom. The woman in the song she'd just written had a lot of guts. She was a strong, feisty, and independent woman who only needed a man for one thing. But she also wasn't afraid to tell a man exactly what she needed and wanted from him, and leave her heart and the silly promises lovers made to each other out of it. But the author of the song wasn't feeling quite as confident, or maybe just a little gun-shy. It had been a really long time. "Yeah," Luke said now. "Should have told her to call Tony for you." No, that's okay." He quirked a brow. "Last night you couldn't get rid of me fast enough." Lexi stood up so suddenly she misjudged the distance between them. At some point, he'd moved closer. She pushed him back, one hand on his chest, directly over his heart. "Too much too soon," her brain screamed. More," said her body. "Sorry, I was just being honest," Lexi said. "I'm the one who's sorry. We're friends if that's all you want from me." Then one corner of his mouth tipped up in a smile, his dark eyes glittering with mischief. The same smile he gave when he knew something she didn't. Good news, usually, like a Grammy nomination. She had a feeling this wasn't going to be good news, at least not for her. "But you left something out." "What did I leave out?" His gaze dropped to her lips. "You want me." She thought about her song, which with every passing moment grew to be less wonderful to her and more like a song that tried too hard. A song that wanted to be sexy, bad, beautiful, and liberated. All the stuff that Lexi wasn't. Yeah, this song wasn't going to work. Aha, don't get ahead of yourself. You haven't yet been named People's Sexiest Man Alive. You think I care about that? One hand covered the nape of her neck and tugged her even closer, so they almost shared a breath. Just want one woman to think that I'm the sexiest man alive. Luke, he studied her, giving her a good long look into his eyes. The eyelids were hooded, his gaze filled with desire, longing. Tell me to stop, and I will. She didn't tell him to stop, didn't want him to stop. Instead, she rose to the balls of her feet. When his firm lips finally pressed against hers, a jolt of electricity shot up her spine. He was warm and solid and real under her palms for the first time in forever. For just a moment, he was her man again. Again, he was her reason. He was her next breath. A pleasant pulsing ache settled in the apex of her thighs. She'd forgotten, or maybe had just tried to forget this connection she'd always had with Luke. The rest of the world faded into the background, as it always had before. She'd never cared what her father or her mother, who'd never liked Luke, thought about her starting up a relationship with their backup musician, with the son of Reggie Wyatt. Never cared about Luke's past. Every time they touched, she could be on a tour bus in the middle of the United States or on an island in the Caribbean. They could be anywhere or everywhere. She was surprised to find nothing had changed in that regard, which was wonderful and also a huge problem. She broke the kiss and stared into his eyes so hot they might melt her. I just wrote a song, the first one in a while. Holding her chin in one warm hand, he traced her jawline with his thumb. I know, baby, and I'm happy for you. The thing is, I lied to you before. I haven't been writing, mostly trying to write. I thought I'd be filled with inspiration here, but instead I got stuck. He tenderly pressed a kiss to her forehead and then leaned his forehead to hers, not speaking, listening. She stepped back, wanting a little distance and perspective. I know that when we were together, I probably got too attached. Men and women are different when it comes to intimacy. He straightened. Wait, that's what you think? That I didn't get too attached to you? You sure had an easy time moving on. A small tick worked in his jaw. I didn't move on from you. Life slowed down for you, but it sped up for me. Wasn't that the truth? They were on different tracks now. He was the express train, and she wasn't even sure she wanted to be on the track. She nodded, and I've been standing still for what feels like a long time. Thought that's what you wanted. You didn't want to keep touring. You want a private life and not a public one. Just because I know I don't want my old life doesn't mean I'm sure what I want next. It occurred to her that she'd only become dissatisfied with her life when Luke came into town. He reminded her, all right. Reminded her of all the good parts of everything she'd lost. She didn't want to live her life under a microscope, but she missed the connections with other musicians, all the impromptu jams, her tribe. You're just part of that old life I had, and it hurts a little bit. He winced and took her hand in his own. Hurts to see me? This was coming out all wrong. No, I don't mean that, Luke. I'm still trying to figure this out. My entire adult life up to this point was spent on a stage, traveling, performing. Some of that was unhealthy for me, and you know that better than anyone. It hasn't been easy to make the change back to normal life. Think it's been easy for me? I never wanted all these people depending on me for their livelihood. I lucked into this gig, and you and I wrote a hit song. Now I have to rinse and repeat, and I don't know if I have it in me. She squeezed his warm hand. Of course you have it in you. Don't think of it as writing a hit song. Just write a good song. Until I got here, I wasn't writing any songs at all. And now, I'm writing again. Which is the reason I'm staying for a month. He dragged a hand through his hair. I know I told you I wouldn't be here too long, but I want to stay while I have inspiration. A month? He was going to be underfoot for a month, staying, playing guitar in her spot on the beach, fixing anything he could fix and reminding her of her old life. A life she missed, and a man she wanted. Both taunting her to make up her damn mind? Make a choice? Don't they need you in Nashville? Yes, that's right. Go ahead and redirect. Nashville needs you. When I come back, I'll have some songs and we can go right into the studio and record. I'm sure it'll be another gold album. And what if it's not? Don't you dare feel sorry for yourself, Luke Wyatt. If it's not country gold, the world won't end. We toured for years without hitting gold. You already have your audience, too, those who will stay with you through thick and thin. He let out a gruff laugh. Missed you. You always believed in me. You're the only one who's straight with me. The only one who won't lie to me or tell me what I want to hear. You tell me when I'm cutting corners, when I'm not giving it everything I've got, when I believe all my bad press and my good press, when I'm hurting and need to slow down. How's your back? Luke had injured his spine years ago when he'd stepped between his mother and his father and taken flying lessons. He'd done that many times, but when he was 14, it had caused an injury that was still with him to this day. It was one of the reasons her father had taken him off the road crew and accidentally found out Luke knew how to play a guitar. Because though he'd never once complained, the pain was obvious on his bad days. It's fine. He pulled her back into his arms. Do you want me to show you? A bad back had certainly never stopped him from having an incredible amount of stamina and agility in the bedroom. Not that she was thinking about that right now. Ahem. There was a light knocking on her door. Lexi? Jesse's soft voice. Lexi froze. Luke didn't let go and tightened his hold. Maybe she'll go away, he said, kissing her neck. She won't, Lexi sighed. Damn. Wish I hadn't wasted so much time talking. Another knock, and Jesse's voice, louder this time. Is Luke still in there? Because there's someone here to see him. 7. In our family, we don't hide crazy. We put it on the porch and give it a cocktail. Meme. Luke wasn't interested in whoever was on the other side of the door. It could be someone with another autographed Gibson originally owned by his hero, Garth Brooks, and he wouldn't care. This had better be important because he'd been close to Lexi's bed, close to being inside her again. And that's something he did not take lightly. She'd let her guard down today enough to trust him enough and give him the crap that he needed to hear. Coming from her, it meant everything. He'd live another day if he didn't hit country gold again. Lexi was right. She always had been. He needed her next to him on this crazy ride. But she was done with that part of her life, just when he was getting started. He should have known he couldn't be lucky enough to have both of his dreams. Be there in a minute, Lexi called out and tugged out of his arms. He didn't make it easy for her, grabbing onto her elbow and then her wrist as she moved away from him. Damn, you didn't even try. They might have gone away. She shook him off, but a sweet smile was tugging at the corner of her lips. You don't know my sister like I know my sister. When Lexi opened the door, it was to Jesse with a woman Luke didn't recognize. Lexi moved behind him. Hey, guys, this is Tracy Ballard from Country Music Today. Jesse introduced the blonde next to her. She was young enough to look like a fresh-faced, idealistic college kid and carried something with her that looked suspiciously like a camera bag. He'd seen enough of them in the past few months and wasn't exactly thrilled to see one now. Bad timing. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I saw your friend book feed. You've been tagged on so many photos from the area that almost everyone knows you're here. He was pretty sure he heard Lexi lose all her air, deflating like a popped balloon. So much for his anonymity. But obviously he'd been an idiot to think he could hide anywhere in the social media age. Everyone had a friend book account, even grandmothers. I tried to tell Tracy that you're here on vacation, but she said she'd spoken to your label and they agreed to a photo shoot while you're here. Jessie worried a fingernail between her teeth. They didn't tell me about it. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time he'd missed a communication from the top. He'd signed with Rise Up Records, an independent that had recently been acquired by a larger corporation, and been out of the loop since then. But he would have thought he'd at least hear from Gary first. I'm sorry, Tracy said, giving Lexi a sideways glance. But I drove up from Los Angeles. Long drive, especially in traffic. I'd hate to go back now without some photos. Wouldn't want you to do that. Luke smiled, stepped outside, and turned on his show persona. Lexi none too subtly closed her door behind them. If that wasn't a message, he didn't know what was. This was his life. He now understood. And separate from hers. I didn't mean to, interrupt, Tracy said, not looking the least bit sorry. No problem, Luke said. I'll leave you to it. Jessie walked away. Mind if I check with my manager first? Luke pulled his phone out of his back pocket and started walking away from Lexi's cottage. Of course not, Tracy said, looking back to the now closed door. Is that Lexi Wilder? The one and only. This is her family's B&B. He punched in a quick text message to Gary that contained a few four-letter words in it. Sure, I had heard that. That would make such an interesting story. the two of you here in Whistle Cove. I could— No, Luke interrupted her. Worried it sounded like he didn't want to share the limelight, he corrected himself. Lexi needs to be left alone right now, and that was part of the deal with my staying here. I assume Sabrina is here too, then. Shit. He figured she'd already know that. Yeah, she is. And she also values her privacy. His reply text from Gary was apologetic, but he'd been out of the loop as well. He would check with the label, but advised Luke to be gracious and welcoming. Duh. Problem was, he hadn't intended to bring unwanted attention to himself or the Wilder sisters. Lexi was roughly as protective of Sabrina as a mama bear with her cub, so he hoped for Tracy's sake that she wouldn't intrude. Not coming up with a way to casually drop this without sounding like an idiot, he instead took Tracy through a short tour of the outside of the B&B and proceeded to talk up his small hometown. A long way from Nashville. It's beautiful here, Tracy said, taking out her camera. I've always loved Monterey Bay. It's unusual for someone like you not to live in Nashville, isn't it? Usually we get all the rockers in Cali. I'll be going back to Nashville. He decided not to mention that the Wilder sisters had never officially moved to Nashville. Somehow it had worked for them. But that had been a different time. A time when John Wilder had ruled. He'd get his way or his daughters wouldn't sign the contract. He had that kind of pull, and he'd always kept Whistle Cove their home base. Tracy snapped shots of him walking away from the private beach into the public and along the way bending to pet a friendly black lab. I never had a dog growing up. Wouldn't have wished any pet on Reggie Wyatt. You should get a lab. He seemed to like you. 2 hours later, he'd talked about the Gold album and lied about his breakup with Lexi being the inspiration for the songs for the 100th time, when Tracy threw him his first personal question. These were always easiest to answer because he didn't actually have a private life since Lexi had dropped him. Are you still seeing the woman from the Ms. Single executive reality show? Never dated her. It was a rumor. Completely untrue. That's why it's a rumor. Someone new then? He laughed. Nice try, but I don't have time to have a relationship when I'm on the road. It's hard to meet people, and harder to keep them. Really? I would think you'd have to peel the women off you. She grinned, snapping away. So, you and Lexi? I don't talk about Lexi, he said, and put a clipped edge in his tone he hoped got the message across loud and clear. What's next for you? A whole new album. He bent to pick up a broken sand dollar. Working on it right now. Was, anyway. We should get some photos with you and your guitar. He squinted. Don't you have to get back on the road? I booked a room in town. I didn't want to drive back too late. She glanced at the couples now drifting out to the B&B's deck on the private beach. Would have been nice to know that before he'd agreed to this. He had every intention of getting back to Lexi tonight, hoping he'd get rid of Tracy after the guitar photos. Luke agreed and headed up to his room to find his guitar. How long you think she'll be here? Jessie asked. Hopefully not much longer. Lexi raised her wine glass to Jessie's and they clinked together. They were both standing on the patio deck of another vacant room, the Mermaid Room. A feminine room in every way, with pink and turquoise undertones. It was possibly Lexi's favorite. In the distance, Lexi spied couples walking hand in hand along the beach, some of them holding wine glasses, some holding only each other. Luke sat on the Adirondack chair, attracting the attention of some as he strummed his guitar while the photographer snapped photo after photo. Gran was out tonight with Sir Clint, some kind of charity fundraiser in Carmel, and they would be staying away for a few days. Sabrina was holed up in her cottage, having heard that a photographer was lurking about. Am I wrong, or were you and Luke about to make up? Jessie said, a smile in her voice. No, Lexi shrugged. I wrote a song, and I was feeling pretty high on that. He was there, I was there. Lexi, that's great. The song? Or Luke? Both. Jessie took a sip of wine. They're both good, right? The song, for sure. Maybe I got ahead of myself on the other. She watched Luke now, posing for another photo with a couple who'd stopped to chat. Despite where Luke had come from, and the hell he'd been through, he'd never stopped reaching out to people. Never gave up hope. She loved that about him, and her heart squeezed as she watched him now. He was good at dropping everything to share with his fans, appreciating them in a way she'd personally seen many artists forget to do. It was incredibly selfish of her to miss the days when she'd been first with him. Whatever he did, and I'm not sure he actually did anything wrong, it's clear he's sorry now, Jessie said. Don't you want him back? She'd have to be crazy not to want the man everyone else wanted, right? But she didn't want him because every woman did. Having every woman after him now was his least attractive quality. What if he's just here to get another song out of me? We had no idea that Falling for Forever would be the hit it turned out to be. And there's pressure for him to hit country gold again. I'm sure he can do that on his own. Luke wrote his own songs before you two collaborated. Don't listen to me. She bit her lower lip, mortified at how close to tears she'd just come. It's just that maybe I want the old Luke back. Her Luke. The boy who'd taken her on carefree rides in his beat-up Ford pickup, and who taught her how to kiss. The one who'd endured her greatest loss right along with her. The one who'd needed her as much as she'd needed him. You mean before meteoric fame, before the world noticed him? I'm horrible. She didn't want to hate Luke's well-deserved success, but she missed the simpler times. The times when they both lived in their small town and toured together on the same bus. Close quarters never seemed so attractive to her until after she and Luke had shared a bed. Hey, you're not horrible. Jessie elbowed Lexi. It's a little late to get that Luke back, but for what it's worth, I understand. Who wants every single woman alive trying to get near her man? Someone who doesn't value privacy as much as I do? Maybe. Jessie tossed her hair back, a sure sign she was getting ready to drop some majorly unsolicited sisterly advice. I sometimes wonder, though, if the hardest pill for you to swallow is the fact that we were once the headliners. Luke was in the background, and he was lucky to be with you. Now, most might think you'd be lucky to be with him. Of course, I know he's the lucky one if you give him another chance. Lexi's stomach tightened in response to the truth of that statement. He'd once called himself lucky just to be with her. Now that he was center stage and receiving the adulation of most women, he couldn't feel the same way. That was okay. She understood. He deserved someone who felt lucky to be with him, not her. It was damaging to a relationship to have so many other people in it. Managers, publicists, employees. So many responsibilities and commitments. She'd witnessed relationships disintegrate under the pressure before. Some of the bands they'd opened for had members who no longer spoke to each other, post-divorce. Now she and Luke wanted different things. He was enjoying his newfound fame, and she'd tired of it all. It wasn't helpful to spend months apart and to want different things out of life. She was simply being logical about this. Mature. I don't like it when you read my mind. Lexi shoulder-checked Jessie. Did I mention that? A few times. But I would think you'd be used to it by now. There's also the fact that he's leaving for Nashville. Not right away. Funny, that's what he said. But I don't know if I can trust him anymore. Other people in the business make it work. Lexi quirked a brow. Do they? She believed no such thing when 50% of marriages ended in divorce. The stats were even higher for musicians. I have 5 words for you. Tim McGraw and Faith Hill. Lexi groaned. And they're both still performing. Together. But don't you want to play again? Since you were 12, you've had a guitar in your hands. That's not something you can just dismiss. It's harder to play now. Harder than ever. Look, I don't know, but isn't all of this worth a risk? I doubt Luke has changed. Look at him, doing stupid odd jobs around here just to be near you. He's as humble as pie and would still consider himself lucky to be with you. He's still that boy in the back row that saw you as the only thing that mattered to him in the world. Something special. Don't you know how much we all want that? I know. Lexi grabbed her sister in a sideways hug, squeezing tight. Lexi wasn't the girl in her sassy and sexy song, and she never would be. She couldn't just have Luke's body and have a one-night stand with him, or a two-night stand, or a month-long stand. Not when she already knew what it was like to belong to each other, heart and soul. Earlier today, I fooled myself into thinking I was the girl in my song, but I'm not. And that's the point. I might be able to write a really fun song, but I'm not fun. Gee, how depressing was that? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just going to put this out there. Why don't you just talk to him about all this? Lexi wouldn't voice her fears because they sure didn't make her the bold and confident woman she wanted to be. To say the truth out loud made her sound like a coward. And talking to Luke might lead to kissing Luke, which might lead to other things, and in the end, her heart would be stomped on again. She didn't know if she could take that kind of risk. If you hurry, you can catch him. Jessie made a show of shoving Lexi towards the door. Lexi stuck out her tongue. We have very little left to talk about. Even better, save the tongue action for all of the kissing. Okay, I'll go talk to him, but I might not say what you want me to. She went out the door and down the hall, greeting a couple clearly headed back to their room. I hope you're enjoying your stay with us. We sure are, the woman said. We just met Luke Wyatt on the beach. Oh, is he here? He's doing a photo shoot. He's even better looking in person. Go see him, do it, the woman urged. Lexi smiled and headed downstairs. She walked a few steps, only to spy Luke at the bottom, guitar in his hand. He glanced up at her, gave her a slow smile, and her heart cracked open. Just cracked wide open like a walnut. All this before he'd even said a single word. This was a problem, because he already had her. She knew what she had to do. He came up the steps to meet her on the landing. That took a hell of a lot longer than I'd hoped, but I finally got rid of her. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. I'm sure she's only the first photographer to get here. There'll be more. I wonder how much longer before everyone knows you're here. What am I supposed to do? Want me to send them away? No, I know you need to do this. It's part of being a public figure, but I get it. He slid his guitar down and held it by the neck. You want me to go. She couldn't meet his eyes. Didn't want to see any more hurt in them. Might be best, don't you think? I don't know. Is it better to have another vacancy when you're already struggling? You tell me. His words were sharp and pointy. And maybe that had been why he'd chosen to stay at the B&B in the first place. She should have seen it coming. Luke thought he owed her, owed the family for giving him his first big break. Unwilling to take his pity, she straightened her spine and met his gaze. Is that why you're staying here? Don't worry about us. We're fine. That's not what I've heard. Jessie is researching us expanding into catering, and I've got offers to collaborate on songs plus all the royalties from our hit. I'll manage. The last thing you have to worry about is me. That might be true, but I wish you'd let me pay off some of the loans you have on this place, give you some breathing room. I've already said no. His gaze pinned her, dark eyes heating up. Now he was straight up pissed. You won't even think about it? Do you always have to be so damn stubborn? Yes, I do. And if you came here to help us, please know that we don't need your money. Hell, what good is all this money if I can't help the people that mean the most to me? A familiar ache sliced through her heart. Luke didn't have any family he could spoil. No brothers or sisters. And Luke's only known living relative was spending the rest of his life in prison for murdering his mother. You've earned it. The money you have is yours. It doesn't mean anything to me unless I can help someone. You know that better than anyone. He took a step closer and laced his fingers through hers. Let me help, baby. Luke, please. She bit back tears. I don't trust you anymore. I want you to leave. 8. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine. I come from a strong line of lunatics. Meme. Yes, Mrs. Daly, don't worry about us. Sure, we've locked up all the silver. No, we're fine. There's no need to call the police. Jessie rolled her eyes. You do realize he has more money than we do. Oh. Uh-huh. I understand. Thank you for caring. Every muscle in Lexi's body tensed when Jessie hung up. What did the old biddy have to say? It was finally morning, and Lexi had spent another restless night thinking about Luke. She'd hurt him, because she told him the one thing that would cut him to the quick. She didn't need him. Another lie. A little help would have been welcome. And those strong arms around her, holding her at night. Let's just say she'd never kicked him out of bed before. She said, a leopard never changes its spots, or something about a tree and an apple. I wasn't really listening by then. Jessie opened up the laptop on her desk and clicked away. I told Luke he has to move out of the captain's room because we already had that room booked for 2 nights starting today. I was going to move him to the mermaid room, and he said, I should talk to you. He's under the impression you want him to leave. I decided it would be best if he stayed somewhere else in town. I asked him to leave. Why? It's just hard having him here, talking to him and kissing him and... You kissed him? Jessie grinned. That's great. No, it isn't. If he'd just give me some more time and distance, maybe I could think clearly, figure some things out, but when he's in front of me, he's like some bright, shiny object that I can't help but want. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting to it. And anyway, we both know the press, not to mention all his fans, are going to be hanging out as long as he's here. And we don't need the attention. Sabrina doesn't need anyone coming around revisiting such a humiliating time for her. Jessie cast her eyes heavenward. I see. We're going to go ahead and let one of the hotels in town take all of our business. That's what you're telling me. When she put it that way, it sounded stupid. But aren't we basically doing okay for now? What about the catering? That's going to take some time to implement and money we don't really have to invest right now. Lexi leaned back in the desk chair and gripped the armrest. I wish you'd said something. We're managing, but since Luke got here, we've filled all the rooms to capacity for the first time since, well, a very long time. I can only imagine why. Lexi pictured all the sheets and towels and rubbed her forehead. But if business got considerably better, they could hire some more help. Lexi could focus more on her writing. I see where you're going with this. Do you? Because, so far, Luke is good for business. She closed her laptop and folded her hands on top of it. I don't think anyone's interested in Sabrina any longer. Luke is the main attraction. Maybe we just need to get over ourselves. It's been a year. And Sabrina is not the only celebrity to get caught texting a man with photos of her boobage. Many have done far worse. Lexi cringed every time it was mentioned out loud. Sabrina and her stupid phone. But even though Lexi could have killed her at one time, she now hurt for Sabrina, who'd trusted a man she shouldn't have. Yes, but how many of them were part of a squeaky clean country music band and wore a purity ring? Jessie sighed. Not many, I'm guessing. Last night, when they'd converged on Sabrina in her cottage, she'd seemed to be handling the photographer being nearby and all the many new guests beginning to converge, all fans of country music. She was handling Luke's presence far better than Lexi was. Sabrina brought out some of the old outfits she'd previously used for disguises. A black dress that went nearly to her ankles, black hat, and black pilgrim pumps. No one would have ever recognized the Sabrina who usually wore bright blue and hot pink and the cutest shoes ever in that outfit. But no matter how peppy and upbeat Sabrina got, Lexi knew that deep down, her sister had been cut to the marrow by the slut-shaming she'd had to endure. Their true blue fans had stood by them, but people who had probably never listened to their music had turned on them. So at the media, Lexi didn't understand the cruelty, the anger. Now the name-calling had finally ended, and Lexi feared a reporter or one of Luke's fans would bring that terrible time up, and it would start all over again. After all, he'd been a part of their band when the scandal had happened. But maybe Jessie was right, and Lexi needed to get over her damn self. Their guests found Luke the main attraction, and as long as she and her sisters could stay in the background, what would it really hurt? She squeezed her eyes shut. Would it help if I asked him to stay? Only if it won't kill you. I've gotten pretty fond of having you around. You know he's going to think I'm crazy. I just asked him to leave. I'd say he's pretty used to the Wilder sisters' brand of crazy. Lexi couldn't imagine what he'd say to her now. No time like the present to find out. It was early, and checkout time wasn't until 11, so she'd get to him before he packed his bags. She swallowed hard over the pebble lodged in her throat and ran up the flight of steps to the captain's room. She knocked on the door and heard Luke's deep, mourning, just-woke-up voice. It sounded as if he'd just swallowed a bottle of sexy. Hold up. Be right there. Maybe she should have tried later, like after he'd had coffee and was, she hoped, fully dressed. Her palms were sweaty, so she could try again later with dry ones. I can come back. She'd started to walk away when the door creaked open, and she turned to see a sleepy-eyed Luke with bed hair quirk a tired brow. He didn't need to speak at all. The brow said it all for him. She'd heard that brow loud and clear. It had just asked her, what the hell? Life was so unfair. As usual, he was adorably cute in the morning, disheveled dark hair partially falling over one eye. He was the cover of GQ magazine, Bedroom Eyes edition. He was shirtless. Of course he would be. It was morning and he didn't sleep in his clothes. Who did? Even she liked to take her clothes off when she slept. Nothing wrong with it. Okay, now she was rambling. Her brain was rambling. And all this before her 10th cup of coffee. But here was the thing. His body was as perfect as she remembered. He was still all hard planes and angles, a light dusting of dark chest hair tapered down to disappear beneath the sweatpants he wore low on his hips. Lexi? Crap. She was openly staring. Brazenly, even. Her eyes drifted up to meet his gaze. Yes? His lips were twitching. You need something? She shook her head and blinked twice to get her bearings. I wanted to talk to you. Come in. He waved her inside. She glanced around the room. His guitar was on the unmade bed, along with a notebook and pen. Luke was old school that way, just like her. He grabbed a rumpled, long-sleeved thermal from the bed and pulled it on. If anything, it made him more desirable. I'm calling around to find another place. You're not running me out of town. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah? He folded arms over his sinewy chest. I was actually thinking that. Here's an idea, and I'm just going to throw this out there. Why don't you go ahead and stay? I mean, you'll have to move to the mermaid room because this one was actually pre-booked before you decided to stay longer, but if you don't have a problem with that, then I don't have a problem with you staying as long as you want or need. He studied her as if she was some sort of an oddity, some new zoo animal he'd never seen before. Let me see if I got this. Now you're okay with me staying here? Well, we have the room, so I say, what the heck? Why not? She blew out a breath. You know? Boy, this was difficult. She hadn't put on a show like this in a while. Performing was exhausting, and she was out of shape. He gave her a slow smile because, yes, he understood now. Those dark eyes assessed her. He had her. She could only hope he wouldn't punish her family because she'd been selfish enough to want to protect her heart. Because it was too difficult for him to be this close when she still wanted him so much. So, you need me. We need you. Yes, the family. Not you. She studied the carpet. I'm part of the family, last I checked. He walked past her on bare feet, giving her his back as he studied the view from the plate glass window. Below them, white-capped waves rolled in, and morning fog greeted the day. Seagulls squawked. It would be another cold morning in Monterey Bay. He stayed silent. Not a word. She kept babbling, a special skill of hers. All the plans we had. The catering is going to take a while to set up. My songs aren't exactly flowing lately, and we've got a waiting list since you showed up. I don't think that's a coincidence. Lexi waited for him to say something. Anything. He could toss her out of the room and hurt her twice. Once for her family and once for herself. She couldn't blame him. But since the first cut had already been made, it wouldn't hurt as much. Because Luke understood she'd do anything for her sisters. For Gran. For family. And once, not long ago, for him. He turned to her. Since you refuse my help in any other way, I'm glad I can at least keep the place full. Thank you. That sense of kindness in Luke, the fact that he'd help even now, softened her heart and other pink places. Suddenly it wasn't so hard to accept his help in this small way. He, the main attraction, would stay. For now. A dark hooded gaze met hers. But there's a price now. Hey, that's blackmailing. But she smiled anyway, as he blatantly bribed for her time. He gave a slow smile. Have dinner with me. 2 dinners. Dinner? Why? Because I miss you, and we both have to eat. She didn't answer, while her heart throbbed in her chest. She was half surprised he didn't hear it. 2 dinners. And if you still hate me, I won't bother you again. Luke said. I don't hate you. You just want me to go far, far away and never kiss you again. I definitely don't remember saying that. You want me to kiss you? He gave her a crooked smile. Put that thing away before somebody gets hurt, she almost said out loud. She wrapped her arms around her waist. I don't have an opinion. Got it. That's a first. He took a step closer. Do we have an agreement? She took a step back. Some parameters could be put in place for their agreement to work for her, but Luke had never pushed. He'd never once put his hands on her without knowing it was exactly what she wanted. Her body was always safe with him. It was up to her to guard her heart. You didn't want to leave anyway. Right. But now you need me to stay. Where do you want to have dinner? She said. Anywhere. You get to pick one place, and I pick the other one. Having dinner with him wasn't going to kill her. It could be a pleasant meal, and they'd catch up on old times. She'd keep it strictly to the music industry, songwriting, and that sort of thing. No funny business. She threw that in there just for kicks. You know me better than that. She certainly did. That's what worried her. She gave him her hand, and they shook on it. You've got yourself a deal. The room was pink. Oh, excuse him. Mauve. Luke threw his bag on the bed and carefully laid his guitar down. Though he'd done his share of hanging around the Wilder B&B when he'd first met Lexi years ago, he'd never stayed in any of the rooms. But he'd certainly heard about the Mermaid Room. It was legendary. He knew it was pink, which was fine, but this room looked like the inside of a Pepto bottle. He occasionally saw the inside of one when he was hungover, and it was a great product. But its color wasn't meant to decorate walls and curtains, lamps, and, for the love of God, sheets, too? Oh, hell no. He wasn't going to sleep between pink sheets. This right here is where he drew the line. He ripped them off the bed, rolled them up in a wad, and stuck them in the bottom dresser drawer. He'd have someone bring him some normal-colored sheets. White sounded good. Didn't anyone ever tell the Wilders that there could be too much of a good thing? Like, for instance, pink. He had more time. 2 dinners. He wouldn't leave for Nashville without being certain that she was done with him. He wasn't convinced they didn't work anymore. They needed balance. Somewhere he'd read that balance was the key to life. He couldn't and wouldn't give up his career, not now, but he'd seen plenty of musicians with families. All of his current band members, for instance. He figured it took a strong woman to be able to trust in her man, and that's where he'd run into trouble. Lexi didn't trust him with her heart anymore. Maybe he had no one but himself to blame for that. He sat on the edge of the now sheet-stripped bed. She wasn't going to make it easy for him. Didn't matter. She was worth it. After a shower and getting dressed, he went downstairs to the breakfast area, just before the end of the buffet. After so much talk about the food, even a non-breakfast person like him was going to have to try it. The breakfast nook of the B&B was set up like a restaurant, in that there were many small 2-person tables in one large room. One end of the room faced a window wall with a view of their private beach. Breathtaking. The B&B had always been, and still remained, the destination for couples. For lovers. Already there were dozens of couples seated and enjoying each other's company, if one were to go by the longing gazes as they wouldn't break eye contact with each other. One woman was so engrossed with the man seated across from her that she didn't notice when Sabrina Wilder came by to offer more coffee. Sabrina, the second wild card. She sashayed over to him, and he covered his coffee cup before she could mess with his perfect combo of milk and sugar. Good morning, Mr. Nashville. Didn't think I'd see you up this early. He sensed a cold front coming in. Figured I'd check it out. Clint kept going on and on about the blueberry muffins. Sir Clint? He's a sir? As in, knighted by the Queen of England? She shook her head. I don't know. Lexi calls him that, because he's so British. That made him laugh. How are you? Not as good as you are, that's for sure. You still singing? She smiled, probably because Sabrina was the consummate performer. Only in the shower, for now. Shame. He took a gulp of his coffee. You're talented. Nope, that would be Lexi. She's the songwriter and a hell of a guitar player. No argument from me. You should also know that I've decided not to hate you. Thanks? Lexi didn't want me to anyway, but I make my own decisions about that. I've decided you're okay, in my book. We actually have a lot in common, you and me. He squinted, wondering what he had in common with the coddled baby sister who put the wild in Wilder. We do? Yep. We both love Lexi, and neither one of us handled all the fame and attention we got too well. Ouch. He rubbed his chest like she'd wounded him with a poisoned dart. What's a little truth between 2 friends? Exactly. She turned when she heard someone calling her. Lexi waved from the other side of the large room and closer to the fireplace, a scowl on her face. Excuse me. Duty calls. Sabrina waved. See ya. He continued to eat his breakfast, A hot dish with fried potatoes, chorizo, and bacon was hands down his favorite. Olga was a damn good cook, and he'd have to give his compliments to the chef. Maybe she'd have some recommendations as to where he might take Lexi to dinner. He didn't want it to be any old place. It should be something special and expensive. He could afford it now, so why the hell not? He was in the middle of chewing a particularly crunchy piece of bacon when he saw that the people around him had stopped talking. At first, he only noticed a teenager nearby openly staring in his direction, but then it was obvious the entire room was looking at him. As he ate, he was not a particularly delicate eater, nor was he a slob, but he'd never intended his meal to be a performance. Yet it felt very much like one right now. Worse, it was the way people were staring at him, as if they'd never seen anything like it before. A man, eating. Honey, grab the camera. Finally, a young woman approached him, practically tiptoeing toward him, in as if afraid to step on a landmine. He tried a smile as she got closer, and she literally dissolved before him. Her hand shook, and she handed him a piece of paper. Hi, I would love your autograph. Of course. He took the paper and pen. What's your name? Amanda. How are you today, Amanda? A blush crept up her neck and spread like a virus over her cheeks. Great. I'm here with my family. We all love your music, especially... Falling for Forever? He finished for her. Yeah. She giggled and clutched at her sweatshirt. It read, Monterey Bay Aquarium. He signed her autograph, but it hadn't stopped the staring from everyone else. But now, most were smiling in his direction. A wave here, a nod. They behaved as if he were different from them, all right, but in a good way. Except for the brave teenager, no one else approached him. They simply stared until he caught them, and then looked away. Not the first time some of the residents of Whistle Cove had stared. Some of those looks filled with pity and some filled with contempt. But it was clear none of these fans were scared of him. They were intimidated by him. Unnerved by the feeling of being watched, Luke took his coffee and, with a quick nod and smile, headed back to his room to write. 9. My family is temperamental. Have temper, half mental. Meme. By Thursday, Luke had been holed up in his room for 2 solid days. For lunch and dinner, he ordered in from the nearby pizza place that delivered. He hadn't planned to hide out, but he'd noticed with some curiosity that recently the B&B guests had gone from mostly couples to single women. Some scattering of teens with their mothers, and there were still a few couples here and there, but they were no longer the majority. Yesterday, he'd taken a jog along the private beach to find a group of women following him. When he stopped, they stopped. He started jogging again. They did too. No one would come up and talk to him unless he initiated a conversation by waving hello. And being that many of these were attractive women his age, he was no longer initiating a damn thing. He'd gotten caught once being the nice guy, and he wasn't falling for that again. The reality TV show contestant Lexi assumed he'd been with had driven hours from Atlanta to Nashville with a girlfriend to catch his show. Little did he know that she'd used some of her connections with the network to get backstage passes. The TV studio thought it would be a great idea for a meet and greet with country's newest and upcoming star. Photos then showed up all over the internet, making a simple introduction look like a hookup. He was still resentful about the rumor, mostly because of what it had done to Lexi. But now that he'd had some time and peace to think, he realized they'd been in trouble before the gossip of infidelity. He'd ignored her from the tour, or taken her for granted like a stupid guy, without even realizing he was doing it. His life had become such a constant schedule of controlled chaos that anything and anyone not right in front of him took a back seat. No one, not even Lexi, had ever taught him how to manage the kind of public life he had to deal with now. Gary was in touch daily now, and despite the fact that Luke was supposed to be enjoying some downtime, there were all sorts of requests coming through for his time. Interviews, photo ops, more interviews. He had an interview scheduled with the local channel morning news show tomorrow at 4 in the morning on Sunday. They were sending a car for him. Beyond that, Luke was stalling. If he said yes to everything, he'd no longer have the time and peace to write. But tonight, he would emerge from his Pepto bottle room, find Lexi, and get her to nail down a time for dinner. Might be pathetic and obvious, but he was going to impress her. He was going to show her she should have never left him. Not now that he'd become everything she deserved. He'd get his second chance or die trying, which, if Lexi had her wish, might happen. She wanted him, which was clear to him every single day, but she didn't want to. And Lexi always followed her heart. The wine tasting hour was hopping tonight, with a notable lack of couples. Around the fireplace, where someone had started a fire, there were so many younger women gathered, tossing pink and blue hair extensions and wearing far too few clothes for Monterey Bay weather, that it reminded him of one of his concerts. "No beer?" he heard a woman wearing a tight-fitting dress ask Lexi. "Sorry, no. Wine only. We do have water, coffee, and soda." Dread coursed through him, and he stopped at the entrance to the room. Too late. Everyone in the room had already noticed him. Everyone, meaning every single woman. Lips were licked, hair was tossed, and hips were jiggled. He wasn't walking into this room. This room was a trap. He caught Lexi's eye when she turned to see what they'd all stopped to study. He crooked a finger in her direction. Thankfully, no one else assumed the finger was for them and stayed put. Lexi, who had been by the cheese and wine display, joined him. He took her elbow and led her to the adjacent room. "Yeah?" She turned to him, eyes shimmering in the ambient glow of the fireplace. "Dinner." "Right, I said I'd do that." Funny she didn't sound happy about it. "When?" "I don't know." "That's not an answer." "Tomorrow night." "I'm busy." She stopped talking when he quirked his eyebrow. "Okay, fine. You sure you don't want to take any of these women to dinner? They seem mighty eager to please." "No, thanks." He straightened his spine, which today hurt like a bitch after spending too much time in his room hunched over his guitar. "Call me crazy, but I'm a sucker for difficult women whose names end in Exy." She smirked. "I'll see if I can find one for you." "I've got one. Thanks." "We'll see about that." She turned to go, but he caught her wrist. 7 o'clock. He nudged his chin towards the women gawking. "Do me a favor. Tell them I'm taken." She went narrowed eyes on him. "Taken? With what?" "Funny. Tell them I've already got a woman." "And make it easy for you?" She teased him. He took another look at the hungry group, and anxiety churned in his gut. At concerts it was different. There was more of a strict line that wasn't crossed. Here it was plain weird. He felt like a sideshow freak. The attention wasn't welcome, and not just because Lexi was watching. Are they all staying here? Well, not all. We're letting a few in at a time for wine tasting since they line up outside waiting to catch a glimpse of you coming or going. But yes, we now have a wait list. She turned in the direction of the women, then back to him. "So, thank you." He shoved a hand through his hair. Ah, hell. Are you uncomfortable because these women want you, or because I'm here while they want you? All of the above. You should be used to it by now. I'm not. Never asked for this kind of attention. You know better than anyone that all I ever wanted was to play my guitar. Just think of it as a bonus. He winced. Do me a favor. Stop messing with me. Yeah? Don't think so. But she smiled when she said it. For the first time since after he'd kissed her, he thought maybe he might be getting through to her. Luke arrived at Lexi's cottage the next evening right on time. He counted 3 knocks before she finally opened the door for him. She was still dressed in jeans and a Wilder B&B sweater, her usual work attire. Oh, that's tonight? He braced an arm in the open doorway before she could think about slamming it shut. You know it is. She moved aside. All right, then. Come in. I'm not quite ready. Not quite ready? She looked as if she hadn't given tonight any thought at all. But he knew Lexi better. And she wasn't cruel. She was yanking his chain. Having fun, teasing him. He stepped inside her small cottage. He'd been here once before, and had managed to keep his hands to himself for the most part, even if he'd been inside her bedroom, fixing the only bathroom. The cottage was small enough to have only 1 bedroom and bathroom, a kitchen and a tiny living area where she had a couch small enough to look over an overstuffed cushion, a TV, and a small bookcase in the corner. It was filled with books and framed photos of her family, playing music with her sisters on stage. One of Sabrina, when she'd made the cover of Nashville Star. Oh, and look at that. One of him, years ago, standing with the sisters in front of the old tour bus, his arm snaked around Lexi's waist, pulling her in tight. That man was clearly gobsmacked with love, the expression on his face somewhere between triumph and complete shock. He decided to be encouraged by the fact that she hadn't cut him out of the photo. Her guitar sat propped near the small couch by the wood stove. She had a notebook and a pen. She was still writing. Good. He wanted her to write, wanted her to remember where she belonged. By his side, in the business she should have never left. It would make his plan so much easier. She would come to Nashville with him. He'd marry her and buy her a huge house 4 or 5 or 10 times the size of this cottage. If she didn't want to go on tour with him, she could come back to Whistle Cove and stay with her sisters when his band went on tour. Once before, Lexi wouldn't rush into marriage, even when they had every reason to get married. And then they'd lost that reason. He tried not to think about that time. It had been 6 years ago, and they'd both been too young. Not ready. Things were different now, and he simply wanted tonight to be a new beginning. If she'd allow it. Where are we going? She appeared between French doors that separated the bedroom and living area. Someplace nice. He glanced down at his own button-down shirt and black jeans, the ever-present roped friendship bracelets and thick watch on his wrist, black boots. But casual. I'll be just a minute. Make yourself at home. She headed down the hall, and he heard a door close. The water went on in the shower, and he realized she was still having her fun with him, taking a shower and making him wait and suffer. Note to self: never get on her bad side again. Good thing the crow's nest didn't take reservations. While he waited, he became familiar with her Netflix watch list, which contained a heavy diet of romantic comedies that didn't surprise him. But they were interspersed with some raunchy stand-up comedians, which did. Leave it to Lexi to be a mystery. When she emerged from her bedroom, he was in the middle of watching one of those stand-up routines, one in which a guy was lamenting the fact that his girlfriend didn't like giving him blowjobs. Lexi blushed and looked away. He laughed at the irony. They'd never had any issues in that department. He snapped off the TV with the remote. "I'm ready." She grabbed a jacket. "Sorry I took so long." "No problem," he said, determined not to let her rile him or disturb his plans. Lexi wasn't overly chatty in the sedan, other than asking where they were going every 2 minutes. "Why not tell me? It's not a state secret. Are we driving out of town? There are so many restaurants right in Whistle Cove. How far are we driving? Will we be back before midnight?" It occurred to him that she felt safer asking these questions rather than talking to him. She wanted to keep it light and bright, and he'd give her that. For now. The Crow's Nest was located in Santa Cruz on the shore and next to a marina filled with yachts and speedboats. Impressive ocean views. And, more importantly, some of the best New England clam chowder in the area. There was a lounge on the first floor with the occasional band. In fact, the Wilder sisters had once been regulars here before they had been signed to a record label. Plenty of memories in this place. They punched into him now, making more than his back ache. Not only memories of the two of them, but about the part of her life she thought she'd closed the door to. It might be the reason she'd had trouble writing. She was obviously conflicted about the music business. She and her sisters had had a love-hate relationship with fame, but she had far more talent than he did, and it was a crime not to share it with the world. He parked, turned to her, and saw no reaction from Lexi. She stared at the building. If she was upset he'd brought her here, she didn't show it. "I haven't been here in a while." Her voice was low and soft. He led her inside, hand pressed against the small of her back, and to the top floor, where through the floor-to-ceiling windows they had the best view of the bay. They ordered, and he decided to relax when neither one of them had been recognized. "You realize the waitress recognized you," Lexi said a moment later. She didn't. How would he miss that? She did. She's just afraid to say something. "Sorry, Luke, but somewhere along the line, you became a sex symbol, not just a musician." "That sucks." "Sure. Right." What a shock. She didn't believe him. "Do I look like I'm having fun with that kind of attention?" Because he bet she couldn't answer that honestly, she deflected. "Why do you want 2 dinner dates with me?" "We had an agreement." "Yes, but why?" "I don't expect anything from you, if that's what you're wondering. We're just 2 old friends, out together." "Well, we were more than friends." "Exactly. Don't you miss it?" When she quirked her eyebrow, he realized she'd misunderstood him. It was difficult not to laugh. "The performing?" "Sometimes." She studied the tablecloth. "I'll remember a particularly good jam or a good night on stage and wish I could recreate it. But we don't get to do that, do we? We can't recreate things that are in the past, where they belong. Maybe we can't recreate, but we can move on, create new memories." "That's what I'm trying to do here, Luke." She met his eyes, and he could almost see the wheels spinning. "Is it working?" He would add that she didn't look particularly happy or satisfied, but maybe he was only seeing what he wanted to see, wishing for a problem he could fix if it would mean taking her back to Nashville with him, if it could mean a second chance with her. "It was until you got here." "Sorry, not sorry." He kept his mouth shut. She tapped her fingers on the table. I guess I'm stuck. But I'll work it out. It wasn't all bad. No. I miss playing with you. Again, a quirked eyebrow from her. Excuse him, but who in this room, besides him, had the dirty mind? He was going to go ahead and nominate Lexi for this prestigious award. Music. He chuckled. But all the other stuff, too. I don't think we should write any more songs together, in case you were going to ask. I wasn't. Okay, because I've already got offers to write with or for Miranda. Her people just want me to send something over first and see how she likes it. I'm thinking this song I wrote might be just the thing. Does that mean you'd head to Nashville to work with her? His heart kicked up a notch. This might be easier than he'd anticipated. Then again, she was going to Nashville. But that didn't mean she was coming back to him. Still, a step forward. I might visit for a week or two, have some meetings, then get myself back home. Great. Would you stop in and say hi to an old friend? He slid her a look. Him. He was the old friend. She took a sip of her water and then set the glass down. Sure, if I have time. And look at that. A step back. Wouldn't want you to go out of your way or anything. There might have been a hint of irritation in his tone, but just a hint. Okay. And another step. They ate mostly in silence for the next few minutes, and when the waitress eventually asked him for an autograph, Luke obliged, even took a selfie with her. With their waitress gone, Luke leaned back. You ever going to stop punishing me for screwing up? Her eyes widened. She put her soup spoon down, blotted her lips with a napkin, and put it back in her lap. I'm not. Yes. You are. Okay, she sighed. I'll stop now. Would be nice. You said you don't hate me. And I don't. Maybe not. But you sure hate to like me. She blinked. I don't even know what that means. They finished eating. He paid, giving the waitress/fan a generous tip. As they were walking out, they heard music wafting through the building. Let's go in and support a local artist, he said. Sure. He took her hand and led her to a table in the back. Never let it be said he wanted to steal the show from a hard-working musician. The guitar player was a solo act, and he was relying on a steady stream of covers of chart-topping hits and the occasional request. It's the way most musicians started out, including the infamous Wilder sisters. No one wanted to hear originals until they were played on the radio first. Someone in the audience requested Stairway to Heaven, and the dude segued into that right after a cover of Friends in Low Places. Guy was versatile. Luke would say that for him. He turned to smile at Lexi, but she'd caught the attention of the waitress. 2 Coronas? She held up her fingers. And this is Luke Wyatt, by the way. Might want to tell your performer. Maybe he'll come up and sing one for the crowd. Luke froze. The waitress nodded, smiled in his direction, and left to get their drinks. What did you do that for? Luke said. You didn't come in here to perform? Damn it, Lexi. No, I didn't. But you won't mind. Time to call her out on all the crap she'd been slinging his way. Not if you don't. What? You heard me. Come on, girl. We have our chart-topping hit to perform. I've been playing it for a year all over the country. Now it's your damn turn. 10. Batshit crazy really brings out the color in my eyes. Meme. Lexi's knees had turned to rubber. 2 useless pieces of latex which couldn't be counted on right now to do the tough but necessary work of holding her upright, of steering her to the stage where Luke already waited. His lips tipped up in a smile, but his eyes were dark and challenging. She'd pushed and pushed, and now he was finally furious. Now she'd really done it. She should have quit while she was ahead. And oh, she was ahead, by her count. Sure, Luke had embarrassed her a little bit by finding her raunchy comedy shows. They were funny. She couldn't help that. Now he'd taken her to dinner in a place so full of memories, her heart hurt. She'd talked to him for the first time after a show in this very place. A lanky man-boy with iridescent brown eyes, 20 years old, and full of piss and fire. He'd said one word to her, "Hey," and made her palms sweaty, and her heart skip a beat or two. She'd nearly fainted because she didn't talk to boys, didn't know how. She'd been so busy with school, performing, and band practice that she'd never met many boys, certainly not ones with dark eyes that glittered, framed by long, dark lashes. Her 18-year-old self thought the sensation worse than stage fright. All the confusing emotions of desire and lust mixed with the panic that he'd brought to the surface had been foreign to her. Butterflies in her stomach weren't a good analogy. Butterflies were small. How about a herd of elephants? Tonight, she'd made him wait, teasing him while she took a shower in her sweet time. She'd dressed in a blue sweater with a drop in the back, tight jeans, and kick-ass boots. She told him she couldn't care less if she ever saw him in Nashville, while the truth was that it would be nice to have someone to hang out with. She couldn't seem to help herself, because the hotter he looked, the meaner she got. It seemed to be the only way to refrain from ripping off his clothes and knocking boots. She wasn't ready to go there with him, so she had to stop him from coming at her like a freight train on crack. She was a different woman now than the girl he'd met. One who understood that some men in the music business took what they wanted, used people. "Songwriting partner, Lexi Wilder," Luke finished introducing her. Because she'd been trained to do so since she was a teenager, even on days when she had a pimple and a raging case of PMS. Lexi strode up the stage and accepted the guitar someone handed her. And it all came back to her, like rusty pipes forced to push water through again, like an old sun-bleached garden hose laid out in the backyard for years. "How are y'all doing tonight? Some of you here tonight might remember, but my sisters and I started playing here a few years back." She strummed her guitar. "It's such a pleasure to be here tonight with Mr. Luke Wyatt." Applause from the audience. "Pleasure's all mine, Lexi." Luke played a chord progression and winked at her. "Should we take requests?" Smooth, Luke. "Falling for Forever," called someone from the audience. They all clapped. A look passed between her and Luke. In that passing glance, she saw a flash of pain in his brown eyes, filtered through the professional smile he'd pasted on his face. Lexi swallowed the golf ball in her throat. The last time she'd played this song had been with Luke, shortly after they'd written it. She hadn't either played or heard the song in months, but had a feeling she could remember every word, seeing as they'd all come from her heart. Luke didn't hesitate. He merely nodded, smiled, and played the chord progression through once. She saw it as the bone he'd thrown her way, so she'd be able to catch on if she'd forgotten. As if she ever would. Following his lead, she played her guitar and listened to Luke sing the words. Words written by a lovesick woman. Tender words. "I never thought I'd fall, but now I see a promise in your eyes, falling for forever." When Luke began the chorus, he moved his body and guitar, angling towards her. She knew what he wanted. He wanted her to join in with the harmony, as she'd done before. She obliged. Her soft alto voice was a perfect blend with his baritone. His voice was deep and rich, like chocolate mixed with espresso. She'd always thought hers to be too light and airy, like cotton candy, and about as sweet as ribbon candy. It was the reason Sabrina had become their lead singer. because her soprano voice was strong and powerful, lusty, just like Sabrina. But Lexi had a skill Sabrina didn't. She could always find the perfect third harmony by instinct, which made her able to blend well with almost anyone. One of the benefits of having first been a keyboard player. Somehow, she got through the song, the words imprinted on her brain. Then again, it helped that she hadn't written a love song since. Maybe the time had come to write another one, so that song could take a back seat. Fade to black. She could finally move forward and not just pretend, because that's what she'd been doing for a year, standing stock still, believing that music was just something she'd once done for a living, might someday do again to make some money, and not who she was at heart. Nothing could be further from the truth. After they'd performed a few more songs for the audience and left Crow's Nest, Lexi didn't even wait until she got to the car. "Why did you do that to me?" He stopped midway to the passenger side. "You deserved it, baby." There was a clipped and angry edge to his voice. She pulled on the handle of the door, hoping he'd catch the hint and unlock it. "I did not. I tried to do a nice thing for you, and you blindsided me." When he reached her side, he made no move to click the lock, but instead his hand gripped the nape of her neck and pulled her to him. His long fingers dove into her hair, roaming, clutching. The sensation of his warm hand in her hair felt electric, and far better than it should. Not particularly gently, he tilted her head up to meet his blazing eyes. "You tried to embarrass me." "No. You can't lie to me. Remember that." "Want to try again?" Luke said. "Do you know I haven't even listened to the radio in months? I don't want to hear Falling for Forever ever again. I hate that song. And you made me play and sing it in front of a bunch of strangers." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and she bit her lower lip so she could hurt for an entirely different reason. Not because one song had that much power over her. "Want to know what it's been like for me? Singing it every night, and sometimes twice? Probably think it doesn't matter to me, don't you?" His fingers tangled in her hair, tugged a little tighter. "My moneymaker. So I should just shut up and sing." She refused to be intimidated. "Well, if the chorus fits. And I saw you on award show night looking pretty damned happy singing our song. Glad you're calling it what it is. Our song." His fingers disentangled from her hair and lowered to her lips. The movement felt so possessive, the sensation of his long fingers tracing the outline of her lips, so familiar that her bones ached. Exhaustion shadowed his eyes, and there was strain in his broad shoulders. "We've been through hell together, Lexi. Don't let it end now. You were the one who gave up first." Pain pierced through her all over again. "It takes two, baby. You gave up on us. Admit it." "I gave up on the road, not you." She drilled a finger into his chest. Life on the road had simply cost her too much over the years, moving from one city to another, yet never seeing much but the inside of a bus or hotel room. Though she'd been invited to be part of Luke's backup band by the label, it had felt like a slap in the face after years of hard work, after years of punishing tours. It also felt like a betrayal to her sisters. Luke had claimed he'd wanted her all along, whether as part of the band or not. In the end, she'd turned the gig down and told Luke she'd come out and see him perform every chance she had. She told herself, too, that he deserved this chance to be the front man, a star. He deserved his time to shine. Luke had been in the background of everything from the moment he'd been born. This would be his chance, and she'd wanted that for him. She'd wanted it up until the moment she saw him smiling and laughing with other women. Until the moment her own insecurities rose from the pile of rubble that had been her career. Maybe their closeness had been due to proximity on a tour bus for years when they only had each other. He'd been grateful for the chance to play his guitar and make a living, but maybe he'd simply used both her and her family. She didn't want to believe it, but ever since they'd been apart, it was a shadow behind her that never went away. Luke's eyes softened, and his hand tipped up her chin. For the record, baby, I never gave up on you. He finally brought his hand down and used it to unclick the lock, open the passenger door, and wait for Lexi to climb in. During all of it, he never once broke eye contact. On the quiet drive back, Lexi reflected on the evening. Thanks to Luke, she'd come to realize that music would have to somehow fit into a part of her life again. It wasn't just what she did for a living. It was who she was. Even if he'd done so by forcing the issue, which she wasn't crazy about, he'd done her a favor. Okay, look. I'm sorry. He simply stared out the windshield into the now dark night, jaw tight, still driving while he gave her no clue to his thoughts. I've been horrible to you. And I didn't mean to suggest that you wanted to take away the spotlight tonight. I've been picking on you and prodding you, hoping to push you away. For crying out loud, why don't you hate me? Why don't you give up on me? He threw her a sideways glance. Think about that for a minute. She thought about it for a grand total of 3 seconds. Because you're a sucker for punishment. Not at all, honey. But I'm a sucker for the woman sitting next to me. That might be true. He reached for her hand, threading his fingers through hers. I won't give up because you never gave up on me. When Reggie kicked me out and I didn't have a place to stay, you had your dad find me a place. When I showed up late to practices in those first years, you begged your dad to give me another chance. And another. I thought I'd lost everything until I met you. There were times I didn't treat you right, but you always let me back in. You loved me when I was nobody. It felt unbelievably good to hear those words coming from him. She studied their hands together, his long, lean fingers tangled with her smaller ones. She'd always loved his hands for what they could do with a guitar, envied him. There was ease there, a rock-hard confidence that came from being so familiar with the instrument. Comfortable. Unlike Lexi, the guitar had been his first and only instrument. Unlike Lexi, who'd started to perform mostly out of family duty and obligation, Luke did so because he loved to play. He squeezed her fingers. In case you didn't know, I'm crazy about you. Her heart swelled up like a balloon in her chest, far too big to fit. She felt her eyes water, bit her lower lip, and tried not to cry. Luke, I know. You don't have to say anything. I'm just telling you how I feel. I don't expect anything from you at all. Nothing? Well, it would be nice if you at least liked me again. He made a turn into the B&B and let go of her hand. Oh, yeah. And one more thing. She laughed. Just one more thing? He parked close to her cottage and shut off the car. Forget about the song. I want you to tell me what it felt like up there tonight. You and me, playing together. She squirmed in her seat and unbuckled her seatbelt. I enjoyed myself. Mostly. Liar. It was awesome. Like coming home. Especially singing with Luke. Their voices were a perfect blend. He grinned, the smile spreading to the small crinkles around his sharp, intelligent eyes. "You're natural, and you looked happy." "I was trained to do it." She lifted a shoulder. "It's odd. I always thought of Sabrina as the singer because she's so much better than me. She's a performer. But I do like singing, as long as it's not by myself." "You're a great singer, too. No one can harmonize like you do." He walked her to the door of her cottage. It was such a quiet night. She only heard the sound of the crashing waves, the sounds of seagulls in the distance. A perfect night. A night for lovers. And she would walk into her cottage alone, just as she'd done for the past year. She told herself she didn't want to start a relationship until she got her head straight, until she figured out the rest of her life. Now an uncomfortable sensation tightened her stomach. Maybe she'd been waiting for Luke to come for her all along, waiting for him to come and fight for her, waiting for her first love. "You kept up your end of the deal and went to dinner with me," he said. Did he seriously think she wouldn't? A deal was a deal. "We still have one more dinner date." She found her keys in the bottom of her purse. Her hand shook visibly when she brought it to the keyhole and unlocked the door. Why was she talking about the next date? If she hadn't mentioned it like a lovesick woman, he might forget about it. If he'd just give up on her and go away, this would all be so much easier. She'd go back to her regularly scheduled programming, trying to figure out the rest of her life. One thing she did know about Luke was that he never gave up. He wouldn't have even survived without putting up a hell of a fight. Now she was faced with the fact she was extremely drawn to a man she had no business being with. She didn't want his life anymore, and he would never give up what he had now for her, nor would she ask him to. "Next date's your choice. Tomorrow night." He stood in the now open doorway, arms braced against the frame. "Tomorrow? That's soon." "Yeah, and?" "I thought maybe we could wait a few days." "Why? You busy?" Not any more than normal, but after tonight she might need a break from the force of nature that was Luke Wyatt. It had become difficult to forget the way he kissed, the way he held her like he had claimed her a long time ago. "Not really, but..." "Good. Tomorrow, then." He turned to go, but she stopped him. "Okay, but I want to go to the boardwalk." "The boardwalk?" Right now, he was probably thinking that wasn't much of a place for a date, at least not for locals who were over 18. She nodded. "The boardwalk it is, baby." And then he turned and walked away. 11. You can't control everything. Your hair was put on your head to remind you of that. Meme. The next morning, Lexi had just finished restocking the towels in one of their rooms when she noticed a peculiar-looking woman standing on the outside walkway in a big floppy hat, wearing a Hawaiian muumuu-style dress that seemed to swallow her small figure. She looked vaguely familiar. Lexi did a double take. "Sabrina?" She turned, and Lexi took in the black wig that completed the disguise. She hadn't seen that one in a while. "How did you know it was me?" I'm your sister," Lexi deadpanned. "But you don't think anyone else would recognize me, right?" "It's not likely." "Good." They walked together towards the main lodge. "What's up?" Lexi asked. "Anyone come around here giving you a hard time?" "Not yet, but with Luke here and that photographer around, I can never be too careful. I got tired of hiding in my room." That bothered Lexi more than it probably did Sabrina. She had Luke to thank for bringing the Wilder sisters a renewal in attention. But she also had to thank him for zero vacancy and a long wait list. Catch-22. "You shouldn't have to hide." The daily news cycle brought a scandal every day. Of course, most of the people of Whistle Cove didn't much care about scandals that were far worse than Sabrina's indiscretion. They simply cared that this was Sabrina Wilder, one of their own, and she should have known better. Outsiders, however, had been far less forgiving. The emails and tweets had said so. I know, but hey, sometimes it's kind of fun. And I put together these outfits, so might as well get some more use out of them. When Lexi thought back to over a year ago, life in Whistle Cove was much better now. On the road, they'd been hounded after the scandal. Tabloid magazines had begged for an interview and, when refused, pieced together what they could from confidential sources. Paparazzi hounded them from city to city on the last leg of their tour, hoping to catch a glimpse of the terrible, awful, no-good, reckless Sabrina Wilder. The record label wouldn't have minded much if all of that had helped sales. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. At home, they'd endured some chastising for a short while from some of the less than kind townspeople. You need to stop worrying what people think. If they want to slut-shame you, that's their problem. They don't know you. How did it go with Luke yesterday? Sabrina changed the subject. All right, except he took me to the crow's nest, forced me to get up and sing the song. Even under the shadow caused by the wide-brimmed hat, Lexi got a good look at Sabrina's wide eyes. Really? You got up and played? I tried to set him up, and he set me up. I don't know why you won't give him another chance. It's not like he'd ever sell photos of your boobs to the highest bidder. Sure, and that was Lexi's only requirement for a man. I'd never send him photos of my boobs. Right. Why would you? He can see them anytime he wants. Lexi shook her head. Not anymore. A few guests walked past them on their way to the beach, and smiles and nods were exchanged. Sabrina suddenly stopped and put her hand on Lexi's shoulder. You don't have to stay away from music because of me. You still have a chance at a career. That's true of you too. But I'm not interested in life on the road again. Yeah, that stuff got old real fast. I'm just going to try and write songs, and that's it. No need to perform with Luke or anyone else. Although she'd missed it a little. It was nice being on stage with Luke. Except for having to sing their song, she'd enjoyed it. It hadn't been as terrible as she'd imagined. She'd strummed the guitar, and everything had come back to her. But the lifestyle of a working musician was unhealthy, and she'd paid too high a price for that once. She wanted a balanced life, a chance at a family again someday, with a good man. But Luke's a good man, Sabrina said, and Lexi wondered if she'd said that last part out loud. For someone, Lexi grinned. Damn, you're so stubborn. So are you. Okay, so your squeaky clean image is gone, but you can reinvent yourself. Do you ever think about performing again? Sometimes. Sure. Guess it's in my blood. And even now, Sabrina was performing. The disguises and outfits, they were fun for her. A chance to be someone else. I might miss wine tasting tonight. I need you to help Jessie. Make sure we have enough wine for the crowd we have now. We might have to pull some from the cellar. Where are you going? I have one more date with Luke. It was part of our deal. I chose the boardwalk. Figure it would be too hard to get romantic there. Lots of families and kids everywhere. Plus, I have a craving for a waffle cone. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Girl, you've been on my bad side since the moment you were born. Ha ha. Sabrina shoulder-checked Lexi. They parted at the entrance to the lodge, where Sabrina went one way and Lexi went the other. She could see that the lodge was already filled with women, as had become the norm. Sabrina breezed by them, unidentified, but a few of the ladies threw curious glances in her direction. This time Lexi guessed it was more for the over-the-top outfit than anything else. Lexi had wanted to go to dinner early enough that they'd run into all the families out on a weekend. Most who visited the boardwalk were from all over the Bay Area and places like San Jose, Palo Alto, and Gilroy. Lexi hadn't been there in years, and it would be a nice throwback. As the afternoon wore on, and she hadn't heard from Luke, she went looking for him. He wasn't going to get her to the boardwalk after dark when the place was winding down and grown-ups were cuddled on the beach around small bonfires. She didn't want to cuddle, didn't want him kissing her again. That one time of weakness had been bad enough. She'd need to do better with her Luke shield. She'd knocked on the door to his room, where he seemed to mostly hide these days, but he didn't answer. He was in there, and she could hear him, but he wouldn't come to the door. Was he with a woman? Whipping out the phone she'd just started carrying around again, she texted him, "Open the door. I know you're in there." LW. Can't. I'm naked. What's her name? LW. Give me a break. She was teasing him again because she didn't honestly believe there was anyone else in there. That wasn't the Luke she knew and loved. She understood that now, and that her jealousy had probably flared too high, though she doubted it was entirely her fault. She waited a few more seconds for his response, staring at her phone. When it didn't come, she figured he'd given her an out for today. And she would take it, because just being near him had started to mess with her resolve. She could sleep with him, sure she could. And then what? What happened when he left for Nashville in that world that currently made her want to break out in hives? The door slammed open, and there stood a shirtless Luke wearing nothing but jeans with the top 2 buttons still undone. His shoulders were still damp. His hair was wet as if he'd just hopped out of the shower. He held the door wide open, too, like he wanted her to see he was indeed alone. She barely resisted the urge to facepalm because her playful attitude had had the reverse effect, and instead held up her hand to study her fingernails. Better than staring at his abs. Oh, okay. He folded his arms across his broad chest. Flattering. What? Your opinion of me. That I would have a girl in here when I have a dinner date with you tonight? Look, you used to know when I was teasing you. Listen, I just wanted to tell you I'd like our date today to be early. Early at the boardwalk's going to be a lot of kids. Families. He quirked a brow. Our deal was for dinner. Right, but I'll need an early dinner. I'm tired. She expected him to argue, but he simply quirked a brow, then nodded. Might as well. Gotta do a morning show tomorrow anyway. They're sending a car at 4 in the freaking morning. They're having you work while you're here? Why not? He shrugged. Spending a lot of time in my room. She caught sight of empty pizza boxes on the table, soda cans on the nightstand. He was definitely living like a bachelor. You know we have maid service if you request it. Nah, I'll do it. Are you still writing? If he was writing his own songs again, then he surely wouldn't need her. She'd trust him a little more if she could believe he wasn't at all interested in her pursuing music again, simply because he wanted another hit like their first one. But no, that wasn't Luke. He'd given her no indication that he was here for any other reason than her. 6 so far. It's been like 2 a day. Crazy. I'm happy for you. He rubbed at the stubble on his chin. Being home has been good for me. Reminded me of where I came from and who I am. And that's Maggie Wyatt's son. His eyes shimmered like they did every time he heard his beautiful mother's name. No one in Whistle Cove talked about her anymore. It was easier that way. Thanks for that, baby. I'll see you at 4. She turned on her heel and left. 4 o'clock rolled around, and Luke emerged from the safety of his room to find Lexi. He was still affected by the mention of his mother. Lexi had been the only person he would talk to as he prepared for his trial testimony. Now the memory was tender and raw, because of the one other instance in which he'd failed to protect and keep someone he loved. But he'd been younger, most kind people reminded him, and no match for Reggie. Tonight was his last chance to get back the second woman he'd ever loved. He'd never cheated on Lexi, but long separations had chipped away at trust, and it never helped when the media wanted to create a story that just wasn't there. Lexi didn't need to perform if she didn't want to, but she had to be by his side. He should have exercised his domineering ways at the moment most required, should have fought like hell for her, so there would be no question in her mind that he needed her. But instead he'd caved and let her go. He'd believed it was what she'd wanted and needed. Time away from the stress of the road, time to recuperate from the gossip with her sisters. And he'd been trying to fit into the new, carefully crafted image they'd created for him. And that wasn't a caveman who would throw his woman over his shoulder. But he wouldn't be making that mistake again. This time, he wouldn't be leaving Whistle Cove without his woman, even if that made him sound like a caveman. Ask him how much he cared. Once they'd arrived at the boardwalk, which was the usual tourist trap, Lexi wanted to stroll the gift shops. His least favorite thing to do was waiting while she shopped. Also known as walking down every aisle, picking up a blouse, sweater, or other trinket, staring at the price tag, scowling, and putting it back. He wanted to buy the sterling silver necklace and earrings set she studied for a while before putting it down without a frown, but knew how well she'd take that, so didn't even try. He put up with 4 of these specialty shops until a young clerk said, "Hey, aren't you?" "Nope," Luke said, took Lexi's hand, and hauled her out of the shop. "Luke, I wasn't—" "Enough." He tugged her away from the shops. "You're not going to buy anything. Never do." "But This is my time, remember? You agreed." "I didn't agree for you to interfere with my shopping." "Not doing that," he said, though he most certainly was. "Screw it. I'm hungry." "You're always hungry." "Maybe. But this is a dinner date. We need to get to the food portion for it to actually be dinner." She folded arms across her chest. "I want hot dogs." "I think I can spring for a bigger dinner than that, baby." "That's what I want." She sounded like a crabby child now, when he should take over his knee. "Why not?" Big spender that he was, he sprang for 4 hot dogs, fries, and soft drinks. They carried them down the steps to the beach, found a place to sit on the sand, and ate mostly in silence. One taste of the beef hot dog, and he had to agree that Lexi was right. Just because he now had loads of money, it didn't mean he couldn't still appreciate the little things. Bigger things, too, like the ocean waves crashing before him, making their own unique kind of music. He'd always lived near the ocean, and didn't know how well he'd fare in Nashville long term. Maybe he'd make Whistle Cove home base again once he got to call the shots. He glanced at her sitting next to him, the wind whipping her wild blonde hair all around her fighting it back as she always did. Force of habit had him tucking a big strand behind her ear. Just then a group of kids ran past them, kicking up sand on their way to the waves. A couple walked by, each holding on to the hand of a toddler. "Lots of families here," he said. Made it difficult to get romantic, especially for them, which had likely been her plan all along. Yep. Lexi got the fathomless and pained look in her eyes that she did every time she saw young children, and he wondered if she'd done this to punish him in another way. The idea kicked him in the gut like it did every single time, until he pushed the feelings back down along with all the other unpleasant memories from his past. There were boatloads of those. from watching his beautiful but weak mother take a daily beating for years, to the year he'd finally lost her and suddenly become homeless and hungry, aimless. He'd done some stuff he wasn't proud of to stay alive and breathing, because he was nothing if not a survivor. They finished eating, and he gathered their trash. Want something else, baby? What? She glanced at him as if she'd forgotten he sat right next to her. Did I lose you? I'm right here. She pressed her lips together and shoved all her wild hair back with both hands. Yeah, right. He stood. Do you want something else to eat? She looked up at him. I would love a waffle cone. Got it. Wouldn't mind one myself. Be right back. This is what a date at the boardwalk meant, after all. Eating lousy junk food for the day and remembering what it was like to be a kid. He climbed up the concrete steps and made his way to the waffle cones. 12. If Cinderella's shoe fit so perfectly, then why did it fall off? Meme. While she waited on the beach for Luke and a waffle cone, Lexi got caught up in a daydream, remembering what it had been like to come here with her sisters years ago. Cotton candy, hot dogs, bumper cars, the roller coaster. Way before Daddy had figured out that Sabrina was a born performer. Lexi was a natural at making up songs out of the blue, and Jessie would do whatever she'd been asked to do. The band had been formed shortly after Lexi started 7th grade, and after that, there hadn't been much time to do fun kid stuff anymore. Daddy had loved his daughters, sure, but he certainly worked them. Mom had enjoyed making their matching outfits and doing their hair and makeup. Makeup, even for 10-year-old Sabrina. Lexi hadn't known it was weird or strange until some of her friends made comments. She'd been forced to defend her parents and her sister, who happened to love the makeup, even if it was a little obscene. Still, for years they'd been the picture of an all-American family. Sisters singing clean and wholesome songs and traveling together. The outfits were always matching and always modest. She'd say that for her parents. They hadn't wanted to make sex symbols out of their young daughters. Long ago, she'd decided that it would be different once she had a child. Were she ever privileged to bring a child into this world, she'd guard the child's life like a bank guarded its vault. She'd discourage a career in the music industry, but once they were adults, she certainly couldn't stop them. But a child deserved a childhood. They deserved a life without complications, without worrying about dwindling record sales, selling tickets to appearances, and most of all, having enough money. They'd have their entire adult lives to worry about that. She intended to take care of her children, so they would never be brought into adult conversations and decisions. Danny! A woman shouted as she went through the crowd. Danny? She stopped next to Lexi, who glanced up at a woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a one-piece swimsuit. Have you seen a little boy about this high? She held out her arm. His brother was supposed to be watching him, and he came back without him. Danny? She went on screaming, a wrecked expression in her eyes, the terror in her voice evident with each passing second. He's 5 years old. Danny? I'll help you look. Because of cutbacks, lifeguards were in limited supply, which meant that everyone swam at their own risk. That doesn't mean he's in the water. He could be anywhere. Kids liked games, and there was an entire arcade behind them. Maybe he'd take it off there. Yes, that was it. It doesn't mean he's in the water. Lexi repeated this over and over, running like a tape in her brain, a way to calm her mind from jumping to conclusions. She stood and was about to ask her for a description when her eye caught something blue bopping in the waves. She thought for a second that she saw an arm reach out. Oh God, no. Lexi didn't want to believe it. But it could be the woman's son. A child in the water. drowning. There was no time to get help, and no time to tell his mother, who had moved on, shouting his name with ever-increasing panic. Without a second thought, Lexi tore through the sunbathers and those who stayed at the edge, letting only the waves touch their feet. "Out of my way!" She threw off her shoes, crested a wave, and dove into the cold waters of the bay. The ocean on the Central Coast wasn't California warm like some tourists expected. It wasn't Los Angeles or San Diego, where the Gulf brought warmer temperatures that meant a reasonable swim by reasonable people. Here, anyone other than children usually took to the water in a wetsuit. Whether the sun was shining after the fog bank rolled back or not, the water stayed near Arctic temperatures and perfect for sharks. Lexi stopped thinking as she swam toward the child, who she could clearly now see in her sights thrashing about in the water. She wasn't the greatest swimmer, and now struggled against a powerful wave. She came up from under its toe and found the boy, finding the strength to somehow grab him and pull him up. He was limp in her arms, which terrified her, but might make it easier to drag him back to shore. Her arm wrapped around his waist, she took a big breath, dove under, and heaved him up. When she came back up, and before Lexi could even turn to make her way back, she felt strong arms dragging her. Luke. Good, he was a far better swimmer than she'd ever be. She held on fiercely to the child with both arms now, while Luke dragged them back. Once at the shore, they were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers and Danny's mother. "An ambulance is on the way," someone said. "We've notified beach security." Lexi could only stare at the scene before her and shake from both the cold and fear. Danny's mother was useless. She was screaming, turning in circles, hands on top of her head as if she couldn't believe this was happening. But Luke rolled the child on his side, lifting his arms above his head. Bending to listen to his chest, he began mouth to mouth. He did so until beach security arrived. 2 seconds after they arrived, Danny coughed, sputtered up water, and began crying for his mother. The most beautiful sound in the world. Thank God. Her heart was slamming against her chest, but she felt a strange sense of power, too. Shivering, Lexi took in the scene. 2 waffle cones were thrown in the sand. She watched as Luke walked to them, picked them up, and threw them in a trash can. Walk was not the right word. Stalked was more like it. He wasn't happy to be wet and shivering. He could join her club. "I'm sorry," she said through her haze, even though she wasn't a bit sorry. They'd done the right thing. "Let's go." He took her hand and tugged her up to him. "You need to get out of those wet clothes." All the way to the car, he wouldn't speak to her. Once they were driving and he'd turned the heater on to relieve some of her shaking, she spoke. "I ruined our date, but nothing was more important. I'm sorry you're mad, but we'll get dry again. I'll pay for the waffle cones." "That's why you think I'm pissed?" A tick formed in his jaw as he spoke. "Isn't it?" "We'll talk about this later." Later. It was always later with Luke when it came to emotionally wrenching topics. He could put his pain into songs, but he wouldn't talk to her. He pulled in beside her cottage and followed her to the front door. No sooner had she put the key in than he opened the door, let himself in after her, and shut it behind them. "Luke, I don't—" "Get these wet clothes off." He wrenched his own drenched shirt off, and when she didn't move fast enough, he pulled hers off. "Hey, I'm not playing around here, baby. It's nothing I haven't seen before. You need to get naked. Now. Don't know if you realize it, but you're close to being a shade of blue. Had half a mind to send you on the ambulance, too. The car heater didn't help much, considering those clothes have been in the bay." He was right about that. She was still shivering, and he was taking off more of his clothes. as if they had never been apart a day, much less 1 year. Jeans, socks, boxers. Boxers? She blinked. Luke? He glanced at her. Why are you still dressed? Don't make me do it because you know I will. Knowing that to be 100% true, she hurriedly pulled off her jeans, having a little trouble sliding them off her hips until he helped tug them off her. She glared at him and slapped his hand away, which only made him grin. Then she stepped and turned away from him to take care of the bra and panties. Hit the shower, he said. Get warm. She ran to the bathroom, turned on the shower head, reached for and threw him a towel. The last thing she needed right now was to see him completely naked for another second. Thanks, he said before she shut the door to him and all his virile, manly nakedness. She could handle a dip in the bay with her clothes on. She could handle trying to save a drowning child, but right now she couldn't take Luke Wyatt naked. At the moment, she was trying to decide whether to tell him she still had a pair of his old gray sweatpants. She'd worn them so often to bed, they'd somehow become hers, though they were way too long for her. Now she kept them in her bottom dresser drawer and hadn't worn them in months. Tell Luke she still had his old sweats, or put up with him in a towel for however much longer he would be here. The warm water pounded her skin, thawing her body as well as her mind. What had she been thinking going in after the boy when there were other people who could have helped? The thought that it might not have been just one person drowning, but two, hadn't occurred to her. Until now. Yet it was the first line of defense in any rescue scenario. First, take care of yourself, because you can't help anyone else if you're useless. She was such a dummy. She couldn't explain what had taken her over and made her act before thinking, except for the piercing knowledge that she didn't want Danny's mother to suffer such a huge loss. That kind of pain never quite went away. She dried herself off and bundled into the fuzzy white bathrobe hanging on a hook on the back of her bathroom door. As she opened the door, the waft of steam followed her out, and she hoped Luke was taking advantage of that towel. She found him sitting in front of her black kettle furnace. His back to her, he didn't turn, which gave her time to examine that beautiful back. It was all hard planes and solid, brawny angles. A working man's back, because Luke had been that for most of his life. He finally turned to her. You okay? I'm better, thank you. You were right, I was freezing. Anyway, I'm good now, so you can go. Not going anywhere. He turned back to the heat of the kettle. What? I said I'm not going. Really? Luke? You're going to pick an argument with me now? You took care of me, I get it. Thank you very much. And now you can go. I can't. First, I'll definitely attract too much attention going to my room dressed only in a towel. Second, we're not done here. She could ask one of her sisters to get him some clothes from his room, but that would invite a ton of questions. Eventually, she'd tell them everything, of course, because that's what she did. Just not now. What do you mean we're not done here? I said we'd talk about it later. Now it's later. It is? She couldn't recall a time when Luke hadn't stalled on later, hadn't kissed her until she forgot they were supposed to talk. Yeah, baby. What if I don't want to talk about it? He snorted. You will. I don't have anything much to say. Yeah? Yeah. She crossed her arms. He stood, took 2 steps towards her, and she worried with each step that the towel would slip. But it seemed to be sewn on to his lower half. Want to know why I was so pissed? Why? When I saw you in that water, the only thing I could think of was what if I lost you? What if you and the kid both drowned? Know how often that's happened? You're not the greatest swimmer, babe, and you should have waited for me. I know I should have, but I know exactly why you didn't wait. Just don't ever do it again. He reached to take hold of her chin and tip it up. Ever. I don't like it when you tell me what to do. She spit out the words. Tough. He was smiling, a man without a clue he was about to get slapped. Instead of slapping him, she took a deep breath, stalked over to her dresser drawer and found the pair of sweatpants, threw them at him, and he caught them in the air. Forgot I have these. Thanks, baby. He dropped the towel, not even bothering to turn around, and slipped the pants on. Since he wouldn't turn away, she did, giving him her back, fuming at the familiarity with which he treated this occasion. While busy fuming, she suddenly found herself catching air as he gathered her in his arms and started walking to her bedroom. Oh, hell no. It wasn't going to be this easy. What are you doing? Putting you in bed. He set her down. Under the covers. What? Under the covers, I said. You still feel cold to me. That seawater gets deep down in your skin and it takes hours to warm up. He ought to know. Luke used to work the boats by the wharf with his dad before everything. She would get outraged again, but he actually drew the covers back for her and then tucked her in, which meant he was obviously not thinking they were going to have sex. And oh, he was so right about that. She lay under the covers, wondering when Luke got so compassionate, then remembered a time when he'd taken care of her. After the baby, especially then. 5 years ago, when she'd missed her period, Lexi hadn't panicked. She hadn't been exactly regular. But then an entire month passed. Busy on the road with performing and touring, she'd neglected to notice the passage of time. The over-the-counter test Luke picked up for her had been positive. They were both terrified and cautiously happy. But they were also in the middle of a 24-city tour with contractual obligations. Luke wanted to get married immediately, but Lexi didn't want to get married just because she was pregnant. Of course, her parents wouldn't have loved that news. She didn't tell anyone, except her sisters, and prepared to break the news to her parents, who weren't on the tour bus with them. They had planned to meet in Texas on their way back to California. It wasn't going to be an easy conversation, and she had not looked forward to it. She was part of the Wilder family, but the family name had been a bit of a joke. Her great-great-grandfather had years ago changed the family name to Wilder from Wilczynski, which didn't have as nice of a ring to it. But Dad had taken pride in the fact that his daughters were the opposite of wild. Lexi had been about to prove to him that she'd messed up by falling in love. Now she would have a baby. She hadn't been a bit sorry. Still, she planned to break the news gently. She'd finish out her contractual obligations, but after that, she'd need a timeout from the touring. Sabrina and Jesse understood. They needed a break, too. It wasn't healthy to be on a tour bus for months on end. She'd need easy access to fresh fruit, healthy meals, and regular medical care. But Lexi never had a chance to tell her parents because she lost the pregnancy somewhere between Austin and Houston. She didn't think about the baby all that often anymore. Lexi. It seemed she was crying. How had she not noticed that? She wiped her tears away and pulled a pillow over her head. Leave me alone. Go away. You have sweatpants now. Sneak in through the back. No one cares. Still not leaving. Instead, he crawled into bed with her, pulling her back to his front. Staying here with you. You're making me mad. Her body tightened, but it wasn't anger. She recognized the anticipation pulsing through her veins. Desire. It's what I do. His voice was gentle. Would it help if I said I don't want you here? He tugged her closer. You kept my sweatpants. She had a feeling he'd read something into that. What was I supposed to do? Burn them? He laughed. Stranger things have happened. She harumphed, trying not to enjoy the feel of his warm, tough arms around her, pulling her tight to him. I'm sorry I got mad, baby. Then his lips went to her neck, and he buried his face there. It's just that I've lost so much in my life. Can't lose you too. She bit her quivering lower lip to push the tears back. Luke had lost so much in his first 18 years of life. She'd lost their baby. That part would forever be her fault. For not going to the doctor early enough to get prenatal pills, and everything else she should have done. Gran and her sisters claimed that wasn't true, not at all, that it couldn't possibly have been Lexi's fault. But she wouldn't believe it. She'd had something wonderful and precious once, and hadn't managed to take care of it. She'd lost the baby. End of story. And now she wanted to cry because Luke was being too nice. He was taking care of her when she didn't deserve it. She'd ask him to leave again, but it would be useless. Once Luke made up his mind, it would take a tornado to move him 2 inches. The thing is, if we'd had our baby, we would have been the center of gossip. Do you ever stop to think about that? Wouldn't have been if we got married, like I wanted. Exactly, but I didn't want you to marry me because you thought you had to. She stiffened in his arms. All of this was difficult to think about, much less say out loud, because Sabrina's humiliation should have been small compared to what might have been Lexi's. At the very least, to their parents. Sabrina had rarely been able to see the only boyfriend she'd ever had, and not at all after he'd shipped off to Iraq. But her bubbly personality was such that it wasn't difficult to believe she was the loose and wild sister, not Lexi. Tell me you don't feel guilty about Sabrina. His arms tightened around her. She turned in his arms to face him. I try not to, but I should have been a better sister. Maybe taken her bone away after she met that guy. Should have noticed that she was lonely, and with the way she loves men, she'd eventually get into trouble. But I was too busy being in love. He didn't speak, but went up on one elbow and simply gazed at her with those deep brown eyes that told her it had been the same for him. Too busy being in love to realize that the rest of their small and tight world was about to shatter and break. A ragged breath came out of her. Why didn't you cry about our baby? I did, just not in front of you. Pain flashed in his eyes. That sounded just like him, so she shouldn't have been too surprised by the statement. Yet she was. Do you blame me? Never. I can't believe you're even asking me that. We never talked about it. We moved on since the baby hadn't been part of the plan anyway. But I don't know who else to blame. You blamed yourself or your mother, and that wasn't your fault either. Yeah. Guess there are some things we just can't control, no matter how hard we try. That's what Grant always says. A wise lady. I'm sorry about the baby, she said, as a solid ache pulsed through her heart. I never told you that. I'm sorry, too. He moved her even closer. Go to sleep, honey. I've got you. So she lay there and sobbed. She hadn't cried this much for at least a year, if not longer. She cried about Maggie Wyatt, cried about the baby, and about losing her father too soon. Cried about being dumped by the label because of one mistake after so many years of being their perfect little country gold angels. She cried about losing Luke to the road. Then she cried because she was so damn selfish for wanting him all to herself. And by the time she was all cried out, she finally fell asleep. 13. It's you. It's always been you. Meme. When Lexi pushed one swollen eyelid open, what seemed like minutes later, night had fallen. A shaft of moonlight poured through the slats of her window blinds. She rubbed her eyes, wondering how long she'd been out. Luke was no longer in bed with her, but she heard noises coming from her kitchen. Throwing the covers back, she climbed out of bed and tiptoed into the kitchenette. There she found Luke, his naked back to her, standing over her stove, making the tiny kitchen area seem so much smaller. He turned. "You hungry?" It was then that she noticed he'd made grilled cheese sandwiches, which, as it turned out, was about the only thing Luke could cook. Fortunately, his grilled cheese was delicious. He'd used a ton of butter and just the right amount of cheese. Yeah, you're hungry." He put one on a plate and cut it in half. She listened to the loud crunch of bread as he sliced. That's how crispy he made them. If she hadn't been hungry before that, she was now. All the sobbing had tired her out, but now that she'd slept enough, the hunger pangs were real. She'd had nothing but coffee and hot dogs all day. She wasn't hungry. Try famished. Still, she stood by the two-person kitchen table, and her finger traced the edge. "I guess I'm a little hungry." She lied. He pulled out a stool with his foot, and she sat. Then he placed one amazingly perfect grilled cheese on a plate in front of her. She took one bite and closed her eyes in pleasure. The combination of crispy, buttery bread and melted American cheese were just utter perfection. When she opened her eyes, Luke was staring at her, an amused look on his face. "Aren't you going to eat one?" "Ate while you were sleeping." "You shouldn't have let me sleep so long." She stretched, feeling the movement in every one of her tired muscles. "You needed it." She ate in silence for a few minutes, Luke sitting across from her on the other stool. His phone pinged and pinged. Each time he picked it up, glanced at it, then put it back down. "Aren't you going to respond?" "It can wait." "You can go ahead and ping them back, whoever it is." "It's just Gary." "Then it could be important." He locked gazes with her. "It can wait." That explained a lot. "Is that what you told yourself when I pinged you? She can wait?" A flash of irritation passed in his dark gaze. "No. This is what I'm telling myself now that I'm trying to restore balance." "Is that what you're doing here, in Whistle Cove? Restoring balance or writing songs?" His gaze cut into hers. "What I'm doing here is taking care of you like I always have, like I'm never going to stop doing. I don't want to argue with you." She stood up and placed her plate in the sink. Turning to thank him, she also got ready to tell him to leave when he pulled her into his lap. "Baby." The words were said so tenderly that a tingle went up her spine. "Luke, stop." His dark eyes were taking her in, every bit of her, quietly assessing, gauging his chances. And this was the time for raw honesty. She gave it to him. "I'm still a little mad at you." "I know you are." His arms tightened around her. "And I get that." She couldn't help threading her fingers through his thick, dark hair. He'd always had her heart, from the time he'd first claimed her as his own. "But I'm working on it." "Yeah?" His hand lowered to the small of her back and gently caressed her. "I didn't like seeing you with those other women." "Understood. Didn't like it when you had a duet with Brett Ellis that one time." He would bring that up. Sabrina had the flu, so Lexi had been tasked to perform with the handsome singer at a CMA show. Why? He was a perfect gentleman. If by that you mean he couldn't stop staring at your ass, then I agree. She snorted. "Stop it. He did not. He would think that. That's because you've never noticed when guys checked you out, but I sure in the hell did." It was just business. So was my stuff. He held her gaze. In those deep brown eyes, she didn't see a hint of deception. He was here now, when he didn't have to be, taking care of her. She pressed her forehead to his. I know, honey. I've known for a while. He let out a breath. Fucking finally. A small laugh escaped her, and she put a finger over his lips. Don't curse. We got you over that bad habit once. Let's not do it again. After dinner, Luke checked on the clothes he'd hung to dry out. They were still damp, so he sent her to bed and turned on the TV, the volume low. A few minutes later, he was tuning her guitar. She rolled over on her elbow and faced the front room. Don't you have to get up early for the morning show? Aren't they sending a car? I might just stay up all night. Easier. You're going to be exhausted. Getting used to it. He strummed a chord, the guitar now in perfect tune. She heard him flipping through channels as she tossed and turned and tried to get comfortable with Luke half naked in the next room. Luke? She finally asked, because there was no other way she could sleep at all. Could you lay down with me until I fall asleep? Sure, baby. And just like that, once he'd pulled her back to his stomach, it was probably seconds before she drifted off. Lexi woke up the next morning because her back was cold, and Luke was gone. He hadn't even woken her, and she'd been so exhausted and worn out that she didn't remember so much as budging all night. Now she tore off the covers, hopped out of bed, and ran to the TV to see if she could catch his interview. When she flipped to the local station for Good Morning Monterey Bay, she saw Luke on the screen, strumming his acoustic guitar. The interview portion, and she had to assume there'd been one, must have completed, and now they'd talked him into singing a song. That song was, of course, Falling for Forever. After not hearing it for months, she now listened to it for the second time in about as many days. The acoustic version was breathtaking, seeing as that's how he'd come up with the melody in the first place. It took her back to the first time she'd heard him strum the chord progression, and deep in her bones known he had something special. But even she had no idea the song would be so well received. She stared at the man who just hours earlier had been next to her in bed. He'd stayed up all night. No one would be able to tell. There was no trace of fatigue or exhaustion in his eyes. The camera loved Luke Wyatt. Someone at the label had seen that and run with it. She didn't blame them. The label had worked hard to polish Luke Wyatt into exactly what they needed him to be, a virile and handsome country singer, even if he'd grown up by the ocean, worked the fishing boats, and hung out with some rough characters. Even with a father like Reggie Wyatt. All that added to the element of bad boy gone good, always helpful when packaging a male artist. When Luke had to become the front person overnight, when his chance had finally arrived, it came along with fame lessons and a speech coach hired by the label. Luke had to stop dropping the F-bomb and learned how to smooth talk with the best of them. He'd learned how to control his temper better. Excited about the morning, Lexi showered and dressed in her work jeans, a sky blue sweater, and her favorite kick-ass ankle boots. She wondered if Sabrina or Jesse had seen the interview and what they thought. Wondered what they'd say about the fact that Luke had pushed his way back into her life again, and she'd let him. She had no idea what it meant, or if they'd ever be what they'd once been to each other. But for now, she was willing to explore it. Lexi swung by Olga's kitchen to grab a mug of coffee. "Did you see Mr. Luke this morning on the TV?" Olga asked. "I missed the beginning, but I saw him singing." She added exactly 3 tablespoons of her liquid creamer. No more, no less. "He's so talented." How could she argue with the obvious? Lexi patted Olga's back in silent agreement. Next, Lexi headed to Jesse's office for their weekly morning meeting on the status of all things Wilder, which these days was just the B&B. You don't have a room for your mother? Lexi stopped in her tracks when she heard the pitchy, whiny voice of Elizabeth Kit Wilder. Mom, I'm sorry, we're just completely booked. Maybe you can stay with me in my cottage, or Lexi's, or Sabrina's, Jessie's soft voice said. You could have called first. Lexi took 2 more cautious steps toward the office door and considered whether she should just turn around and make a run for it. Her morning was great so far, and she hated to ruin her forward trajectory. Call, are you or are you not my daughter? Because I clearly recall 14 hours of labor. Back labor. I'm a Wilder, honey, and as such, I deserve the courtesy of a room at the Wilder B&B. But, hi, Mom, Lexi said as she entered the room. She had to save her sister, after all. Lexi, sweetie. Kit turned to look up at Lexi, a huge smile on her face. Uh-huh. She wanted something. Lexi just wasn't sure what yet. Kit Wilder was a dead ringer for Samantha Jones from Sex and the City. She dressed at the height of fashion when she could, and today wore a white A-line dress with a slender black belt and gorgeous gold sandals with a loop that ran around her ankle several times. She was 50, but looked 40. Therefore, she didn't think it was a big deal to lie about her age, even if the age at which she would have had to give birth to her girls became younger every year. Pretty soon she'd have to claim to have been a child bride. Jessie tells me there's no room at the inn. It's not even Christmas. How can that be true? Kit laughed at her tasteless joke, and Jessie, ever the people-pleaser, did too. Mom, it is true. Lexi straightened. Jessie has worked hard to get us out of the red, and now we have a long wait list and no vacancy. And what does your grandmother have to say about that? Mom sniffed. Surely she doesn't want her only daughter-in-law thrown out on the streets. Mom, seriously, on the streets? You can stay with me. Anyway, what are you doing here? Lexi asked. I'm visiting my daughters. Is that so strange? But Mom had stayed away for the better part of the year they'd been off the road and finding their way, choosing to stay in Palm Springs where she'd lived with Dad until he'd passed away. She had a condo there and friends who doled out plenty of sympathy. She'd constantly moaned about her lot in life as a young widow, but that's what happens when you marry a man 14 years your senior. It had actually only been a 10-year age difference, but as Mom's age remained static and she never got any older, that age difference stretched. Sabrina walked into the office then, wearing her Mrs. Hippie costume, a tie-dyed ankle-length sundress, layers of necklaces that chimed when she moved, and a peace-and-love purple bandana over her forehead. Blue round-shaped sunglasses that perched on the edge of her nose completed the look. Mama, she squealed and opened her arms wide. Baby girl. Kit stood, opened her arms, and Sabrina threw herself into the embrace. Mom then pulled her back and took a long and appraising look at the getup. What on earth are you wearing? It's my flower child costume. Do you like it? She spun around. Sabrina had always been Mom's favorite. Lexi and Jessie didn't much mind that, seeing as they'd pretty much been Dad's favorite. But since Sabrina and Mom had so much in common, and her sister clearly needed her mama, it only made sense. Fashion sense, and its importance, was merely the beginning of a long list of commonalities with her youngest. Nice, sweetie, but I think you can do better. Mom gave another assessing look at the getup. I'm in hiding. It's my disguise, Sabrina said. Mom went hand on hip and leaned back. You're not doing that again. One good thing Lexi could say about her mother was that she was a mama bear in every sense of the word. While she might have issues with her daughters, and she did, often, no one else on earth was allowed to criticize, at least not in her presence. She still wasn't speaking to half of the residents of Whistle Cove. people she and Dad had grown up with. Kit had once threatened to sue Mrs. Oppenheimer for slander and made the old lady cry. It could get ugly at times because Mom didn't suffer fools. Her words. I don't know, Sabrina shrugged. It's kind of fun. We'll go shopping. And to the spa for manicures and pedis. It's been a while since we had a girls' day. Mom clasped her hands together. Oh, wow. That would be such fun. When? We could go today, but I need to get situated. Jessie says I don't have a room. Mom stuck her bottom lip out in a pout. You don't have a room for Mama? Sabrina turned to Jessie. We're booked, Jessie said. Remember? You can stay with me. Sabrina put both hands on Mom's shoulders. It will be like a long slumber party. Oh, honey, I guess we can do that for a bit, but since I'll be staying a while, we should probably get me my own room. Those cottages are so small. We'll be right on top of each other. They were actually perfect for two, but Lexi kept her mouth shut. How long are you staying? Lexi and Jessie both asked at once. Does a month sound okay? She smiled at Sabrina, knowing clearly who would be happy and who would not. A month? That's awesome! Sabrina jumped up and down. You should really move here. Maybe you can move into Gran's big house if she marries Sir Clint. Mom's right eye twitched. Sir Clint. She probably wouldn't like the fact that Gran had a boyfriend while Kit was still saving myself for the right man after my precious John. A hard act to follow, you know. That's Gran's new boyfriend. We have so much to talk about. Come on, I'll take you to my cottage and give you a couple of dresser drawers and some closet space. Sabrina pulled on Mom's hand. Lexi resisted face-palming. This was so not going to work out for Mom, who had a wardrobe built over the years that wouldn't even fit in one of their small closets, much less half of one. It was clear she'd want a room of her own, a suite preferably, where she could pretend she was a paying guest. All right, let's do that, dear. Meanwhile, your sisters will find me a room. Maybe you could move someone around or cancel someone? Mom waved a hand dismissively. That's bad for business, Lexi bit out. Well, what about Luke's room? Mom said without missing a beat. Lexi froze. Kit knew Luke was here. It had been only a week. How did you know? I'm on FriendBook. I tweet. Then you should know that Luke is the one who's brought us a 0 vacancy rate and a wait list. Lexi glared at her mother. And why does he need a room all to himself? Can't he stay with you? She asked. For once, Lexi had no words. Finally, only one came out, somewhere between a hiss and a roar. Mom! She wagged her finger. Don't you mom me? You two spent years on the road sharing a bed, keeping both me and my poor John in the dark, I might add. And now you can't spend a few weeks sharing a cottage? While Lexi silently tried to absorb a few weeks, she swallowed the guilt she had often felt about living with Luke on the tour bus, with her clean and wholesome image. But she'd been madly in love with a man, and allowances should be made for that. We broke up. Mom had the full 411, so why she pretended not to know this information only infuriated Lexi. You're still friends, aren't you? The look in her sea-green eyes was positively hopeful. Oh, the irony. Kit had never been Luke's champion, secretly hoping Lexi would wind up marrying country music royalty. Mom had several men in mind, all of them about 20 years Lexi's senior. The only reason Mom would be interested in Lexi's relationship with Luke now meant she saw him as country gold hot, and she wanted some of that to now rub off on her daughters. That made Lexi feel strangely protective of him. She didn't want the music industry to play any part in whatever had started again between her and Luke. They might not be friends much longer if they have to share that closet, Jessie piped in, obviously uncomfortable with the heavy silence in the room following Mom's words. Just saying. Sabrina laughed in agreement. Hell yeah. Lexi and her mother were still locked in a staring contest. We're friends. We're not sleeping together, Lexi eventually stated. That wasn't exactly true, of course. They'd actually slept together last night. Sleeping being the operating word. Not that she would share that with Kit. Pulling Mom away, Sabrina tried to lighten the mood in the clash of wills. Come on, Mama. Let's go get a facial. You'll feel better after that. 14. The truth is, bad decisions lead to interesting stories. Meme. The limo the station sent dropped off Luke at the entrance to the B&B, and he made his way up the stone walkway. Glancing to the deck, he pulled off his shades in disbelief. True, he was currently the definition of tired, but he had to be seeing things. But no, on closer inspection, there sat Kit Wilder, at a table on the wide wraparound deck that faced the ocean. As usual, she dressed like a movie star. He'd never much cared for the woman, and the airs she put on. But the worst thing about Kit Wilder was the way she treated people who couldn't help or advance her daughters' careers. Luke knew the country music grapevine rumors well. From the moment the Wilder sisters had crashed and burned, Kit had been trying to find a way to get one or all of them back in the spotlight for a second chance. A comeback, she called it, just like those athletes do. And to her mind, one had been in the works since the moment the label had dropped them. But Kit didn't have the connections that her late husband had in the business. She'd been less than successful in her venture, not that Luke thought that would stop her. One thing he could say about Kit Wilder was that she adored her daughters and wanted the best for them. Unfortunately, she'd be the one to decide what was best for them. Thank you very much. And for Lexi, that had never been Luke Wyatt. Did he sound bitter? Maybe a little. Luke bristled every time he was forced to be around her. The more she had hated on him, the more jealous he'd become over Lexi's time. It was the insecurity that had ruled him then, the nagging thought that he wasn't good enough to be with Lexi, a secret Kit had to know. Now, he couldn't say that he and Kit didn't have something in common for once. They both wanted Lexi back in the business, where she belonged. Back in Nashville. They both thought they could make decisions for Lexi. The difference was that Luke didn't honestly believe he could always be successful at that, while he had little doubt Kit remained downright convinced she could. Luke! She waved in his direction, meaning he wasn't going to escape her claws. Not today. He wanted a few hours of sleep more than he wanted his next breath, since his back ached like a bitch. He'd pulled an all-nighter again. First, he'd watched Lexi sleep, played with her hair until he thought his clothes might be dry enough, then sneaked back into his pink room in still somewhat damp clothes to shower and change. But he couldn't ignore Kit. Didn't mean he had to be friendly. He came up to her table and whipped off his shades. Mrs. Wilder. She didn't take off her huge circular sunglasses, preferring to stay reclusive and mysterious, he supposed. Son, call me Kit. How many times have I asked you to do that? Try exactly none. Luke didn't say that, but instead slipped his glasses back on. Sorry. Forgot. How have you been? Oh, you know. Horrible. Nothing is the same without John. Luke would have to agree. John Wilder had been one of a kind, and Luke had thought of him as a father. He still missed their nightly after-show talks. Like Luke, Mr. Wilder had been a night owl. They'd had conversations which had taught Luke as much about the music industry as how to be a good husband, father, and family man. He'd been the father Luke wished he'd had. Miss him too. He was then treated to a long speech about life without John, life without the music industry, life constantly defending her baby girl who made an innocent mistake, and those horrible people who had fooled themselves into thinking they were better because they'd never sexted. Luke was a little bit freaked out that she knew the term. I'm waiting for my baby girl now. We're going down to Lulu's for a spa day. We never splurge these days. But I figure she's long overdue. And I know I am. He knew that baby girl meant Sabrina, so he didn't have to ask. Also, he didn't believe that Kit was overdue for a spa day, but what the hell did he know? Luke stood up, sensing an early exit strategy. Well, I'll leave you to it. Oh, sit down. She's going to take forever to change. Reluctantly, Luke sat back down, picturing his bed longingly, and wondered if Kit would notice if he listened with his eyes closed. My baby was in some ridiculous getup dressed like a flower child so no one would recognize her. I insisted she change into her cutest dress to go out with her mother. She won't hide who she is around me. At this, she lowered her shades to meet his eyes. Do you think that's fair, Luke? He never had. Absolutely not. She sighed. It's a man's world. A girl likes sex, she's a slut. A man likes sex, he's a stud. Am I right? Talking about sex with his girlfriend's mother had never been among the top 10 conversations Luke wanted to have in his life. Sure. How are you and Lexi doing? Luke had hoped to get to this subject. Right about now, he was Kit's answer to prayer, and now she could be his. He could bring Lexi back into the business. Seeing as he hoped to take her to Nashville, kicking and screaming if he had to, this might be a better option. Getting the support of her mother. We're talking again. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Wonderful! He didn't have to have his eyes open to hear the joy emanating off her. I always knew you two would be good together. Luke decided to pretend he didn't know otherwise. Pretend he didn't know Kit had been staunchly on the anyone but Luke train for years. She changed her mind, and while he was somewhat disgusted by why, he wasn't too proud to use it to his advantage. It was different than using his fame to get a better table at a restaurant or to cut in line. This was about getting the only woman he'd ever loved back for good. He'd do anything. He cleared his throat. Yeah. Thanks. Me too. I'm happy for your immense success. John always believed in you. Knew you had it in you to strike out on your own. Luke knew that to be true because John had said that very thing to Luke many times. For years, he hadn't wanted to leave his position with the Wilder sisters' band to go off on his own. The timing hadn't been right. He hadn't had enough original material. There were too many other factors to consider. And Lexi, who had wanted him around. Lexi, for whom he'd literally do anything. I hate the way it happened. We all do. She reached over to pat his hand. It all got out of control so fast. Had John been around, none of this would have happened. He'd have found a way to recover from the setback. Kit didn't seem to realize that at least Lexi didn't necessarily consider it a setback, since she'd gotten a break from the constant pressure of the road. I feel like Lexi might be enjoying the time off. Of course, because she hasn't yet realized that she can be a star all on her own. All of my girls could be. Separate and unique talents and better together, but fine apart, too. John was a family man to the core, so he wanted us all to be in this business together, travel together, and be a family. It was great when the girls were younger, but as they got to be successful young adults, we had less control. Oh, he did know that. Sabrina joined them a few minutes later, giving Luke a breezy greeting in the form of a half-wave, half-salute. Ready to go? Kit beamed. You look beautiful. That's what I like to see. We're having a spa day, Sabrina said to Luke with the kind of enthusiasm reserved for Christmas. I heard, Luke said with a smile. He said goodbye to Kit and Sabrina and headed to his room, but not without being asked for an autograph 5 times on his way. Then, paranoid he was being followed, and worried he'd have guests camped outside his door, he took a long and circuitous route to his room. Once certain no one noticed him, he let himself inside the room and collapsed face first onto the bed, fully clothed and not giving a rat's ass. And finally, he slept. A few hours later, Luke woke up, showered, and dressed. He was a man on a mission and didn't need to waste any time. It was early afternoon, and he found Lexi out on the deck, chatting with some of the visitors. She pointed to a map, probably giving directions to the Monterey Bay Aquarium, Cannery Row, or any number of local touristy attractions. He positioned himself a few feet away, so as not to interrupt, but so that she'd clearly see him waiting. She laughed and tossed back her long hair, then caught his eyes and shyly looked away. After a few more words to the visitors, she waved to them and headed in his direction. Hi, she said, stepping into his line of sight. Hi, baby. He propped his shades on his head. You sleep well? Thanks to you. Good. He took her hand and threaded his fingers through hers. Any chance you might need help getting to sleep again? She smiled. Maybe. I'm on call for that service. Just say the word. Ping you? She teased. I won't ignore your pings. What did Gary want anyway? To remind me to behave on TV. Like I needed the reminder. Asked me to watch my mouth. Guess he thought being back home I might revert back to my old bad boy ways. We can't have that. Well, you can have that. He met her gaze, suspecting she probably knew exactly what he meant. By the flush on her cheeks, she did. She'd been shy with him from the moment they'd met, which he found attractive. Once he'd believed that Lexi only wanted him because she was slumming. Either way, he didn't care. He already knew she was too good for him. But he hadn't been too lucky in his life, so when Lexi loved him, and loved him so good he thought he landed in heaven on a day pass, he shut his mouth, kept it closed. If she thought him to be good enough for her, he wasn't going to try to convince her otherwise. He tugged her into his arms and ran his hand down to the small of her back. She looked up at him, eyes sparkling and shining, and his pulse sped up, hammering away in his chest. He lowered his head to close the distance between them. We have an audience, she whispered near his lips. She tipped her head back and turned. He followed her line of sight, and sure enough, a small crowd of onlookers had formed. When he caught them staring, some were kind enough to look away. Others were bolder and continued to stare, mouths gaping. He turned her so that her back was facing all of them, and was about to suggest he and Lexi meet inside for some privacy when Jessie came running outside, headed straight for Lexi. She waved a cell phone. You have to go get Mom and Sabrina. They're downtown and causing some kind of scene at Lulu's Day Spa. My friend Donnie from the pet supply store just called me. It's bad. I'll head right over. Lexi pulled the rest of the way out of his arms, or as far as she could get when he didn't let go. I'm coming with you. He tugged on her hand and led the way. I'll drive. No, you don't need to get in the middle of whatever drama my mom's cooked up this time, Lexi said. I said I'll drive. I'm not driving in that deluxe sedan. Give me your keys. He held out his palm. No, I'm driving. Lexi. Oh my God, you two, just like old times. Stop arguing and just move. Jessie gave Lexi a little shove. He followed Lexi to her cottage, where she ran inside to grab the keys to her truck and reluctantly tossed them to him. Driving them downtown, he saw the scene when they were more than a block away. So did Lexi, going by the hitch in her breath. I thought we were done with all this. Leave it to Mom, Lexi said. How long has this been going on? He searched for a parking space to no avail. Whistle Cove was a small town that had grown up too fast, considering it was situated in the heart of the diamond that was Monterey Bay. A crowd had gathered in front of the storefront, surrounding both mother and daughter. Most observed passively, holding up phones with assumed looks on their faces. One look at Sabrina's cowering form as she stood slightly behind her mother, and Luke wanted to get in the middle of it all and address the situation. The old Luke, Reggie's son, would have done that, hands down. Put himself between Lexi, her sisters, and anyone who even considered hurting them. And while he realized that hauling off and slugging someone might be bad publicity, ask him how much he cared right now. It's been mostly quiet for a while, but leave it to Mom to bring this mess all back up again, Lexi said. She loves the drama. Luke was still trying to angle for a parking space 2 storefronts down when Lexi unbuckled and flew out the passenger door before he could hold her back. Lexi, damn it all. That left him with little choice but to double park. Ladies, you both calm down now, a man Luke didn't recognize said from the sidelines. Iris, you started it, said a woman with rollers in her hair. Why don't you just get over your damn self? Kit didn't do anything, someone else said. Leave her girl alone. A contingent had apparently left the spa to watch the sideshow attraction, which appeared to be just between 2 women. One of them, of course, was Kit. You take that back, Iris. No one talks to my daughter that way. No one, Kit waved animatedly. Are you so perfect? Huh? Are you? Better than you are, anyway. You can fool some people in hoity-toity Palm Springs, but we went to high school together. I know you're 50 and still dressing like you're 30. No wonder your daughter is loose. Look at her example. Oh, man. Huge mistake. Luke knew before he'd crossed the street that he would be in the middle of some major damage control after this. The minute the crowd noticed him, phones angled away from Sabrina and Kit to him. No one says that to my mama. Sabrina went for the woman, stopped only by Lexi, who had managed to get between her and the other woman within seconds. Lexi managed to get in the middle of the melee in seconds. Arms were waving and swinging, but thankfully, all the men stayed clear. That made Luke's only job hauling Lexi out of this mess. Leave my sister alone, Lexi shouted, standing between her sister and the woman, and Luke caught her by the waist. You don't have to be so mean, Iris. He held on tight as Lexi jumped and flailed about, hair flying, fists clenched. Bending close to her ear, he whispered, Be still, baby. I see Kit has another daughter who can't control herself, Iris said, shaking her head and smirking. Lexi made a valiant attempt to wrestle him off. Let me go. Can't. Instead, he lifted her up by her waist and carried her away from the crowd and toward her truck. Luke, she shouted, her hands clawing at his fingers, trying to pry him off. It was not happening. Sabrina? Kit? Come on. Now. He threw a look in Sabrina and Kit's direction. Wisely, they followed him, Kit shielding her daughter with her body. Outside the front passenger side of the truck, Luke sat Lexi down, one arm braced on either side of her, basically locking her in. While Sabrina and Kit climbed into the back seats, Luke tried his best to calm his wild woman down. He tipped her chin. Baby, you need to take a breath. Lexi fought to regain her composure and her breath. Luke could clearly see the strain in her amber eyes suspiciously watering as she fought to hold tears back. She was trying. He'd give her that. I know, but we're better than her, yeah? He buried his face in her head of wild hair. You want to get me arrested? When she finally stilled, he used the moment to quickly open the door, push her up inside, click the seatbelt into place, and walk to the other side. "Hey, aren't you?" a woman from the crowd said. By now everyone watched closely, probably impressed that he'd gotten 3 Wilder women to agree to anything. "Nah, I just look like him." He'd now lied for the second time about being himself. Fame could really screw with a man's head. "Hey, you really do," the woman said, a big smile on her face. At that point, someone else said, "Are you high? Of course that's Luke Wyatt. He's from Whistle Cove, or did you forget?" He pulled out back onto the street, but not before Lexi rolled down the window and shouted, "Screw you!" "Really, babe?" He had managed to roll up the window from his side before she could get all the words out, and locked it. Lexi had her hand over her mouth, like she couldn't believe what she'd done. Sabrina dissolved into giggles. "Yeah, screw Iris. She insulted my mama." "Oh, honey," Kit said, reaching for Lexi's shoulder. "I'm sorry I lost my temper with awful Iris. She used to be my friend." "That's okay," Lexi said from the front seat. "You're not the only one to lose her temper." "Maybe I should moon them all," Sabrina said. "Give them a real shock." Luke double-checked to make sure the backseat windows were locked, too. Not many had ever known it to be true, but the Wilder woman could be wild. All you had to do was mess with one of them. Otherwise, they all did fair imitations of saints. Other than Sabrina, of course. "No," Mrs. Wilder said to Sabrina. "No one but your future husband is going to see that hiney of yours." "Right, Mama." Sabrina settled down. And in his rearview mirror, Luke caught Kit's proud smile. 15. Dear heart, stop getting involved in everything. Your job is to pump blood. That's it. Meme. Lexi had managed to breathe evenly by the time Luke drove them back to the B&B. Mostly. When Iris had insulted both her mother and her sister, Lexi's stomach got so tight that she couldn't remember much else after that. "Let's go walk on the beach," Mom said now as Luke pulled in by the cottages. "After I go change," Sabrina said. Lexi's heart seized. Her sister was dressed in a short, pink, flowery sundress that went to just above her knees. Nothing in the slightest bit provocative. She wore matching strappy pink sandals that didn't even have a heel. "Don't you dare!" Lexi and Mom spoke at once. "You look sweet," Mom said. "Really?" Sabrina whispered, and Lexi's heart split again. Too much. It was all too much. "Where would you want, Sabrina?" Lexi spit out. "Otherwise you let them win." Smart man that he was, Luke stayed silent on the driver's side. He had a lot to answer for right now, such as his pushy caveman ways. But she'd deal with him later. "Oh, okay." Sabrina swung open the door and slowly got out of the truck. "Thanks, Luke, for the rescue." "Not a problem." He twisted in his seat to give Sabrina a smile. "Yes, thank you for saving us from ourselves. Both of you." Kit reached to squeeze Luke's shoulder with one hand and Lexi's with the other. "Always been such a great team." Lexi bit back a reply to that and waited as Mom and Sabrina exited the vehicle and shut the doors. Then she whipped her head toward Luke. "You." He slowly turned his lowered head to study her from underneath his lashes. "Yeah?" She drilled a finger into his chest. "What makes you think you can pick me up and physically move me like that?" Luke didn't look the slightest bit apologetic. "History." "History? What does that mean?" "Mine. My history. This is the kind of situation I've been in dozens of times before, especially right after Reggie got arrested and before he went to trial. Some of his so-called friends tried to intimidate me from going up on the witness stand to testify against him. This might be right in front of Lulu's day spa and not the waterfront, but some things don't change. Situations escalate, and they run out of control fast. She didn't know what to say to that. It was true that this was Luke's area of expertise, and also true that Lexi had never been involved in a cat fight. Not unless you wanted to count one hair-pulling incident in 3rd grade. Thinking this might be a good time to exit and end this conversation, she stretched out her hand for the keys Luke had pulled out of the ignition. He met her eyes, set them in her palm, and closed her fingers. She stared at him another minute. The beautiful boy she'd loved since she was 18 years old. Her heart gave an unwilling tug. She turned to leave, but his hand was on her free wrist, the one closest to him. What? She turned, annoyed because this had started off as a great day and spiraled into something less than desirable. It had all started with her mother's arrival, which she might have guessed was the harbinger of trouble ahead. Don't think for a second that I didn't believe you could have handled yourself. Yeah? She leaned back a little bit in the seat, because this was certainly interesting information. For a year now, she'd wanted to be brave. It struck her that she was now finally in a place where she didn't allow her own guilt to stop her from fighting back. You were handling yourself so well that I worried you were going to handle yourself right into a jail cell for the night. And then where would I be? The tenderness in his eyes as he said those words went straight through her heart and sliced it with a sweet, clean cut. Luke, tell you exactly where I'd be. Getting you bailed out. Then you would be pissed at me for using my money to bail you out because you seem to think my money can't be used to help you in any way. That's not... Don't try to argue that. He held up a hand. You see now why I had to step in? Pull you out of that mess before you clocked someone? That shocked her to the core. She, Alexis Wilder, could never, ever actually hurt someone. And Luke knew that better than anyone. You know I couldn't have done that. I know when it comes to your sisters, you're like a lion, ready to take on the world. Don't even try to tell me different. He sat back, spreading his long arm out, reaching behind her seat. You know me well. I guess I should thank you. You saved the day. Again. She felt more than a little contrite. First towing me out of the water, next out of a fight. Lately, you're always pulling me out of stuff. Baby, don't do that. His fingers moved up to curl around her neck. Don't act like this is your fault. She stiffened her spine. I'm not. It's just that we've been dealing with this fallout for so long. I want it to be over already. Sabrina was just a silly girl on the road for half her life and one boyfriend her whole life. I hate that all it takes is one lousy person to make her feel so small. I hate it too. Just one look in his soft gaze, and she understood it to still be true. I knew you do. She studied his dark-eyed gaze and knew if she didn't get out of this truck, she would attack him. She climbed out of the truck, and so did he. What are you doing now? Lexi said. Going to lock myself in my room and write some more songs. Check in with Gary and let him know I didn't screw up the interview this morning. It being a local station, he didn't think he would be able to watch the show. I did. Oh, well, she hadn't meant to admit that and blurted out like she'd been given a truth serum. What next? Admit she fantasized about Luke in her bed again, doing more than holding her while she slept? Yeah? That seemed to please him, and he gave a slow smile. Did I do all right? She blinked at a ray of sunlight hitting his hair just so, making the brown shine with a hint of copper. You always do. The label should be proud. You're polished. You're a true pro. He cocked his head and studied her. Why do I get the feeling you think that's a bad thing? It's not. Try again. You were never good with lies. You're talking to someone who knows all about branding and packaging. That's why we were sold as the sweet country sister act. She took a breath. And you can see what happened there. You think I'm not going to be able to live with my bad boy gone good image long term? No. She pressed her palm to his chest to let him know the next words meant something to her. I just think you're much more than that. How was Luke supposed to have a normal life when they'd presented him as the bad boy that he wasn't? Luke had never been in jail or an outlaw, but his father was. And the label had simply used that tragedy to their advantage, with a splash of the bad boy who couldn't help his sordid past to attract a mostly female audience. Risky, dark and handsome, mysterious. They'd left the heart out of the equation. In order for Luke to mature as an artist and have a real long-term future, he'd have to go beyond that. Dig deep. But Lexi understood the powers that be had tunnel vision. They were mostly interested in the present, only interested in money and sales. And they'd packaged the handsome and virile Luke as a cross between Sam Hunt and Johnny Cash. He had the voice of Thomas Rhett, the good looks of Sam Hunt, along with the outlaw image. Thanks, baby. Luke reached and tucked a random hair behind her ear. Means a whole lot to me for you to think that. She needed to get inside her cottage before she jumped Luke. Okay, I have to get back to work. There are towels and sheets to wash and fold. Right. Her key went to the door and unlocked it. And Luke? Sorry about my mom. It's pretty obvious what she's trying to do. She never liked you, but now you're her ticket to get us back in the music business, especially Sabrina. Though I don't think she's quite ready yet. But maybe, someday. Lexi, you know I'll do anything to help that happen. Use whatever connections I have, anything. I owe the Wilder sisters big time. She turned to him and stilled. You don't owe me anything. Hell, I didn't mean. One arm went above her shoulder to brace against the door. She wouldn't look at him. I know you didn't. Lowering his face to hers, he wrapped his free hand around the nape of her neck. Need help sleeping tonight? Sleeping? The last thing she was thinking about at the moment was sleeping with him, as in curling up next to him and closing her eyes. She wanted to do a whole lot more than sleep. For the past 2 days, she'd seen traces of the old Luke make their appearance. The frustrating, but strong and amazing man she'd fallen so hard for. She met his gaze. No. Let me in, Lexi. You won't regret it. His eyes smiled. You sure? Bet my Gibson on it. That's a big risk to take, she teased. I've always loved your Gibson. Think I don't know it? So if I regret this, she nodded to her door. I get your Gibson? Yep. Now both his arms braced on either side of her, pinning her in. It was afternoon, and she was certain there were still towels and sheets to wash and fold. There always were. It was like the chore that never ended. So, essentially, they'd still be there later, waiting. I'll take that deal. She turned to open the door, and he followed her inside. She threw her keys on the couch, suddenly nervous. Luke? Was that her voice trembling like an out-of-control vibrato? His name was 1 syllable, and she'd made it sound like 3. She was hopeless against Luke. Helpless, like a drowning kitten in a deluge. And she didn't want to be alone anymore. Whether she'd regret this or not, it was happening. She wasn't going to run from him. She wasn't going to run from her feelings. That scared her to pieces. What's wrong? The smile he'd been wearing slipped off his face. His hands dropped low on her waist, and he tugged her close. Her arms went around him, hands drifting up to flatten against his abs, which clenched under her touch. Her body hummed in anticipation. Shh, don't say anything. Just kiss me. He tipped her chin and bent low to kiss her. Warm, wet, deep, and lingering. There was nothing tender about the kiss. Nothing tentative. It happened to be exactly the way she wanted it. This, him. She kissed him back hard, her mouth opening up under his, her fingers threading through his thick, dark hair, and then lowering to luxuriate in the feel of his muscles tensing under her fingertips. Her fingers trailed down the length of his back to his waist and back up again. She was getting lost in him. I've been singing that song all over the country for a year. Now it's your turn. Go to sleep, honey. I've got you. Don't think for a second I don't believe you could handle yourself. I'd have bailed you out. I'd do anything. I'm crazy about you. She refused to think anymore, refused to allow worry or let fear inside this house. The only things she'd let in right now were the two of them. Their assorted baggage, and there was a whole lot of it, was going to stay outside that door. She didn't need forever anymore. She'd take right now. They got a little wild as they moved through the living room, making their way to her bed, shedding clothes as they went. She tugged off her sweater. He seemed to barely manage enough patience to unbutton his shirt, losing one of the buttons in the process. She helped pull it off his broad shoulders, branding each one with an open-mouthed kiss. Finally, yes, finally, they reached the bedroom, and he eased her onto the bed, covering her with his body. Baby, you know no promises. She held a finger to his lips. That's the only way I'll do this, without any more promises to each other. She saw another flash of hurt and confusion in his gaze, but this wasn't about him. She didn't know how much she could give him because she didn't know that she had anything left to give. She needed time. More time. She had to figure out the rest of her life, and she'd do it on her own terms. No one would rush her. Not even Luke. Please, babe, she said, trying on a smile. Yeah? His only agreement to her condition was a hot, branding kiss. It seared her skin as he went about removing the rest of her clothes. Jeans were pulled off, then discarded. Panties, bra, him kissing every part of her as he went. Neck, arms, breasts, stomach, legs, thighs, and in between her thighs, when his tongue and lips mercilessly licked and teased the most sensitive part of her, she could only writhe under him and fist the sheets. He'd always managed to drive her right out of herself, right off a damn cliff. She came hard against his lips, bucking and moaning his name, trying hard to leave some hair on his beautiful head. You taste so good. He kissed her stomach as she slowly came back down to earth. She had no bones left in her body. They'd all melted in his heat. Now you. She removed his belt and tugged at the pants he still had on, but he stopped her. It's been a long time, and I won't last if you do that to me. He removed a shiny package from his wallet that Lexi was ecstatic to see. Then he tugged off his pants and boxers and shucked them to the side. When he tore at the condom wrapper with his teeth, she almost came just watching him put it on. It was such a beautiful sight. He stroked himself once and did not break eye contact with her. She licked her lips, her body vibrating with heat. He was so gorgeous that for a moment she took him all in. His hard angles, sinewy arms and thighs, his flat abs and light smattering of dark chest hair. He was all man, and she'd missed every part of him, some parts more than others. Then he rolled her on top, and in one long and powerful thrust was deep inside her, making her gasp. The sound of her own voice was a roar in her ears, reminding her of what they were doing, what she'd allowed because she wanted him so desperately, needed him. He'd pushed her past a place of raw pain. Somehow she'd made it through. She'd played that song, and she hadn't died. It was just a song. It didn't have power over her any longer. She'd thought about their baby for the first time in ages, and he had been there again, like he'd been once before, taking care of her. This tonight was all extra. He guided her in a steady rhythm, holding her hips and driving into her. She clung to his shoulders as his thrusts became harder. Lexi dug her fingernails into her hands to hold tears back. She squeezed her eyes shut against the onslaught which weighed heavily on her heart. She didn't cry easily, but powerful emotions threatened to pull her under. No promises. No promises. "Baby," he said, and brought her face to his, hand at the nape of her neck. "Look at me. I need you." He'd heard her thoughts. She opened her eyes and met his, her lashes damp, and she was certainly revealing far too much. This mattered. It wasn't simple or easy. In some ways they'd grown up together. But they were different people now. A little bit older, a lot more jaded. Despite all that, the two of them together just like this, still worked for her. Oh, how it worked. She wrenched the thought from her mind. Too scary. "Luke," she breathed, unable to hold the tide back any longer. Wait." He slowed them down right when she was on the brink of coming apart. "Slower." "No," she said, bucking against him. "Don't want to." "You will." He took control then, rolling her underneath him where his strokes became more even and measured as he intentionally slowed them both down. Even though she knew that what waited for her was bigger and far more intense, in the moment she hated when he took the peek away, hated when he took his time like he never wanted this to stop. He was patient. She, not so much. But Luke wanted more. He always had. By now, her body was slick with his sweat and hers mixed together, her face flushed, and hair plastered to her face. She had to look a sight, but Luke's gaze made her feel like the hottest woman alive. He whispered dirty words in her ear, words of what he was doing to her, and finally, he lost his tight control. His eyes glazed over, and he pumped faster, harder, as if he couldn't help himself, couldn't hold back any longer. In that reckless space, she met him thrust for thrust, angling her hips so he'd go deeper inside her. "Luke." Her entire body tightened and convulsed as she came with a fierceness that took her breath. Luke came with her, growling her name and gripping her so tightly she might bruise later. But she didn't care. She didn't feel any pain, only the incredible sensations rippling through her seizing body, one after another, like a powerful undertow pulling her under and bringing her back up again. And okay, he was right. It always stung when he took that first crest away from her, when he made her wait to claim it. But as it turned out, time and again, this was always worth waiting for. 16. Happy Middle Child Day. Oh, you didn't know it was Middle Child Day? That's all right. Neither did anyone else. Meme. Luke was wrecked. 100% gone. But in a good way. Lexi had sprawled on top of him, her head on his chest, one leg thrown over one of his. She slept the way she lived, all in. When they'd first started sleeping together, he couldn't handle the closeness. He needed his space and used to disentangle carefully and not wake her. He used to pry her off him on a regular basis. Who knew that after a few years, he wouldn't know how else to sleep but with her half on top of him? He rolled to his side and tucked the woman responsible for his current state into his arms. They were both breathing like a locomotive train off the rails. He rubbed her back and tried to calm them both down, bring them back down to planet Earth. Frankly, if it meant leaving her bed, he wasn't at all sure he wanted to be sane. She buried her face in his neck and hope slammed into his chest, hard and painful. He'd waited months for this. For a year, if he was honest. He'd waited to get her back even while he'd pretended it didn't matter. While he'd put on a show, it had niggled at him through every city and every sold-out show. Someone was missing. Someone who mattered. Nothing was the same without her. Couldn't be. And now that he had her in his arms, he had to remind himself to slow down. Again. No promises. The words stung, but he didn't entirely blame her. Even if he thought the whole breakup would have been a non-issue had she come on the tour with him, he'd been a stupid dude. Overwhelmed by all the female attention and the idea for the first time that maybe he was good enough for her. He'd assumed she would always stick by him, because she belonged to him, and he'd always belonged to her. But Lexi wasn't like any other woman. She happened to be the perfect woman for him. Loving and caring to everyone, but tough when she had to be. You okay? He pressed a kiss on her forehead. Yeah. He didn't know how long they both lay there, legs entwined and simply touching each other. Now that he'd been inside her again, he didn't want to push her feelings for him too hard or too fast. She had to come to the realization on her own that they were still good together. They could make this work. Forever. No promises. He shifted and spoke against her temple. Do you want me to go? What? She froze in his arms. A moment ago, she'd had her fingers trailing through the short hairs on his chest. Everything stopped, and she went up on an elbow. Why? Do you want to go? Hell no. He ran his palm down the length of her back, not wanting to lose contact. But that's up to you. Oh, right. Her voice sounded small, and his chest pinched. Were it up to me, I'd stay all night, and we'd do this again. Maybe another 3 times. She smirked and rolled on her back. 3 times? You think you've got that in you, huh? Just let me get my second wind. Oh, okay, but this time I call the shots, and I finish when I say I finish. She thumped his chest. Whatever you say, baby. How's your back? Just like her to be concerned about him when at the moment he was as relaxed as he'd ever been. What back? That's not funny. She rolled to her side and splayed her fingers on his abs. Are you taking care of yourself or pushing it like you always do? He folded his hands behind his neck. I'll take the 5th. The last thing he wanted at the moment was to remind Lexi that he was weak in any way. The back injury was something he'd learned to live with, and if over the years it had caused him pain, he could manage it. Occasionally he took over-the-counter pills when it got bad. While it was true that the long nights and excruciating tour schedule would have been easier to handle without his old injury, He didn't want any special allowances made for him. He would work just as hard and just as long as if he had a perfect spine. He didn't want to face the fact that he already had a bad back at the ripe old age of 29. He'd use the pain to remind himself he was alive, strong, something he could always use in any line of work. Once it had been on the wharf and the boatyards. Next as a roadie who had lifted more than any doctor would have advised him to do. He was certainly not weak, like the kid he'd been when unable to dodge his father's fists, much less return fire. Only once in all those years of getting between his mother and Reggie had Luke wound up in the hospital. Only once. But that had been enough. He'd become used to getting between them and taking the hits for his mother. Reggie's fists hadn't been as tough on him as they had been on his mother. Unfortunately, even that hadn't stopped the inevitable. Perhaps he'd only slowed Reggie down. Let me just say, it's very difficult when you try to act like you're indestructible, Lexi said. Never said I was. That may be true, but it would be nice for you to at least admit when you're in pain. And what good is that going to do me? For one thing, it might make the label realize that they can't push you so hard on these ridiculous multi-city tours. They're rough on everybody. Not me. I can handle it. He certainly didn't need Lexi worrying about him. Didn't she have enough on her plate worrying about Sabrina, worrying about her grandmother in the B&B, worrying about being able to write her own songs again and sell them so she could help her grandmother? God knew she wasn't going to let him help. He'd never been anyone she had to worry about. Instead, he was the one who wanted to take care of her. Once again demonstrating her inability to cut him any slack, she rolled her eyes at him. Luke, you're now big enough and important enough that you might be able to call your own shots with the label. Did you ever think about that? Well, crap. Actually, he hadn't. But when he was willing to work as hard as the next person and grateful for the opportunity, it did make sense to ask for favors from anyone. Wait a minute. Is this you now caring about me? Worried about me? Almost seems like you give a shit. She threw a pillow at his head and then straddled his hips. He slowly removed the pillow from his face, gripping her hips in case she got any ideas about moving, and slid her a wicked smile. This is very convenient. As it happens, just got my second wind. I can tell, but seems more convenient for me, at least from where I'm sitting. She wriggled on top of him and pushed on his chest so he'd lie back. You sit back now and let me do all the work. Oh, hell yeah. Later that morning, Lexi phoned Jessie and told her she wouldn't be working for the rest of the day. I need a break, Lexi explained, knowing Jessie would understand. After that scene today, I don't blame you, Jessie said. I heard Luke was a total hero today. Both Mom and Sabrina couldn't stop talking about how he pulled you all out of there. Oh, yeah, that. Not her proudest moment. Are you crazy going after Iris like that? She always stirred up trouble. Do you want to get everyone talking again? Sorry, I temporarily lost my mind. Mom brings it out of all of us. Good thing Luke was there. Where is he now? Some of his fans are asking. Is he back hiding in his room? Lexi cleared her throat. How should I know where he is? Silence from Jessie. Then, he's right there, isn't he? Lexi let out a big sigh. Jessie, would you quit that? Quit what? Reading my mind. Lexi hissed into the phone. Because seriously, her sister. Damn. Sure thing. It's right here on my to-do list. Check with Olga on food supplies right after. Stop reading my sister like a paperback novel. Anyway, rest and relax. Take the rest of the day. Thanks. I will. Lexi hung up and stretched out on her tangled sheets. She was lying completely naked and had been in this marvelous state for hours. She felt decadent and irresponsible, 2 words which would never be attributed to her before today. Right here, on her bed, in the middle of the day, with a man who had the best hands, the best mouth, the best tongue. Turned out she wouldn't be getting his Gibson, and quite frankly, she was good with that. No promises, no regrets. Yes, sir, that was her new modus operandi. Wait, was that modus operandi? Whatever. Actually, grapes would be good right now, and Luke feeding them one by one to her. He still had some making up to do. She giggled at the thought, although, hey, stranger things had happened. But at the moment, the man with the best of everything was further proving it by strumming on her guitar. He was on the other side of the opened French doors, stretched out on the couch, half naked, making her guitar sing. 30 minutes ago, he'd pulled his jeans back on, the top button undone, no shirt, and cooked for her again. Grilled cheese. A little making out after she'd complimented him on the best grilled cheese sandwiches in all the land, and then he'd made his way to the guitar. Luke could never be away from the guitar for long. Once it had been that way for her. Now she had to force herself to play, knowing if she didn't, she'd get rusty. Lose the finger calluses which had been so hard won. But the joy and the drive to play and write, that part hadn't been there for a while, until recently. The short story? She'd burned out and knew it. The long story went somewhere along the lines that deep inside that truth was the fear that she'd never have another song come out of her again. No more fruit on the vine. She was a dried-up husk of a songwriter who, at the ripe age of 28, was already a has-been. That was certainly what the label and anyone who mattered in country music believed. Quit feeling sorry for yourself. And true enough, why was she lying here all alone when within a few feet of her was her man, the one she'd been apart from too long? She grabbed a long t-shirt and threw it on, then went to join him. He looked up when he saw her approach, and an easy smile spread across his face and lit up his chocolate eyes. Hey, baby. Don't stop. The couch barely fit too, but she sat and curved her body to his back to save room. I like to hear you play. He strummed for a while and then added a melody, plunking it out note by note. Something new. She kissed his back, then buried her face in his neck. It sounds like another winner. Luke was such a gifted songwriter, though she wasn't sure he understood quite how gifted. Even with all his talent, he'd still seem shocked that anyone would want to hear him play his own songs. Now he had the success to back it, so she hoped he finally believed in himself as much as she did. You're talented, babe. She kissed his shoulder. Tell me you get that. He snorted. Yeah. She gave his shoulder a love bite. Don't make me slap you. It's a job, baby, and much better than working on the boatyard. Not quite true. It was a job, like any other, but also a passion. In a relatively short time, Luke had achieved something few in their business could. And as much as she missed him, this was his life now. She'd never take that away from him. What's the song called? She asked. Working title? Get Her Back. He didn't look at her, but kept strumming. When she didn't say anything, he added with a smirk, You know I suck at lyrics. And titles. And of course, she happened to most assuredly not suck at lyrics or titles. It was her favorite part. The way she could tell a short story in a song. Country music was like that more than any other musical genre. If it wasn't for you, Falling for You would be a different kind of song, he said. What kind would it be? Don't know. Maybe about a guy working on his Harley? He chuckled. Kidding. Mad as she'd been with the songs he'd written about their breakup, she was now flattered that he'd care enough to write about missing her. But while her songs told a story, beginning, middle, and end, most of his songs were right in the middle, which she had to admit worked for him. Luke, seriously, you can do this. Just start at the beginning and tell a story. We all love stories. What if he's working on his Harley and a beautiful girl drives by? What if he recognizes her because she's got a certain reputation in town? What if he finds out there's more to the story? She's trapped in a loveless marriage. She's abused. She's unloved. Luke stopped strumming and turned to look at her over his shoulder. Damn, baby, that's depressing. All right, it's not my best idea. I'm just giving you an example. No, it was good. His hand came to rest on her knee right behind him, and he stroked, causing a shiver to pulse through her leg. Just sad. It's all in the delivery. When Luke started playing again, Lexi began to hum along, their voices blending together. She then added words which seemed to just come out of the sky, straight out of nowhere. Sometimes it happened that way, a song fully formed and needing little or no work, though it hadn't in a long time. Luke followed along, just adding his voice to the harmony as he came to learn the words. An hour later, they had one verse and the chorus to a brand new song. Excited, Lexi grabbed paper and a pen and scribbled it all down while Luke smiled at her from under hooded eyelids. This is good. Much better than her sex song that tried too hard. This was her first song without a beginning, middle, and end. This one was right in the middle. This one was simple and beautiful, like a gift. Of course, it was Luke's melody. I think this might be good. Luke stopped playing and set the guitar down in its stand. He stood and pulled Lexi up by her elbows. Try fantastic. Seems like we're still pretty good collaborators. Come here. His hands drifted down from the side of her waist to her hips. Then he hooked a hand under her knee and pulled her leg up around his hip. He kissed her hard and long, and by the time he was done, they were both panting. With warm hands squarely on her butt, he lifted her straight into his arms. She wrapped her legs around him tightly, and he carried her back to bed. 17. I'm so glad I don't have to hunt for my food. I don't even know where tacos live. Meme. Luke spent the night. In the morning, Lexi slid out from under his arm. She'd let him sleep while she took a shower and got ready for work. She'd had her day off and her fun and self-indulgence. Now it was time to get back to work, and her part in the business of running an inn. She made her way to the kitchen to make the coffee, and when she passed the short hallway from the kitchen towards the front room, she peeked in the bedroom to see that Luke had barely stirred. He still had one arm slung over his face, the other stretched out to where she'd slept next to him all night. Poor guy. He was so not a morning person. She understood. Lexi hadn't been one for years either, but coffee had changed all that. Now the best thing about the morning was her first cup of coffee. She liked it dark and rich with exactly 3 tablespoons of creamer, and she looked forward to it every day as her morning treat. Most of the time she'd sit on the couch after her shower with a mug of coffee and check email. She sat on the couch now, with her laptop stretched over her thighs to do just that. But curiosity bested her, and she performed a Google search on Luke Wyatt. Now that the man was sacked out only a few feet away from her, she did so for the first time in months, finding it only slightly ironic. Dozens of websites popped up, including his personal website, Twitter with nearly 1 million followers. She went ahead and followed him. Wikipedia, and Instagram. A few of his song videos were on YouTube. links to articles about him on Rolling Stone and Billboard. Next, the people also ask questions. Among them, who opens for Luke Wyatt, who writes songs for Luke Wyatt, and who is Luke Wyatt engaged to? Who is Luke Wyatt engaged to? Lexi clicked the arrow down. The information was reportedly from an article from Country Star, and it read, "Unconfirmed sources claim that Luke Wyatt is back in his hometown of Whistle Cove, California, to plan his wedding to Lexi Wilder, the singer-songwriter formerly of the award-winning chart-topping Wilder Sisters. The two songwriting partners have been on again, off again for years. Luke's debut song, Falling for Forever, was written with Lexi Wilder and topped the charts at #1 for 8 consecutive weeks." She'd always wondered about these unconfirmed sources. Reports and rumors of their engagement had been going around for years. Luke had always said that he wanted to be the first to know about his engagement. She could be the second. It would have been nice had the timing been right, but it never had been. And it still wasn't. She heard movement and glanced to see him as he rolled over on his side and opened one eye. He had apparently registered that she wasn't in the bed with him and scowled. Either the scowl was because the night had dared to turn into morning, or because she still should be in bed with him. She smiled at him. "Luke, we're engaged again. Congratulations." This was such a common private joke between them that she knew he'd get it immediately. He groaned and then added, "Come back here." "Sorry, I've got work to do today." "Work me," he said, then covered his face with a pillow. She laughed and checked her email. Not much these days, other than the occasional one from Miranda's people who wanted to know if she had anything to send them yet. In addition, a fledgling music school wanted help with fundraising and would love a free concert. She hadn't performed in a year, but that hardly mattered to them. Some days, Lexi didn't even want to look. Mostly she'd had a lot of junk mail, and one email with subject matter, photos. Cringing, Lexi shut her eyes as a pinch of unease rolled through her stomach. She assumed it was another email piling on her little sister, or worse, asking if she would intervene and get them a one-time exclusive. The email wasn't about Sabrina, but from Jennifer, editor-in-chief with Country Star. "My photographer took these photos without permission. I deeply apologize on her behalf, and she's been disciplined. But since they're so compelling, I would love to publish them in our online magazine with your consent and that of Luke's. We've been in touch with his publicist. Our website has approximately 500,000 unique visitors a day. It would go along with a positive and uplifting article on how you and Luke Wyatt are together again. Of course, I will wait for your approval. Again, my apologies." Photos of her and Luke? All taken in the past few days. In one photo, they had just left the crow's nest. Luke had his hand wrapped around the back of her neck, holding her close, face bent low to hers. They were nearly sharing a breath, and the impression might have been, if any random person were looking, that it was a passionate moment rather than an angry one. Lexi had a hand against his chest and one on his waist, but that was less a romantic gesture from her than one in which she was simply trying to hold him back. Taking another sip of her coffee, she studied the photo because there was something oddly compelling about it. She didn't know anything about photo composition, but her guess was that this person knew what they were doing. Luke looked like his usual badass self, holding on to her like he wouldn't let her go. It was another glimpse of the old Luke. Her Luke. There were other photos, too, not surprisingly of the scene over at Lulu's day spa. Luke stalking towards them, the usual easy smile missing. Another of Luke inside the truck and driving away. She wasn't surprised this intrusion was starting all over again, this time with her and Luke's personal relationship taking the spotlight. Before he'd branched out on his own, before the gold album where he'd told the world he lost the girl, the press hadn't bothered them. No one had questions about the backup guitar player always seen with Lexi. For a moment, she was back to how she'd felt when Luke first released the album. Violated. A bit of an overreaction, she could now freely admit. Now she understood that Luke had wanted her back and told her through his music. He must have known it was the most direct punch to her heart. But at least the curiosity and intrusions were no longer on Sabrina. Lexi could take the hit into her personal life if it misdirected from someone who'd had enough negative attention to last her a lifetime. She could live with this. It wasn't cruel. She carried her laptop back to the edge of the bed, sat with crossed legs, and nudged Luke. "Hey." He rolled to her, lowering the pillow, and gave her a lazy smile. "You're back." "Bad news. Seems your photographer lady followed us." She pointed to the email. "She took photos of us." Like he'd just been splashed with ice-cold water, Luke sat up, ramrod straight. "What the—" Rubbing his eyes, he took the laptop from her, read the email, and then palmed his face. "Baby." "They are beautiful photos for the most part, you have to admit." "I told her you were off limits, that I wouldn't talk about you and me." "I believe you, but everyone wants a good story." He hit reply, and even with hooded eyes began to hunt and peck. "You shouldn't have to put up with this." Lexi slapped his hand. "Luke, let's just let them publish the photos. There's no real harm." "But this is because of me. You deserve your privacy. I promised when I came here that I'd give you that." Lexi stared at the photos once more. If not for the fact she'd known they were fighting, she'd have thought they were about to kiss. "Luke?" She tipped his chin to meet her eyes. "It's okay." He'd brought the press to Whistle Cove as she suspected he would, but he'd also made her life rich and interesting again. Passionate. He'd reminded her of who she was. "Yeah?" Pushing the laptop aside, he hooked his arm around her and tucked her under him. "You have to show me that you forgive me. That's the only way I'll believe you." And she did, for the next hour, until it was finally time to get to work. Luke took a jog on the beach to calm the hell down, to wake up. First, it was morning. Second, the email. Photos taken without permission, probably with one of those zoom lenses. Others that clearly were taken at the spa day fiasco. Anger and frustration slammed into him. He'd come here to help and not hurt her more. While Lexi would probably continue to refuse his money, instead now she could thank him for a photographer following them around and taking photos without their permission. Slowing down, he pulled out his phone and dialed Gary. He picked up immediately. "Hey, how's the sand and surf in your neck of the woods?" "Not good." Luke explained the recent email and unauthorized photos from the photographer. "You've hit the big time, Luke," Gary said. "Are they good photos, at least?" "Yeah, Lexi liked them." "Have you responded?" "Not yet." "Good. Let me take care of all that." "Yeah?" "I'll make sure the article is flattering and positive. Need to earn my keep." Despite his chest tightening from the level of stress he'd been under, Luke actually chuckled. He let out a breath. For the first time in his life, he didn't have to do everything. He could depend on other people to help. Pride had been in the way of all that before, but pride wasn't going to stand in the way of Lexi's privacy and her safety. "Appreciate it, bud. Say no more. How's the songwriting going?" He wasn't going to say anything to Gary, but last night he was certain that he and Lexi had gold. The song, which would have been a bunch of inane lyrics without her, had turned into something special. Just like her. The lyrics weren't at all like Falling for You, but more of a testament to fighting to stay together. He hoped in Lexi's case, the song was autobiographical, too. But then again, she'd always been the cause of too much hoping on his part, more than ever before in his sorry life. But this was all happening too fast for her, and she'd said no promises. She'd said it. He hadn't. His promise was always going to be to have her back, to keep her safe. Nothing had changed in that regard, other than the fact that he might be able to afford a bodyguard now. But that wasn't him. He took care of his own. Don't know, but I think we just might hit country gold again. We? Luke cleared his throat. Yeah, me and Lexi. Holy shit, dude. You did it. It was just a lucky thing. I've written a few songs so far, but this one, with her, is a cut above. Surprised she'd even talk to you, much less write a song with you. You don't know her like I do. She'd loved him before he had anything to offer at all. He didn't want to risk what he had ever again. But there wasn't much time left now, and he would have to pave the road for her to come back to Nashville with him. Soon. On his way back to his room, he spotted Kit sitting at an inside table with Mrs. Wilder and her sir. That's right. It was breakfast time, and he was actually awake. Some coffee might even improve on that. He headed up to his room to shower and change and was back before the Wilder family reunion had ended. He headed to the buffet to load up, trying to ignore the giggles he heard from some of the women in line. "Mornin'," he said to a woman who angled near him and bumped his elbow. "You eat breakfast?" she said. "That's so awesome." "Thanks," he mumbled. "Maybe I'll get an award for it at this year's CMA. That was apparently the funniest thing anyone had ever heard. The woman and her friend both laughed and asked if they might get his autograph after he was done eating. He agreed, and trying hard not to look at anyone, he started back to his room when he heard the distinct voice of Kit calling. "Luke!" She stood and waved. "Over here!" He supposed this was at least better than eating alone, having strangers watch him chew, and might give him a chance to talk to Kit about how to get Lexi's career back on track. So, though he had planned on taking his food back to the pink room, he turned and walked toward the Wilders. "Sit with us," Kit said, and gestured to Mrs. Wilder and Sir Clint. "Mrs. Clint, I'm not kidding. Clint!" "We've met," Luke said, as he took a seat across from Kit. "How are you, son?" Sir Clint asked. "Did you try the blueberry scones, as I advised?" "I did. You weren't lying." He grinned. "We were just discussing our day," Mrs. Wilder said. Kit sighed loudly and tossed her cloth napkin on the table. "I'd be thrilled to plan my day, but first I need to find a room." "Kit," Mrs. Wilder began. "You don't have a room?" Luke said. "I'm staying with Sabrina. But oh boy, my daughter is messy. And besides, we're both a bit of a clothes horse, so I need some more room." "Apparently, you're the cause of zero vacancy," Clint said. "My congratulations to you." "We appreciate you staying here," Mrs. Wilder added. "It's not a problem." Luke leaned back in his chair, trying to gracefully accept all the gratitude he didn't deserve. He'd come for Lexi, but if he'd been able to help the B&B in the process, it was extra. "Yes, thank you, Luke," Kit said as almost an afterthought. "It's just what the B&B needed. I had no idea we were struggling so much." Luke noted the "we," though he had the distinct impression that Kit had never been involved much with the Wilder sisters' B&B. "Have to admit," Luke said, daring to look past his table mates and finding too many open-mouthed looks in his direction. "It's a little distracting." "Yes," Kit said. "You all never stop to think of what this might do to Luke's creative well.
too many fans insisting on his attention when he should be writing.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Wilder, the kindest woman Luke had ever met, said. I'm sure we didn't mean— Don't worry. I'm hanging out in my room mostly, Luke said, and getting a lot of writing done.
Which room is that?
Kit asked. The pink one. Kit laughed.
The mermaid room. My favorite. How on earth did you wind up in there?
I understand he got moved when he extended his stay because the captain's room had been booked in advance, Mrs. Wilder said. Luke nodded, remembering fondly how he'd stayed not just because he wanted to, but because Lexi admitted she needed him. That's right.
The mermaid room is hardly the right room for you, Kit said. Maybe we could move you.
He's already been moved once, Mrs. Wilder said. I'd hate to do that to him. Besides, we're booked now. It's the reason you can't have a room.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
What to do? What to do? Kit put her chin in her hand and looked wistfully to the crashing waves in the distance. He knew exactly what she wanted. You can have my room, Kit. What? Mrs. Wilder said. Son? Clint started. I'll still pay for it. I don't mean that, Luke said. This was one way he could help financially, and Lexi would be none the wiser. Truth is, the pink isn't my thing. But where will you stay? Mrs. Wilder said. Somewhere in town? I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll camp out on the beach. At Mrs. Wilder's horrified expression, he added, Kidding.
I don't want to put you out, Kit said.
She did, but no matter. No problem.
If you insist,
Kit said, ending the discussion.
That's kind of you.
Yes, it is, Clint said. You're a gentleman. Yeah, he was such a great guy. He had to agree. Had just managed to get himself kicked out of the only room available, so that now he'd have to stay with Lexi. Too bad. A few minutes and some small talk later, Mrs. Wilder and Clint excused themselves. They had plans for the day. Kit, of course, stayed. Luke was not surprised. Sabrina approached from a table where she'd been chatting with guests and refreshing their coffee.
Good morning, two of my favorite people. Coffee?
No, thanks. Luke covered his mug. I'm good.
Yes, honey. Thanks. You look so pretty today, Kit said, beaming.
Thanks, Mama. I haven't worn this old thing in ages. Sabrina poured coffee and turned to stage whisper to Luke. Your biggest fan is at the table behind us. 2 from that is your next biggest fan, and 3 from that, watch your step, shark territory and infested waters. Good to know. Once again, the Wilder sisters all had his back, his second family. Once Sabrina was off, Kit turned to Luke, all pretense dropped. He could see it in her crazy chick eyes. She was 3/4 of the way to her grand plan, coming in hot, and he was going to help her.
Can I be honest? Kit said.
Yep.
Whether you and Lexi reconcile or not, I think you and I both agree that she belongs back in Nashville, on the road and in a recording studio, singing, performing, and writing songs, not running a B&B.
Agreed.
So, I can count on you to put in a good word with the powers that be to get Lexi back on track with her music?
He leaned back in his seat. Kid, far as I'm concerned, I'll take her back to Nashville with me kicking and screaming all the way. It just would be much better if she agreed it's where she belongs. It would make for an easier plane ride. Kidding about the kicking and screaming, of course. She winked.
Sounds like we both have our work cut out for us.
While he didn't necessarily like having Kit for a partner, he worked with what he had. Always had. He, more than most people, understood that partnerships were at times formed out of mutual need more than respect. But he did respect Kit, first and foremost, because say whatever else you could say about her, and there was plenty he could say, much of it not nice, she loved her daughters, wanted the best for them. She loved Lexi. He loved Lexi. They had a common purpose, bringing her home.
18. You can't always control who walks into your life, but you can't control which window you throw them out of. Meme.
At the end of the day, Lexi only wanted a guitar in her arms. The song with Luke had fired her up. She spent the rest of her day making up songs while she worked. Songs about colorful towels, songs about blue sheets, a song about Olga and Tony, which caused the cook to laugh at Lexi in delight. There were songs about some of the most interesting guests at the B&B. She imagined that an older couple she'd spied walking along the beach during her break had a long history. They'd come to the B&B to reawaken what they'd had once. It was their last chance. That song she titled Last Chance Hotel, but it was too short. It was as if she was 12 again, writing songs on the way to school and singing them to her sisters in the evening. Either way, her creativity had definitely been split wide open. None of these songs and lyrics were anything she could use, but at least she was on to something more, something better. It was exciting to feel the inspiration punching through her spirit again, with actual enjoyment instead of the overwhelming and intense pressure to perform, to sell. She barely danced her way to her cottage, but when she opened the door, there was Luke, sitting on her couch, playing his Gibson. She stopped in her tracks, simply admiring how wonderful he looked decorating her couch. How nice of him. The muscles of his forearms bunched as his arm worked up and down the neck of the guitar. The smile he slid her was easy, slow, sexy. Your mom wants the pink room. His fingers continued through a chord progression. I let her have it. You did? Her skin tightened with that wonderful feeling of desire and deep affection. Yeah, I was a real nice guy. A gentleman, Sir Clint said. That's high praise coming from him. Imagine me, a gentleman. He stopped playing and set the guitar to the side. She was still rooted to her spot by the door, wondering how her mother had managed this feat. The woman had talent, she'd say that. Luke had never been crazy about her, and so he wasn't likely to indulge her. She has an ulterior motive. She just wants us to get back together so you can help my career. That's all. Yeah, and I'm okay with it. He stood. But she'd been about to say that Kit's purpose was wrong and self-serving, and that she'd simply tried to use Luke to get what she wanted. She'd never wanted him for Lexi, until he'd made such a monumental success of himself. He had to know that. She didn't want to say it out loud and hurt his feelings. Hey, turns out there's a first time for everything. He simply stood, hands in the pockets of his faded low-rise jeans, rocking back on his heels. Your mother and I, on the same side. Lexi didn't like Mom using Luke, as if she had any right to. And she didn't like either one of them conspiring together for whatever purpose they were conspiring together. She would be the one to make the decisions in her life from now on. For years she'd had no choice. Now she did. This was something she'd need to explain to both her mother and Luke. There would be no more managing Lexi Wilder. She'd manage herself. Thank you very much. It didn't change the fact that he made her bones liquid just by giving her a simple, crooked smile. Lex, he said, cocking his head. You still with me? Something loosened inside, Something crazy, irrational, and yet just a little buck wild. She took 2 steps and launched herself into his arms. Fortunately, he'd braced for her the moment he'd seen her coming and caught her easily. He had one arm tight around her waist and lowered the other one to her butt. She buried her face in his neck, taking in a long, deep breath of his earthy, beachy, and 100% male scent. Here I am. Here you are, baby. His lips trailed a line of wet, hot kisses down her neck as he moved through the French doors to the bedroom. He threw her on the bed and began divesting her of her clothes quicker than she'd believed possible. Shirt, bra, jeans, and panties took flight. Then again, he was always a bit of a magician that way. She helped pull his shirt off, and the rest followed, quickly. They both worked fast, their breaths coming shallow and ragged. She wasn't interested in tender and slow. He seemed to agree this time, his kisses coming faster, deeper, and more desperate. For her part, she clawed at his back, trying to pull him closer. They'd used protection for years, but she didn't think about it now as Luke moved swiftly inside her with one powerful thrust. Then he moved fast, his strokes steady and deeper each time. Lexi threw her head back as the intense pressure rose inside of her. When Luke hooked his arm under her knee and pulled up, he went deeper still. She lost her mind, grazing her teeth along his shoulder, coming closer and closer to that peak where she'd lose herself, where she didn't know where she ended and he began. The pulsating waves of pressure built deep inside her, pressing down and radiating through her body, spreading like wildfire in her blood. When she couldn't contain it any longer, she cried out, her body shaking and convulsing. He followed her a moment later, and by the way he did, she could tell he'd been holding back and simply waiting for her. Even here, even when it was fast, he always took care of her. Baby, Luke groaned into her mouth. Are you trying to kill me? Breath still coming slow and thin, Lexi framed his face. Did I tell you that I missed you? His lips twitched. No, but I think you just did. Right. Boy, did I miss you. Right back at ya. He rolled on his back, taking her with him and tucking her into his side. You won't have to miss me again if you come with me to Nashville. And there it was. Her body became one tight coil, and she moved, trying to pull away from him. But he only tightened his hold. We said no promises. You said that. I didn't. He buried his face in her hair, and she heard his somewhat muffled voice. I have only one promise to make. Never take you for granted again. Luke, no, don't argue with me. I love you, and I always thought I'd have you by my side. It was a mistake to assume that. She felt the fresh, salty wetness of tears. It was too soon to think about all this. She'd wanted to enjoy his last week here with him without thoughts of wondering what would happen when he left, how she'd feel when he left. Life was too short, and there was plenty of time to be sad and depressed, such as after he left, and she stayed. When she didn't respond but simply sniffled into his neck, he pulled her back by the nape of her neck. Can you tell me you don't love me anymore? In all honesty, she couldn't say those words. If she did, she'd be lying. She might get away with that for a short time, but to what end? He'd see right through her. I can't say that. His lopsided grin took that in for a minute. So, you love me? I do, you idiot. She finger-thumped his chest. But it's not that easy. I've started a life here. My sisters are here and they need me. Especially Sabrina. Gran needs me. And the B&B needs me. And I need you. Her heart tugged at the romance behind those 4 words. But you're a big guy, and you'll be all right without me. No, I won't. His hands tightened around her. There's always long distance. But she knew that would never work. It hadn't worked. We already tried that. She sighed because he was right. With the pressures of fame and the road of Nashville and all its many intricacies, being apart wouldn't work. Not for long. I don't want to talk about it now. She nestled further into his arms, lowering her head to kiss one solid peck. There are other things we could be doing, and we're wasting time. He chuckled, then in one swift move pinned her under him. Tell me again. Of course, she knew exactly what he wanted to hear. But giving it to him immediately would be far too easy. Did she mention how much she loved teasing him? I said there are other things we could be doing. Yeah, not that. He pressed into her. Tell me. We're wasting time? She batted her eyelashes. Try again. He gazed at her from underneath his lashes. Tell me. Because she tortured him enough in the past week, she threaded her fingers around his neck and tugged him close enough to share a single breath. I love you, Luke. Yeah. He smiled with satisfaction, dark eyes shimmering. I know it. Love you too, baby. And for the next few hours, he proceeded to show it. Very well. 19. The only kind of exercise I get is jumping to conclusions. Meme. The next few days passed in a haze of sex, music, work, and also more sex, with occasional breaks for sleeping, eating, and sex. Lexi spent her nights with Luke and her days trying to get something else done. Luke was still writing, doing phone interviews with Nashville and local radio stations, and any press he could manage long distance. She was still folding towels and sheets while writing songs, visiting Olga in the kitchen and Jessie in the office, and mostly avoiding Mom, who was spending her time taking care of Sabrina, taking her away from what little she did do around here. Soon enough, Lexi would have to think about Luke going back to Nashville, but for now she simply refused to contemplate it. This was easy enough to do since every time she thought of him leaving, her throat closed up. A pebble that was much more like a boulder lodged in her throat. She'd chosen instead to simply enjoy him, enjoy the way he made such male sounds, his voice rough and rumbling in her ear, talking dirty. His beard, a delectable combination of rough and soft on every part of her naked and exposed body. She enjoyed the tightness in his shoulders, when he worked to hold back his own orgasm longer, when he told her he loved her, over and over again, when he crawled up her body. Lexi was simply grateful that her mother had stayed out of her and Luke's way and hadn't pressed her about leaving for Nashville with him. Lexi was in a tough enough position without the added stress from Mom. Half of Lexi couldn't see staying in Whistle Cove without Luke. The other half couldn't see leaving her sisters behind. For so long they'd been the 3 musketeers, just the 3 of them, holding each other up and having each other's backs. How could she have their backs all the way from Nashville? How could she possibly have a career without Sabrina and Jessie at her side? Even if Sabrina had given Lexi the green light to go ahead, that wouldn't make this any easier. Jessie would be fine because she enjoyed her work at the B&B, was good at it, and never had the same passion for music that Sabrina and Lexi did. But Sabrina, she'd never be able to work at the B&B long term. It would be like trapping a firefly under a basket. Lexi had to fix that, and so many other things. And as Luke frequently reminded her, she had to think of him, too, because that's what people who loved each other did. And she did love him. Too much sometimes. She was pretty sure he'd disagree there was such a thing as loving him too much. But what could she call it when she'd almost be willing to give up her own happiness for his? Too much love, that's what. She was on her way to the weekly meeting with Jessie when she overheard her saying, "Enjoy your stay." "I'm sure I will," a man said with a deep southern drawl. Lexi watched the man walk away. He wore a tight pair of Wranglers with a large silver belt buckle and a black Stetson. Old school country. The man was none other than Gary, Luke's manager. Lexi ducked into the office so as not to be forced to say hello to him. She hadn't had enough coffee for Gary. She wasn't sure there was enough. "I thought we didn't have any vacancy," Lexi said when Jessie joined her in the office. How had Gary managed to get a room? Connections? Luke? "Well, there have been some cancellations since you and Luke," Jessie said. Made it so obvious. It was true. Obvious was their ship name. Forget Lux or Luxie for a combo name. They were Captain Obvious, both of them. They'd often walk hand in hand along the private beach together, sit side by side in the Adirondack chairs, play guitar and make out a little when they thought no one else was watching, which was probably never. And Lexi had noticed the sudden lack of beautiful women and the resurgence of couples. "Oh, great. I'm sorry, Jess. I should have. I didn't think." Jessie held up a palm. "Don't be ridiculous. Like you're supposed to stop loving him to save our business? No one thinks that. Luke helped us out of a slump. We're still doing better. Funny thing is, once we had a waiting list, we had our target guests interested again. And that's probably simply because we had a wait list. Ah, catch-22. No one wants to visit until they can't? I can't tell you how happy they are to be called when we have an opening. And Gary, what's he doing here?" "He said he was meeting Luke." Jessie glanced at Lexi, eyebrows knotted. "He didn't mention it?" "No." She wouldn't panic or jump to conclusions. Luke must have a good reason not to mention it. Either Luke didn't know, which probably wasn't likely, or he hadn't wanted to tell her that he was bringing Nashville to her own backyard. She understood why. He'd be afraid she'd make too much out of it, for one. Already Lexi's palms were sweaty and her throat closing up. Next, her stomach would follow, dropping like a stock market crash. Singing and playing again was one thing, but she still felt skittish about the business. The record company executives, handlers, and all the rest who often made decisions about an artist's life. "Are you thinking about going back to Nashville with him?" Jessie asked. "Don't worry about that," Lexi said, waving her hand dismissively. "I do worry," Jessie said. "Well, you shouldn't. I'm never going to leave you hanging. You should know that. It's the Wilder sisters together forever." She leaned forward and fist-bumped with Jessie. "That's not what I'm worried about." "Sabrina? She'll be fine. Sure, we've got to work on her and we've got our work cut out for us, but let's wait until Mom goes back." "Lexi, I've got a few things in mind. For instance, a comeback for Sabrina. We both know that's what she wants, but the timing has to be right. I think—" "Lexi!" Jessie shouted. "What?" Irritated, Lexi stopped cold and stared at her sister. Her middle sister, the peacemaker of the family, the solid foundation of the sisters. And she looked pretty pissy right now. Her lips were straight, eyebrows lowered, eyes squinting. "It's time you get a clue. You've got to go back with him." No, no, I don't. I have to stay here with you. And Sabrina needs me, let's face it. How would she take it if I just pick up and went back to Nashville, leaving her behind? She'll be fine. After all, she can visit you. Eventually, we all can. But you, Lex, have been in love with the same man for years. You're good for him, and he's good for you. Once, he fit into your life. Touring with us as a family, sharing you with all of us and our fans. Now it's time you fit into his life. It's not that easy. It should be. Lexi pushed back tears. Jessie holding down the fort with Sabrina? What if they needed her? What if something worse than a sprained knee happened to her gran? But I don't want to leave you. I'm going to miss you, but it was going to happen sooner or later. Someday, I realized a long time ago, one of us would get married, be the first to start a family, start a new offshoot of the Wilder sisters. Who knows? Maybe the Wyatt sisters. You and Luke might have daughters someday. I'm not ready for that. Then go with him and take it one step at a time. But you have to go with him. There's no other way. I will personally kick your ass if you blow this. He's the best thing that ever happened to you. And you love him. I wish we could all go together. Because she did love Luke, and the time apart had shown her how much she didn't want to live without him. She could, and she had. Now it was a choice. No, you don't really want that. Jessie smiled. But I promise you, I'll hold down the fort. Take care of Gran and the B&B. Take care of Sabrina. For once, I want you to take care of yourself. It was exactly what she thought she'd been doing here all along. Taking care of herself. Taking a long break from her old life. The world she'd grown up in. The one in which she'd been a responsible 12-year-old, writing songs and performing while going to school. It had been the life of a grown-up early on. So she'd taken a break from responsibilities. From everything. But then Luke had shown up with his Gibson, his beard, and his crooked smile, reminding her of what she'd lost. Once the taste of playing and writing was back in her blood again, it had been impossible to let it go. She wanted music in her life again almost as much as she wanted Luke. But this time, she wouldn't compromise her personal life and happiness for it. Isn't that being selfish? No, it's not. You're the least selfish person I know. This is called living your life, and you can't stay stuck forever. You and I both know this isn't where you belong. Not anymore. Jess, Lexi said, her eyes suddenly watery. I'm going to miss you so much. Jessie stood up and walked around the desk to pull Lexi into a hug. Me too. Everyone's going with me to the airport and straight through TSA to wait with me. I don't know if they allow that, but if we have to huddle at the line, we'll do that until they peel us off you. You're going to visit me all the time, Lexi said. In Skype, too. You're going to get so sick of me. After her talk with Jessie, Lexi went to work where she was needed. Today it was with Olga in the kitchen, helping to set up the buffet and serve the hot dish. A crispy bacon, egg, cheese, and potato dish. Stepping behind Olga, Lexi grabbed her in a fierce hug. She was going to miss so much about Whistle Cove and her family here. What's wrong? Olga turned to face Lexi. Nothing. You're the sweetest woman on earth, you know that? Oh, mijita, did you spill some of the dish? It's okay, we've got plenty. No, Lexi laughed. Have you ever been to Nashville? Olga smiled and swatted Lexi's shoulder. You know I haven't. You'll have to come and visit me. And Luke. The light in Olga's eyes changed from curiosity to a twinge of sadness. You're leaving us again? I'll be back to visit. I know you will, and we will visit you. She planted a kiss on Lexi's cheek. You better. Because God help her, she was going with Luke. It didn't mean she'd made a decision about her career yet. She'd simply made a decision about her heart. And she couldn't live without Luke. He would be her family now. Jessie was right. It was time to be her own person and separate from her sisters. They'd always be sisters, but they'd never be performing sisters again. Never live together again or be involved in every single aspect of each other's lives. And that was okay. Slowly, she would say her goodbyes to everyone this week, leaving her sisters for last. It would by far be the hardest goodbye. Lexi found Gran on one of the roomy cushioned couches in the room they used for a wine-tasting hour. She had her leg with the bad ankle resting on the matching ottoman, a book in her hands. Wuthering Heights. I need to talk to you. Lexi took a seat next to her. It's important. Gran simply turned to her, misty gray eyes calm and steady. I'm going to Nashville with Luke. I didn't think I would, but then Luke said, and Sabrina and Jessie said, and so... But I know this is what I want, to be with him. Gran closed her book. Honey, I'm glad. John believed you had a gift, and you do. But it's definitely not running a B&B. Hey, I thought I was going okay. Lexi elbowed her. Sure, honey. But remember last week when you thought I bought new pink towels? Yeah? You're not supposed to combine red and white in the wash. They turned pink. Those pink towels were the white towels? She had wondered where the white towels had gone. But who had time to inventory towels? Why didn't anyone tell me? I didn't want to hurt your feelings. You tried so hard. Gran put a hand on Lexi's knee. I'm glad you're going with him. Life is too short. Better hurry with that wedding I know is coming, or I might beat you to it. You? And Sir Clint? Don't look so shocked. I'm 78, not dead. She winked. If you ever need me here again, I don't want you to hesitate asking. I'll drop everything and come to you. I know you will, sweetheart. But we're going to be okay here. Jessie, Sabrina, and me. We may not be sisters, but we're Wilders, and we Wilders always find a way. After a few minutes of talking to Gran, in which Lexi learned that she'd accidentally been short-sheeting most of the guests' beds, she left her to check on whether the captain's room guests required new towels. She saw Gary out on the deck, and he wasn't alone. Mom was with him, and they were sort of huddled together. Gary nodded, put his hand on her shoulder, and patted. She shook her head a couple of times, then gave him a dazzling smile. She might be talking to Gary about resuscitating Sabrina's career. That made sense. And a tingle of excitement punched through Lexi as she pictured a not-too-distant future in which Sabrina would be visiting Nashville recording the songs Lexi planned to write for her. She stepped outside to welcome Gary and help him find Luke, who should still be in her bed. It was 9 a.m, and a little on the early side for him. With those two together again, we're sure to hit country gold, Gary was saying. I'm so glad you were able to come out. Lexi just needs to hear it from you, Kit said. It's time she gets back to her music where she belongs. I've already discussed it with Luke, and he agrees. Luke came here to write songs and get some inspiration. He needs to follow up that debut album with something big. I knew that writing with Lexi was what he wanted, but I have to admit, I never imagined she would write with him again. He's one silver-tongued devil, let me tell you. Because believe me, whatever it is they wrote together, and Luke told me it's good, it's sure to be a hit. My daughter is a gifted songwriter, Kit sniffed. Her father said so from the start. Of course she is, Gary said. and we'd be happy to have her on board writing more songs for Luke. Writing songs for Luke. Lexi left before she had to listen to another word. She ran down the deck steps, straight for her private stretch of beach where she could think, where she could scream. God, she was so stupid, naive. She hadn't wanted to be right about this, so she'd ignored all the signs. He needed new material, and he'd come to get it. Luke loved her all right. He loved her songs. He needed her words. He wanted more country gold, not her. Luke had just hopped out of the shower when he heard pounding on the front door. What was it about people banging on his door when he was naked and wet? He'd stayed here with Lexi for almost a week, but no one had bothered them before. No more photographers or fans snooping around. Even her sisters were staying away. Frankly, he appreciated it more than he had words. For years, he'd shared Lexi with her sisters. Close as the sisters were, that had been the way she came. Matching baggage in the form of Jessie and Sabrina, with whom she'd shared more than a home most of her adult life. But now, he'd had her all to himself. No tour bus filled with other people. And it could be this way from now on if she came back to Nashville. She could always have her sisters visit them. They'd come back to Whistle Cove often. Point being, he had her back in his arms, in his bed, and he wasn't ever going to let her go again. Hang on, I'm coming. Luke dried off quickly, pulled on a pair of jeans commando, and opened the door to Gary. Shock rolled through him. What the hell are you doing here? Gary dropped on the couch. Kit invited me, and I thought I'd come check up on you. She said she wanted me to see Lexi and Sabrina, too, get reacquainted and see how I can help their careers. She said the two of you had talked about it, that you were on board with getting Lexi back to Nashville where she belongs. That's true, but I'm working on that, and I don't need your help or Kit's. Luke had a bad feeling. He shouldn't have been surprised that a partnership with Kit would somehow come back to blow up in his face. Lexi was used to her mother trying to make alliances with everyone in her circle and outside of it. Even Lexi could see what she was up to, showing up while Luke was in town and trying to throw them together. Now Gary was here, a firm reminder of Nashville. Lexi wouldn't like any of this. Worse, she might blame him for it. He had to quickly find Lexi and explain he'd had nothing to do with Gary's arrival. Damn it, Gary. You have the world's worst timing.
20. The more you weigh, the harder you are to kidnap. Stay safe. Eat cake. Meme. Lexi jogged as far and as fast as her legs would take her, past their private access beach to the public one. She ran, causing groups of seagulls and pelicans to take flight. She caught the attention of joggers who did this kind of thing for fun. They smiled and nodded her way. She tried to breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose. He's going to need to follow up that debut album with something big. Didn't think she'd ever write with him again. He's one silver-tongued devil. Country gold. She should have seen it coming. Was that all anyone in Nashville cared about? What about family? What about relationships? What about love? What about her? Was that all she had to offer the world? A song? She stopped, bending over with a stitch in her side. No, she shouted to the crashing ocean waves. It's not all. I'm a good woman and I have a lot to offer. Love, friendship, honesty, and loyalty, in case anyone still cares about that kind of thing. Preach, a fellow jogger said as she moved past Lexi with a hearty wave. Uh-huh, that's right. She was still rubbing her side when Luke came running behind her, not even slightly out of breath. Lexi, been looking for you. Gary is here. I know. She whipped around to face him.
What do you want? More country gold? Lex, because I'm fresh out. Try me back next week when I have a going out of business sale. Everything half off. She stalked away. Baby, don't you walk away from me. She stopped and turned to give him the evilest eye she'd ever given anyone. Ever. It was all malevolent and witchy, her right eye twitching and watering. Watch me do it. She hadn't taken 2 steps before he had his arms around her waist, stopping her forward momentum. Head bent, he buried his face in her neck. Her body betrayed her by responding with a shiver. Luke, let me go. Not until we talk. Not until you tell me what's wrong. I don't want to talk, Lexi said. I want to run. You hate running. I'm thinking of taking it up. She pulled, but it was useless. He turned her in his arms, forcing her to face him. Tell me. I heard Gary and my mother talking. You can drop the I love you act. All any of you want is to bleed me dry. Another hit song, another city, another performance. I thought it was different with you. But you came back here for a song. Not for me. No. You got that wrong. Tipping her chin, he whispered, Want to ask you something. Do you think I'd come here, have you treat me like a leper, put me through my paces and torture me, just for a song? Whatever you came here for. You got yourself a song. There you go. Maybe that's what we do together best. You don't believe that. Take the song. I hope we hit the charts again. We could use the money around here. I'll never record the song. He pulled her to him. I don't want the damn song. For me, you're the song. Oh, that's good, Luke. See, you can write good lyrics. Now leave me alone like I asked you to do in the first place. She tugged her arm from his reach with no luck. No, he said, holding tight to her. I can't. Not until you talk to me. I can't do this with you, Lexi said, wiggling with all her might. He pressed his forehead to hers with a tight grip on the nape of her neck, just as he'd done in the parking lot a couple of weeks ago when some creep had taken the photo of them. It was passionate and bold, like Luke. She started to melt a little bit. This time when her hand went to fist his shirt, it wasn't to push him away. It was to get him closer. Everything okay here, lady? Lexi turned to see a stocky man who looked like he'd just gotten off his job on the docks and pounded back a few. In fact, in his hands, he held a half-empty beer bottle. At 9 a.m. Lexi said, her palm resting on Luke's chest. The guy's tone had an edge to it, and he stared at Luke with a sneer. Because it looks like Reggie's boy is bothering you. Lexi's heart kicked up, and her mouth went dry. One of Reggie's friends. Walk away, Luke said to the man with equal edge in his tone. She'd never before heard him sound anything like Reggie's son. Maybe because Luke had worked hard to distance himself from that old life, from where he'd come and his tough beginnings. And he had. But it was still a part of him in some small way. He was still tough and hard and would protect himself and those he loved at all costs. The man dropped his beer bottle and wiped his chin. You're a prissy country singer now, but your father never hears from you because you forgot where you came from. I didn't forget where I came from, Luke said fiercely, releasing her. His hands turned into fists. Lexi held onto Luke's arm. We're having a family fight, a disagreement. I'm okay. Too bad. I don't believe you, the man said, grabbing Lexi's arm. Don't worry, honey. I'll show you how a real man treats his woman. Lexi winced in pain from both his grab and his words. Cliché much? And oh my God, was she in the middle of a song? If so, this guy was a lousy songwriter. She and Luke could write him under a bus any day of the week without even trying. If you want to keep that arm, you better take it off her, Luke threatened. He sounded so angry. Even she'd do whatever he asked right now. She hoped this man would come to his senses and fast. But it wasn't to be, because in the next moment, the man shoved Lexi aside and went for Luke's throat. He was slightly taller than Luke and certainly had at least 20 pounds on him. Lexi watched as the two men wrestled, Luke gaining the upper hand, but not before he took a fist to his face. "Stop!" Lexi screamed. A couple of joggers stood by watching, but didn't seem to know what to do. "What's going on?" one asked. "Fight, you idiot," another said. "That's not cool." "Yeah, no kidding." More observers stopped, expressing concern but doing exactly nothing. They pulled their phones out and started to record. It was as if they all wished they had a big bag of popcorn with them. Tired of watching this idiot man fight with Luke, Lexi jumped on his back with a loud banshee scream. It was exactly what she'd wanted to do last week, when she'd come between Sabrina and Iris in front of Lulu's day spa. The truth was that people were really beginning to piss her off. Luke had done nothing to offend this man, but simply breathed the same air everyone else did and testify against his father. He'd done the heroic thing, the right thing. That was a great offense to this man. Well, guess what? She was offended too. Offended by people who made rash judgments without understanding the entire situation. This being a perfect example. Another one? Sabrina's indiscretion. She was stupid and naive, but not any of the other nasty names she'd been called. While Lexi clung to the big guy's back, she let her anger take center stage. Her fury was so vicious and real that she knew it wasn't about this man. The anger that raged inside her was against all the record company executives who had cut them loose without a second thought, and all the folks in Nashville who only loved you when you were on top. "Get off my man!" Lexi screamed, arms wrapped around his neck and squeezing. But because the man had almost no neck, it didn't seem to have much of an effect, and instead he shook her off. Lexi went flying off him, landing on her back. She wasn't going to lie. That hurt. She groaned in pain. Unfortunately, this lit a fire in Luke, and he went after the man harder, pinning him and punching with his fists, one after another. "Stop," Lexi whispered. "Baby, stop." Luke looked so crazed, so angry, that he might actually hurt the man. That would not be good for anyone, least of all the blockhead. Lexi now considered jumping on Luke's back, anything to make him stop. But finally, someone intervened. Two male joggers pried Luke off the big guy before he could do any more damage. And that's when the cops showed up. It took seeing Luke in the back of a police car for Lexi to understand, for the second time in her life, how quickly some things could spin out of control. The blockhead was in another unit, complaining the cuffs were too tight. He'd blown the breathalyzer and was under arrest for public intoxication and drinking on a public beach. As suspected, he knew Reggie and still worked the docks. He thought Luke was a traitor for turning against his father. Luke sat in the back of the police car, head down. Officer Drake wouldn't let Lexi near him until he took everyone's statements. Lexi's would be the most important. Only she had seen the man throw the first punch. Everyone else had just seen two men fighting and had witnessed the dolt throw Lexi off his back. "Can I please see him?" Lexi begged Drake. "Tell me what happened first." Lexi explained it all in a big rush of words. By the time she was done, the officer simply quirked a brow, looking quite amused with her explanation of jumping on the man's back and being thrown off. "Would you like to press charges?" "What? No, you're not hearing me. Luke didn't do anything wrong. Anything." "Ma'am," he said, looking at the sky with great patience, "would you like to press charges against the other man, the one sitting in cuffs?" "No. Oh, no. That's okay." The guy had enough problems without her adding to them. And it wasn't as if she was seriously hurt or anything. Because of Luke, of course. He protected her. My man. It had been a long time since she'd called him that, but it was true again. He was hers, and she was his. She always would be. Complicated, yes. It would probably stay that way, too. They both lived in a pressure cooker, so it was only natural that some steam would be released on occasion. "Okay, we're done here," Drake said. "What about Luke?" He strode to the back of his cruiser and opened the door. "Do you want to press charges?" Luke had a bloody lip and a bruised eye. He'd certainly looked better, but didn't seem at all traumatized. "Hell no. Then you're free to go." Drake waved him out. "You're hurt." Lexi ducked under the officer and crawled into Luke's lap in the back seat of the cruiser. "I'm fine," Luke said, chuckling. "It's been a long time since I had to kick someone's ass. It felt damn good." "You have a bloody lip." She kissed the side of his mouth. She kissed his bruised cheek and eye, too. Luke didn't say anything, but groaned softly and started to hum Cop Car. And of course she joined in with a nice harmony for about 2 seconds before being rudely interrupted. "Excuse me, but do you two mind getting out of my car?" Drake said. "Now." "Don't have to ask me twice." Luke picked her up by the waist and set her outside the cruiser, then followed her out. "I bet you don't have to say that to many people," Lexi said to Officer Drake. "You'll both have to come by the police station later to give your statements," Drake said. Shaken but not stirred, Lexi walked back to the B&B with Luke, both arms wound tightly around his waist, her face turned into his chest. He'd pulled her in tight, his arm draped around her shoulder. That made moving difficult, but she didn't care. They headed toward her cottage, not speaking. Lexi figured the talking would come later. She'd been so mad, but that was before she'd realized that he'd do anything for her, even get in a physical fight that might have cost him a lot more than a bruised lip and a black eye. Luke opened the door and waited for Lexi to walk inside. Gary, who had been sitting on the couch, shot straight up. "What the hell? Are you okay? Who do I need to call?" "I'm fine," Luke reiterated. That should be his catchphrase. "Luke, I'm fine, Wyatt." "He's not fine. Some idiot hit him." "Please tell me you didn't hit him back," Gary said, face red and blotchy. "I can't tell you that, Gary," Luke said, hands in his pockets. "He had to. The man attacked me." Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration, but he grabbed her arm and it had hurt. "Shit. One of Reggie's friends?" Gary said. Luke turned to Gary. "Some drunk who works the docks, knew Reggie, and doesn't like the fact that I've got money now. He wanted to take it out on me with his fists." "Don't worry, the police let Luke go, but took the other guy," Lexi said. "The police were involved?" Gary's hands went to his head. Lexi worried a fingernail between her teeth. "And some people were shooting video?" "Dear Lord, I'll have to get the fixer on this pronto," Gary said. "The fixer?" Luke asked. "What the hell is the fixer?" "DC. He works for the label and with musicians who get in a little trouble. Any bad press, he makes it go away. He's like that beautiful chick from Scandal, except that he's a guy." "Oh, I like that show," Lexi said. "Guy sounds like a magician," Luke said. Gary pointed to Luke. "We need to have a talk. A meeting. All hands on deck." But Luke, not so subtly, grabbed hold of Gary's shoulders and turned him in the direction of the door. "Later. This is important. How's it going to look?" Gary stood at the front of the door, hands folded across his chest. "You're going to have a black eye. This is your career we're talking about." "This is more important." Luke opened the door for him. He stood there, silently waiting for Gary to take his invitation to leave. "We'll talk later." Gary went out the door, slamming it in his wake. Oh boy, he looks mad. Ice! She ran to the kitchen, got a dish towel and wrapped ice in it. It will help with the swelling. When she got back with the ice, Luke stood in the middle of the living room, staring at her from under hooded lids. I can't believe. Sit, she ordered, pointing to the couch. He smirked but obeyed, making a big show of backing up to the couch and sitting down, legs spread open. Such a man. I said, Don't. If he said the F word one more time, she would flip out. Just do somersaults from the living room to the kitchen, and not in a celebratory way either. She gently pressed the towel to his injured eye. She'd never had to take care of Luke before. Not like this. He'd always taken care of her. After losing their baby, after the scandal, after being dumped by the label, he'd always fought for her. On the other hand, she'd been busy defending and fighting for her sister. She'd never had to do much fighting for him, other than talking her father into letting him roadie for the band, but that hadn't been difficult. Luke had done the rest with his heart and his talent. Daddy had seen something special in Luke and had liked him from day one. Today, she'd like to think she'd become a bit of a fighter too, in more ways than one. You know, if that guy had more of a neck, I might have been able to hang on longer and do some damage, she said. Luke reached to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. My little street fighter. I didn't know you had it in you. She considered it. Only once before had she been so ready to tear someone to pieces, and that had been in front of Lulu's day spa last week. Anyone who'd ever tried to hurt her family was fair game. The claws came out. And now that included Luke. Maybe it always had. He was trying to hurt you. I would have done anything to stop him. Baby, seriously, I appreciate it. But don't ever do that again. He tipped her palm and brought it up to his lips to kiss it. Why? He cocked his head like he couldn't believe she'd asked that question. Guy was 3 times your size. I shouldn't have had that meltdown. It's just that for a moment I thought maybe, I don't know, I thought even after all your sweet words, you didn't really want me. You wanted the song, another hit. I'm sorry. I somehow got you mixed up with all the men like Gary in Nashville, with all the record label people who take. But that's never been you. Lexi, he said softly, gently, taking her hand. There are always going to be people around us who mean well. Outsiders, influencers of every kind in the business. Some will try to come between us. Some of them won't even mean to do it. But if we keep tight with what we have right here, no one can take this away from us. Not unless we let them. We have to trust each other, because we're all we have. Just us, baby. Just us. Luke, she said, because he was drawing her in again. She wanted to believe him. What had Gary called him? Silver-tongued devil. She loved that silver tongue, damn it. Loved it when it pushed past her teeth into her mouth, greedy and hungry. Loved it when it was sliding down her body, causing trembles and moans. But there was more. She loved the words he'd said, words that meant he wanted a life with her at its center, and not his people or her people. Not music and not songs, just the two of them. For me, you are the song. This is more important, he told Gary. You really think so? She pressed her forehead to his. We can keep everyone else away? Trust me. It's just you and me. Forever. That sounded very familiar, and for the first time in a long while. True.
Epilogue. Always remember that you're unique, just like everyone else. 1 month later. The crowd at Tootsie's went nuts as Luke and his band finished Can't Sleep. It was his first appearance back in Nashville since his debut album had gone gold, and it felt good to be among old friends and fans. No fan on earth was quite as enthusiastic as a Nashville country music fan. He'd first performed here with the Wilder Sisters years ago, and there were fans here who had been with him that long. "It's good to be here again," Luke said, taking a seat next to an empty stool with a microphone set up. "Don't know how many of you know this, but I wrote this next song with my fiancée, Lexi Wilder." Round of applause and yells from the crowd. "I see you've heard of her," Luke said, smiling and strumming the opening chords to Falling for Forever. Laughter followed, along with a chorus of "Get her out here" and "Play it." "Lexi, baby, would you come out here?" The crowd went wild when Lexi took her place on the stool next to him, guitar already in hand. She waved and smiled. His heart kicked up a notch because he didn't think he'd ever get used to having her by his side night after night, day after day. He'd once told himself he couldn't be lucky enough to have both the love of his life and his dream career. Apparently he'd been wrong. Luke continued to strum while Lexi got situated at the mic. "Pretty sure you men out there can relate, but I had to beg her to marry me." Everyone laughed, and Lexi shook her head a couple of times, rolled her eyes. "Not true. I mean, look how beautiful she is." She leaned into the mic. "Girls, is he gorgeous or what? Would you say no to him?" This repartee may seem natural, and it was, but also rehearsed ahead of time. Both he and Lexi had agreed to what parts of their private lives they would share. When they'd both returned to Nashville, he'd had a brief meeting with the so-called fixer, Damian D.C. Caldwell, a big guy who looked like he'd played pro football at one time. He'd gone on to explain to both Lexi and Luke that when the press was able to get little pieces of their private lives, they'd be satisfied and less likely to dig for more, less likely to spread nasty lies and rumors. No guarantees, of course, but it was a good strategy. And so, ahead of time, he and Lexi had decided what they would share about their personal life and what they would not. Among the things they would not share was that their wedding would take place back home in Whistle Cove. He'd suggested it, of course, because he knew what would make her happy. It had been decided seconds after he'd asked her to marry him, when she'd phoned her sisters crying and squealing, telling them that she'd be home for Christmas to plan a wedding. They had only been back in Nashville 2 weeks when he'd asked her to marry him. He'd picked out the ring ahead of time, a huge solitaire rock that cost the same as the tricked-out 4-wheel drive truck he'd been eyeing. Waited for the right time. Their routine had been that each day they would head to the studio and each afternoon shop for a house on the outskirts of Nashville. One look at the sprawling ranch-style mansion with a wraparound porch, horse stables, and, most importantly, a huge dining room, and Lexi declared the house to be the one. She planned on hosting many family holiday gatherings. He hadn't wanted to wait another minute, so right after he'd agreed the house was the one, he'd gone on bended knee in the marbled foyer. She said yes, and that was it for him. His one and only. Forever. He'd never be happier in his life. Now he'd be a husband and a homeowner. A long way from the docks and a life as the son of Reggie Wyatt. He'd finally found his way in the world. Finally chased all the demons away. He knew he deserved this now. Deserved her. Since she'd told him how much she loved him over and over every night in bed, he was going to go ahead and believe it. Believe her. Lexi played the intro to Falling for Forever and glanced at him with a smile full of heart. Waiting. He started singing, knowing she'd join him in the chorus. This has been Country Gold. 1. Hell on Wheels by the Pistol Annies.
Damien D.C. Caldwell's first thoughts after arriving in Whistle Cove were that this was not a bad place to be banished to. If he had to run anywhere in the world with his tail between his legs, a good bet was that he'd pick a beach town if all things were equal. Probably in Mexico, where it was warmer. For a California beach town, the Monterey Bay nestled along the central coast was damn cold for a Texan. It had to be in the 50s this late summer morning. DC parked and unloaded his one suitcase out of the luxury sedan rental. The job here shouldn't take long. This was his very last assignment as a celebrity image fixer, and after this he'd be headed to the hot plains of Texas. Off the grid as far and as fast as he could get there. Frankly, he was sick of people. Entitled people. Talented people. Rich people. But he didn't discriminate. He was also sick of middle-class people, young people, old people. Hell, pretty much all people. He realized this didn't endear him to many, but asked him if he cared. He did his job, was good at it, and received a handsome payday every time he succeeded. He'd been saving and investing wisely for years and had a decent nest egg to retire to his own cattle ranch at the age of 32. This might be his easiest assignment yet, considering the setting, and he looked forward to heading back to Texas and the ranch he'd made an offer on. "Checking in," he said to the blonde young woman sitting behind the desk. A small country western-looking sign read, "The Wilder Sisters welcome you to Whistle Cove." She stood and flashed him a toothy smile. "You must be Damien Caldwell. Welcome to Whistle Cove. I've got your room already." She exuded more enthusiasm than he was ready for at this time of the day, or any time of the day, but he would let that go. He understood she was part of the now-defunct Wilder Sisters band, and recognized her from all the photos of the CMA-winning chart-topping band. She was probably ecstatic he'd come to save her little sister's butt. Said sister had really made a mess out of her life and career, not to mention her sister's careers, with her poor choices. "Thanks." He pulled out his wallet and handed over his license and credit card. If she was impressed by his Amex Black Card, she didn't show it. Good thing he was long past the time of his life when he tried to impress women with money. "Sabrina is so excited to meet you. Oh, I'm Jessie, by the way, Jessie Wilder. I was the drummer, always in the back." She handed him a form to sign. He nodded. "Call me DC." "Well, DC, we've put you in our very best room, the Sea Captain, and I think you're going to love it. It's got a wonderful ocean view, a new jacuzzi in the bathroom, and a hand-picked selection of our area's best wines. Wine and cheese hour is at 4 o'clock every day in the lounge," she pointed. "Our large breakfast buffet starts at 7, and you let me know if you need anything." "Great. Where's Sabrina?" he asked, signing the appropriate paperwork. The sooner he got to work on repairing the Girl Gone Wild image that had caused the lagging record sales, and thus the end of the Wilder Sisters act, the sooner he would get to Texas. Jessie's smile slipped off her face. I'm not sure." He narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean, you're not sure?" I think she was expecting you this afternoon." "I'm here now." This was his tactic. He arrived earlier than anticipated so he could get a clear picture of exactly what he was dealing with, and not just what his clients wanted him to know. Usually made his work go smoother. Okay. Let me just call her." Huh. Clearly Big Sister was covering. Not a good sign. Jessie picked up a phone and dialed, then waited with a frozen smile on her face, and waited. "I'll just leave her a message." "That's not good enough. Give me her room number, and I'll go find her." If his voice was clipped and edgy, he couldn't help that. He was beginning to smell a rat, though he didn't want to believe that this assignment was possibly going to take longer than he'd anticipated. "She lives in one of the cottages around the B&B. She handed him the map of the B&B property and pointed to an area in the back not far from the parking lot. She circled a cottage. "She there now?" Where else would she be? Jesse lifted a shoulder. DC held up his wrist and glanced at his watch. It was 9 o'clock, and he'd dealt with his share of musicians who couldn't rise before noon. But those days were over for Little Miss Country. After dropping off his bags in his room upstairs, which was much nicer than he'd anticipated, DC headed to the cottage. He knocked on her door, once, twice, 3 times. Finally, the door opened, and a young woman with bed hair squinted at him. She wore a long tee that barely covered her thighs, thick socks, and nothing else. He realized this because her perky nipples were saluting him from behind the thin cotton of the worn tee. At any other time, this might have distracted him. "Who are you?" she asked, pushing a lock of hair back. Jesus, she looks 16, not 26. "You always open the door to a stranger, kid?" "You were knocking. A lot. And I have a headache, so I needed that to stop. Who are you again?" Shit. Was she hungover? He hadn't been notified of any substances abuse problems, but family sometimes got it wrong. The drinking and the partying would be over with today, but if there was an addiction involved, this assignment would go from 2 weeks to 6 months. Not happening. He considered informing her he was her worst nightmare, but that would be too off-putting, and he needed her to cooperate. But why wouldn't she want to revitalize her career and get back to Nashville? Her sister Lexi was already living there with her fiancé, Luke Wyatt, the latest country music sensation, and she wanted to get her little sister back in the business. He understood this was what Sabrina wanted, too. The jobs were always easier when his client cooperated. "I'm Damien Caldwell. Luke Wyatt hired me. Get dressed and meet me in the breakfast area." "Okay." She rubbed an eye. "When?" "Now." "Now? But I just got up. I need to shower. I need to have coffee." Her voice got small and weak, leaving him to recognize all too well the pitiful sound of shame. "Fine, do all that. Then meet me. I don't have any time to waste. We need to get to work." He hooked his thumb toward the B&B. "Right." She quietly closed the door. DC had a bad feeling about this. Every one of his nerves went on high alert. Sabrina's image needed an overhaul, Luke had explained over the phone. She needed help dealing with the media in the wake of her sex scandal, the same one that had derailed the career of the Wilder sisters band. Take a young girl and get her ready for a comeback, since there was already interest in her brewing in Nashville. Easy job. Should have said no. Should have known better. Just his luck. This wasn't going to be easy or simple. Not this girl. Not easy at all. "But we had a meeting set for this afternoon," Sabrina complained to her sister Jessie on the other end of the phone. She'd missed a call from Jessie just before the devil incarnate had arrived dressed like a billionaire in a business suit. Damien was the perfect name for him. Who was this dude? Where did he get off ordering her around and calling her a kid? He didn't look that much older than her. "Next time, answer your phone when I try to call and warn you," Jessie said. "You'll want to be nice to him. He's here to help you." Their older sister, Lexi, wanted to help Sabrina get back to Nashville. This time she'd be on her own since Lexi had joined Luke's band and Jessie was not interested in anything but running the B&B. For a real shot at a comeback, she needed to repair her image for her fans. Big time. It had all been a huge misunderstanding anyway. Texting a photo of herself topless to a guy she'd thought she could trust had been an epic mistake. Huge. Not that she wasn't used to making them, but boy, that one was a doozy. She thought she'd never live it down. Blowing up her career was one thing, but she'd torpedoed her sisters' careers too. Sabrina missed singing and dancing, performing, missed the True Blue fans who'd never turned on her. But now, she was a little scared. Right after the photo had surfaced, she'd been hurt that someone had played her. Hurt was quickly followed by dismay that she, who'd only slept with one man in her entire life, had been slut-shamed by the media. Anger followed dismay. And she'd been afraid since the first hate mail had started to come in. It had been her first look at how horrible some people could be to complete strangers. She didn't understand how her life and a bad choice she'd made had made people she didn't even know irate. She understood her sisters being angry, Gran and her mother, too. Instead, they'd rallied to her corner, being supportive even if she'd let everyone down. Coming back to their hometown of Whistle Cove was what they'd all needed. Together, she and her sisters had worked at the B&B that had originally been run by their grandmother Wilder. Now Gran was semi-retired, dating Sir Clint, a British Clint Eastwood look-alike, and playing golf in Carmel. Lexi was back in Nashville. Mom kept saying she would move up from Palm Springs, but that hadn't happened yet. Sabrina was told she'd get a makeover of some kind, image repair by an expert. Sabrina didn't like the idea of being repackaged and refurbished like some kind of product, or a car. But she'd go through all the hoops because, if that's what got her back to singing, that's all that mattered. She showered, dressed, and made a cup of coffee in the kitchen, just enough to get her to the buffet, where she'd load up on the stuff. Getting up before noon was for the seagulls, or squirrels. Her small cottage was similar to her sister Jessie's, in that it was one of the former service personnel housing. She had a small living area with French doors that separated the one small bedroom, a kitchen in the rear of the house, and one bathroom. It was perfect for one person, and for now it suited Sabrina's needs. The only issue was closet space. She had quite a wardrobe, accumulated over years of performing, even if she hadn't used any of those clothes in a while. Mostly this past year she'd used disguises. For a while, the paparazzi had hounded her, trying to get a photo of naughty Sabrina, in seclusion. Thank goodness that was mostly behind her, and no one had bothered her in a while. Still, the costumes were actually fun at times, a little like performing. A few minutes later, she entered the large breakfast area that had one floor-to-ceiling window facing the ocean. She saw Damien sitting alone at a table near the window, wearing a blue button-up with the sleeves rolled up, revealing sinewy, strong forearms. She'd been surprised by how tall and imposing he was, like a football player, and not a corporate drone. His Rolex watch caught a ray of sunlight just now spilling through the fog. Clearly, like her, he liked bling, and could afford to have some. Interesting. She sat in the chair across from him, and he gazed at her from under long dark eyelashes. He took in her outfit and went from 0 to 60 in seconds. What the hell is that? What do you mean? She glanced at her outfit. Is this some kind of a joke? His sensual upper lip curled to the side, and his rather impressive jawline tightened to granite. Don't you like it? She might have been pushing his buttons to wear her hippie costume, complete with blue-tinged shades and white platform boots. But hey, he'd asked for it by barking at her before noon. Let me get one thing straight with you right now. I'm here to help, but if you don't want my help, tell me, and we'll both save ourselves a little time. Okay, I'm sorry, How to tell him that she'd started dressing in costumes when she was such a reviled person that she hated being recognized. And yes, it had been fun for a while, a little bright ray of light in the darkness that had been her life when everyone hated her. Plus, she didn't think she looked that awful in this. He ought to see her pilgrim lady costume. Do you want my help, Kit? Though framed as a question, he made it sound more like a demand. Absolutely. She nodded her head vigorously. I sure do. And don't call me kid. She'd save that for later. He didn't look receptive to suggestions from her at the moment. All right. He stirred his coffee and met her gaze. His eyes and short wavy hair were dark, a chocolate brown that reminded her of brownies. She didn't know why, because he didn't look sweet. At all. "Were you drinking last night?" he asked. "What? No." "Any drugs?" "Of course not." Despite her denials, with no warning, he reached across the table, took her elbows in his big hands, and then examined her arms. He was looking for needle tracks? Who did this man think he was dealing with? She was a Wilder, from the sweet and clean country music band that had won CMA awards and topped the charts. Make one little mistake and suddenly she was a heroin addict? She pulled her arms back. "What are you doing?" "Can't ever be too careful. You looked a little hungover this morning, and if you were an addict, I'd have to cancel this assignment." She scowled. "Well, I hope you're happy now that you've manhandled me." Sabrina shifted a little in her seat, hating the sensation of being weighed and measured by this dude. It probably didn't much matter what he thought of her, since he simply had a job to do. Shape her up into someone Nashville would want to work with again. It had something to do with image and learning how to deal with the press after her little incident. Having been a country music girl since she was a real kid, she liked casual and flirty. Boots and flip-flops, skirts and jeans, beachy. She didn't know what he had in mind and hoped he wasn't going to mold her into a Pretty Woman clone. That just wasn't her. "So, what do I have to do?" "You have to listen to me. Do everything I tell you to do, with no arguments. We'll be fine then." She sucked in a breath. "Wow, okay. Whatever you say, Damien." Talk about a power trip. Plan to take over the world much, Damien? "Call me DC. Everyone does." Humph. She preferred Damien, son of the devil. Fitting. "I'll let you have tonight off. Tomorrow morning, we get started. Meet you bright and early, 7 o'clock, he said. 7? You mean in the morning? There was the look again. Scary calm, like he might strangle her. Yes. She hated mornings. She would hate them even more with this guy riding her every step of the way. But if this is what she had to do to get back to performing, she'd do everything the devil in a business suit said. 2. Kerosene by Miranda Lambert. The next morning, when Sabrina's alarm went off at 6, she honestly couldn't open her eyes. The night before, as usual, she'd been too wound up to sleep until about 2. It was always a struggle to get to bed earlier than that. She'd been a night owl as long as she could remember, and for a while, staying up late was a part of her life on the road. Nowadays, she stayed up late reading, watching recordings of their concerts and happier times, and listening to music. She struggled to pull herself out of bed, knowing how important it would be to make a good impression. When he'd arrived and she'd opened the door half-dressed and sleepy, she'd apparently resembled someone with real problems, so she would set him straight today. Dragging her feet out of her warm and cozy bed, she hit the shower, dried and straightened her hair, put on makeup, and had 2 cups of coffee. She almost felt normal when she locked her cottage door and walked the few steps to the B&B. The sky was a gorgeous blue-gray, socked in by the fog that would probably not dissipate until noon. Seagulls and the occasional pelican squawked, and the comforting sound of the waves rolling in and out soothed her. Mornings were cold on Monterey Bay, even in the summer, but Sabrina liked it that way. So much better than the hot and humid summer days she'd experienced in Nashville and touring across the country. She'd been born and mostly raised here and on the tour bus since she was 10. But Whistle Cove was home, the only one she'd ever known. The thought of leaving here again, this time on her own without her sisters to have her back, had a solid stone forming in her throat. She wanted to sing and perform again, but she wished it could be like the old days. The days when Daddy was still alive and managing the band. booking tours. It was a good thing he'd been gone when the scandal happened. Though she was a mama's girl through and through, she'd never liked disappointing her father. He used to joke about the last name Wilder, changed 2 generations ago from Wilczynski. But his daughters were the opposite of wild. As she walked, she took in the joggers who were out this early on the beach. So the rumors were true. Good-looking men jogged at the crack of dawn. The Wilder B&B had a private access beach, but it connected to the larger public beach that was empty now, save for the joggers. She fixated on a particular jogger, who grabbed her attention with his obviously steely butt and long muscular legs. Hoo boy. One of her biggest problems was that she liked men. Tall men, average men, short men, blondes, redheads, and brunettes. She'd once crushed on a guy with green highlights in his hair. Making her way inside and not finding Damien, she walked to Jessie's office. "Morning." Jessie jumped and turned from the filing cabinet, hand on chest. "Oh my God, don't startle me like that." "Ha! Didn't think I could do this, did you?" "I guess you're surprised I'm awake this early, huh?" "Yeah, a little. Mornings are so quiet and peaceful around here." "Nice." The devil asked me to meet him at 7 a.m. sharp. It was currently 1 minute to 7, and she was on time. "Have you seen him?" Jessie scrunched her eyebrows. "You mean DC?" Sabrina waved a hand. "Whatever. Yeah, him." "Let's go take a look." Jessie wandered down the hallway that connected the lower floor of the B&B to the larger rooms that included their dining room where they only served 1 meal a day. But serve it they did, thanks to their wonderful award-winning chef, Olga. Scones, muffins, cake, and 1 hot dish a day. Sabrina sometimes filled in as a hostess, filling coffee cups and such, but never this early. "Maybe he's having breakfast," Jessie said. "I didn't see him," she yawned. "We ought to give Olga a medal for being up this early and cooking. She gets here at 4 every morning," Jessie pointed out. Why didn't I know that? 4 o'clock was the time she'd been going to sleep many times on the road. Jessie and Lexi, too. And to think that some people got up this early all the time by choice. If it wasn't for Olga, who had been with Gran for decades, Sabrina would have to assume they were all wackadoodles. But Olga was perfectly sane and kind, one of Sabrina's admittedly few friends. Sabrina followed Jessie to the dining room, where there were smatterings of their guests sitting quietly at tables. No Damien. Had he seriously forced her to get up this early as a joke? Because it was not funny. But just as they were heading back to the office, Sabrina noticed the glass door that connected the B&B to their private beach open. In walked the man she'd seen jogging a few minutes ago. He of the incredible butt and long legs. Damien. He was all hot and sweaty, and for the love of coffee, hot and sweaty. Sabrina hadn't noticed her jaw gaping until Jessie shut it for her. "Good morning, DC," Jessie called out. "Have a nice jog?" "Yup. Good run." "I thought you said meet at 7, Sabrina said with a clipped edge in her voice. "Right. That's what I said." He started walking in the direction of the steps in the upstairs rooms. "Be back down after a shower." "But you said to be on time. I didn't make you wait." "Exactly. You don't make me wait. I make you wait." With that, he was gone, taking the steps 2 at a time. Sabrina thought for sure there had to be smoke coming out of her ears. Her chest puffed up in outrage. Did you hear that?" "Okay, I know that was rude, but," Jessie said. "He's so mean." Wasn't he basically her employee? He was sent to do a job for her, but he acted as if she worked for him. "I wouldn't say mean exactly," Jessie said. "I'd say, firm." Bossy. In control. Stern comes to mind. It had always driven Sabrina nuts the way Jessie tried to be the family mediator. She was the family peacemaker, always had been. Unfortunately, she often sounded like she was on everyone's side, which was hugely annoying. Would you pick a side? Sabrina went hands on hips. I'm always on your side. It doesn't sound like it. Jessie pulled Sabrina into a sideways hug. Here, let's go call Lexi right now. It's 2 hours later in Nashville, and they've been in the recording studio most days. I'm sure they'll be up. A few minutes later, she and Jessie were seated in front of her laptop on a Skype call. I miss you so much, Lexi said. Luke and I are leaving for the studio in a few minutes. I've got a new song. You want to hear it? Yes, Sabrina said. Lay it on us. Her older sister was always writing songs. Growing up, Sabrina had thought it was normal to have a sister who could come up with a song every day. Lexi had started off writing songs about her day at school, about the mean girl she didn't like, about the boy she crushed on. One day after school, Daddy came up with the idea that his daughters would form a band. Lexi would write the songs and play the guitar, Jessie would play the drums, and Sabrina would sing and dance. She was 10 when this happened, and she'd been singing ever since then, traveling the world with her sisters. She'd learned a whole lot about performing and life on the road, but not much about boys or men. Once, when at home on a break from the road, she'd met Travis. He went to the same high school and had been her one and only on and off boyfriend until he'd been shipped off to Iraq. Last she heard, he'd married a fellow soldier. Sabrina hadn't had the time for a boyfriend since Travis. Not that she'd had much time for him either. That had been a part of the problem. Now, Lexi played the guitar and sang a catchy tune about a sassy and wronged woman who was getting back at the man who had cheated on her by slashing his tires and taking a bat to his windshield. This one's for you, Sabrina, Lexi said after she ended the song. I still need a good title. Could be the first recording on your new album. Jessie squealed and grabbed Sabrina. It's just right for you. Is the car a metaphor for something? Sabrina asked. No, it's just a car, Lexi said. Why does she have to take a bat to it? Sabrina worried a fingernail between her teeth. The bat is a metaphor for her anger, Lexi explained. Well, do you like it, or should I go back and try again? I don't know, it sounds kinda mad. Shouldn't she first come out with a song that sounded more apologetic? Sad? Sweet? Anger hadn't worked for her before. Had everyone forgotten? Aren't you mad? Lexi said. She had been mad before she'd gotten scared, and now she was simply ashamed. I'm mad at Damien Caldwell. She didn't want to sound ungrateful, but did he have to be so rude? Why? Lexi said. Sabrina started to explain, but in the middle of her explanation she glanced at the time. It was now 7:30, and she might actually be late. Oh no, it would not go down this way. He would not be right. She was not going to get another scowl, quirked eyebrow, or scary calm. Gotta go. She ran out the office and down the hallway. Phew, she beat him. Yes, yes, yes. She wanted to jump and throw a fist in the air, but people were beginning to gather for Olga's breakfast buffet. She took a seat at a table closest to the entrance, smiling at guests, and positioned herself to watch Damien walk inside. Pulling on every one of her performing skills, she folded her hands in front of her and tried hard to look disgusted. Tight lips, narrowed eyes. He was late. Yes, that's right. He was the late one. Uh-huh. Unfortunately, when he stepped through the archway of the entrance, it was difficult to stay pissed. Also, difficult not to drool. She'd now seen him in a business suit and jogging shorts, two very different looks, and he managed to pull off both of them. But now he wore a pair of jeans that were loose enough but still accentuated his great behind, and a white button-down rolled up his incredible forearms. Those arms were man candy, and she might as well be a diabetic. Look away, Sabrina, look away. You hate him, you're off men. She tipped her chin as he caught her gaze and seemed to give her the very briefest nod. Approval? She didn't know. Why should she even care? He made his way to the coffee, poured and brought it back to the table. Much better look for you, he said without looking at her. Thank you. She thought he'd appreciate her summery pink halter dress with matching sandals. I'm sorry we got off wrong yesterday. I'm especially sorry you are such a jackass. Unfortunately, you're one of the best-looking jackasses I've ever laid my eyes on. This might make it easier to forgive your jackassery. The jury is still out. Same, he said in a deep and gravelly voice. So, how do we start over? He leaned back in his seat, hands splayed on his jean-clad thighs. First, tell me what happened. You know what happened. So did everybody who had a radio, TV, or read a celebrity tabloid. I want to hear it in your own words. Really? This might have come out sounding like a squeal. Really? An almost unfamiliar sting of anger, not fear, coursed through her. But before he gave her his scary calm look again, she found the words to tell this man, this stranger, about the most humiliating time of her life. It happened at a party the label threw for us. There was this guy there, really nice and cute, and he wanted my number. I was getting ready to go on a tour, and I thought I'd like to see him again. It's hard to meet people, and I never really get to hang with anybody but our road and sound crews. Over the next few weeks, we texted back and forth, just friend-type stuff. Then, go on. She cringed. Then it got a bit more sexual. Yeah? He started texting me naughty things, but I kind of liked it. I like men, okay? Sue me. He scowled. No one's going to sue you. Least of all me. So cut the attitude. What now? Do you want me to tell you what he said? No. Scary calm again. What I want is for you to tell me how you wound up sending him a photo of yourself half naked. That's what I want. Oh, man. She felt a flush come on, her cheeks probably turning rosy pink, so she touched them briefly with the pads of her fingers, hoping to cool them down. He asked for it. He wanted me to send him a little flesh. Do you always do everything men tell you to do? No, but I don't know a lot of men. He studied her briefly, and then lowered his gaze to his coffee cup. Fair enough. I thought I could trust him, thought it was just for him. But he sold it to the highest bidder. He nodded. Kid, I know you've learned your lesson. Thing is, when someone is famous, there are always some who envy that fame. And beyond the envy, they hate that you have so much more than they do. They don't consider it fair. They don't think it's right. So at some point, if they have any advantage at all, they're going to use it, either to hurt you or to use you, or both. We didn't even have that much money for someone to take, she tried to explain. Not since my father died, and our royalties were cut because of streaming and stuff. Doesn't matter. You had fame, which is incalculable wealth to some. She'd never really thought about it. For her, it had always been about the singing, the music, the high of performing with her sisters. Daddy had handled all the money, and he took care of his girls. Even now, Sabrina was just learning how to pay her own bills. It was embarrassing not being a real grown-up at 26. Jessie was helping her with all that. Fame isn't important to you? She asked. No. He shook his head. Not to me. Then why are you doing this kind of work? It suits me. Kind of fell into it at some point. He met her eyes. But you're my last job. So take it easy on me, yeah? Going to retire after you. You are? But you're so young. 32. Saved my money. Invested. No family, no wife. No family? Sabrina nearly bit her tongue in half to keep from pursuing that line of questioning. Who had no family? She was suddenly very sad for him. Maybe this was why he tended to be a little abrupt, stern, don't forget rude. What will you do then, after you retire? Got me some land in Texas, a cattle ranch. He couldn't have shocked her more had he hit her with a cattle prod. She had no idea what that was, but it sounded painful. You're a cowboy? He did not look like a cowboy, more like a football player. Big, manly, huge calloused hands. A rancher, he corrected. A rich cowboy, then. She settled back into her seat, enjoying this talk, mostly because they'd stopped talking about her. But, do you have the boots? His lips twitched, and look at that, he almost smiled. I have a pair or two. She did smile. Of course you do. He stood. Ready? For what? Let's take a walk. He turned to go, and she had no choice but to follow. She liked the view from back here much better anyway. 3. Woman Amen by Dierks Bentley. So far so good, DC thought. Sabrina didn't look much like a kid this morning either, though she did appear a bit wired. He blamed that on the amount of coffee she'd probably been mainlining to be awake this early. But she'd passed his first test, getting up early only to wait. Hell, he'd waited for her, and he did not wait for anyone. Even if she had slid him a death look that should have buried him, were he a lesser man, it didn't bother him. She could throw all the hateful glares in his direction that she wanted, but if she didn't walk out, it meant she was serious. She cared. Therefore, he was in this. No addiction, no snotty-nosed, entitled kid looking to skate out of any hard work. But she was more vulnerable than he'd imagined. Because he'd seen the video of the concert in Texas, during which she'd almost scolded the audience for daring to judge her. And he hadn't expected humble pie. Must have been her angry face, which was likely followed by fear. Fear that she'd lost everything she'd worked for. That was his sweet spot. He could work with that. She liked men. Newsflash, didn't need to tell him that. He'd noticed her checking him out 3 times so far. Of course he'd done the same because he was human. She was beautiful, with long platinum blonde hair that fell almost to her waist and piercing green eyes, perky breasts and long legs. She'd actually blushed, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd seen anyone blush. Pretty cute. He still wasn't interested because he never mixed business with pleasure. But it wouldn't be the first time one of his clients had wanted to get closer. He likened it to what he'd heard about women falling for their therapists. There was a closeness and false intimacy from sharing the most humiliating time of your life with a stranger. He got that, and he'd never taken advantage of it. Sure wouldn't start now with this kid. Where are we going, Damien? She followed behind him, struggling to catch up to his longer strides. Call me DC, and we're just walking on the beach. How's that going to help? He wanted the fresh air. This morning his run had been invigorating with the salty sea air and nothing other than the sound of waves crashing. It was hard to find this kind of peace. He'd only felt this way on the plains of Texas. It might not help you, but it will help me. Been to a lot of places, but never to one this beautiful. Thanks. I was born and raised here. He heard the hint of pride in her voice. Thought you were raised on a tour bus. Well, pretty much, I guess. But this was always home base. Good choice. He clapped his hands. All right. Fame lessons begin today. Fame lessons? She laughed. Just as he'd suspected. No one had ever trained her on dealing with the public. No wonder, since her parents had managed the band in the beginning, and she'd simply been put on a stage and expected to perform. No wonder she'd gotten herself into trouble. He fervently wished everyone pursuing or dealing with fame would be forced to take fame lessons. It worked with athletes. Why not everyone? Sound funny to you? Yes, kinda. You have to go to school to learn how to be famous? She stopped to kick at a huge piece of seaweed the ocean had deposited. No, but it's a good idea to learn how to deal with all the adulation once you're in the public eye. Okay, then. Lay it on me. She turned in a circle, arms outstretched, face turned up to the sky. The girl was a natural performer. He'd met plenty of them. But with her, there didn't seem to be an off switch. Come on. He kept walking, and she followed closely behind. We have a few things on the agenda. First off, I've scheduled a fitting for you this afternoon. Where? Right here. Your cottage. The designer is meeting you. I have a designer? She stopped in her tracks, hand to her chest. Yes, you have a designer. I'm sorry, but I can't afford that anymore. Now he stopped in his tracks. You can't afford... I get a small salary, and I don't have to pay rent for now, but I still have a few bills. Things have been tough for us lately, though they're getting better. See, the B&B had been struggling with vacancies for a while, but Jesse and Grant say things are looking up. As she spoke, she literally wrung her hands together. He tried not to let that get to him and let her prattle on, a bit unnerved by her naivete and genuine innocence. Kid, this is all part of the package, and you're not paying for any of this. Luke Wyatt is. She got wide-eyed. Really? Don't you have any idea of the kind of future everyone envisions for you? Someone at Rise Up Records had a real heart for Sabrina Wilder, and being with the same label, Luke had heard about the interest. They saw her as someone who could rise from the ashes more beautiful and well-made. It was his job to make her ready for the kind of fame he was almost certain she'd have. They weren't talking top of the country charts in Nashville. This was crossover top 10 in the nation's superstardom. That was where Sabrina Wilder was headed, if she didn't manage to screw it up. I just want to get back to Nashville and hang with my sister, record a few songs. It's going to be a lot better than that. Wow. Why didn't anyone tell me? Lesson number 1. Listen carefully, not just for what people are telling you, but for what they're not telling you. Look, Luke isn't going to send someone like me out here, all expenses paid, unless he sees a huge future for you. You're that expensive? Interesting that she fixated on that and not on the rest of what he'd said. Yes, very. I guess so, since you're buying the cattle ranch. Why did she always divert to him? We're talking about you, not me. Right. Second lesson. Don't trust anyone who isn't checked out first. Anyone? You can trust me. I've been checked out. I know that. Luke said you really helped him and Lexi. Just one talk did it for them. Luke needs to control his temper. Lexi, too. So do I. She bit her lower lip. Yeah. The scene in Texas? That can never happen again. You don't get to scold your audience, no matter how tough things are. Third lesson. Social media is your enemy. Add me on every one of your social media accounts. I'm going to be watching you and what you do, what you share, what you post. Think of it as a doctor's checkup to make sure you're healthy. This is a social media checkup. Her eyes narrowed. You'll be spying on me, you mean? I prefer to think of it as monitoring, but whatever. Yeah, whatever. It's spying. Even my parents didn't monitor my phone. He quirked a brow. Might have been a good idea. Hard to argue with that one. I can't let you treat me like a kid. I'm not a child. I'm 26 years old, and I don't like someone spying on me. She looked ready to stomp her foot. He hoped he looked ready to spank her if she did, because that's exactly how he felt. He had no time for her childish attitude. This is the deal. Want to back out now? She studied the tiny grains of white sand at her feet. No. Sorry, but your life is not normal. Everything you say and everything you do is being weighed and measured. I can't be everybody's special snowflake, and I'm okay with that. Good. That's not the point. You're presenting an image on social media to those who do think of you as a special snowflake. Who you are, but only some of who you are. Anything that's controversial, keep out. Any causes you believe in, out. Politics, double out. Get me? I get it. She didn't look happy about it. But then again, who was? Social media was the scourge of their generation, of society. He kept accounts because he was forced to do so and for no other reason. He held out his hand. Phone. You're kidding me. She gaped at him. No. Through a heated and angry gaze, she stared him down, crossing her arms. When do I get it back? We'll see, he said, though he fully intended to give it back to her after he checked that there was no more sexting going on. This phone is my life. With jerky movements, she pulled it out of her pocket and forcefully put it in his hand. I want it back. Tell you what, if this all works out, I'll show you a way to set up a private social media account for only a few close friends and family. Everyone will have to be pre-approved by me first. She scoffed. You sound like my keeper. As far as you're concerned, kid, I am. Sabrina could have used a little more time to whip her cottage into shape, but she only had a few hours before DC and the designer arrived. She recruited Jessie, who helped by folding clothes and costumes and putting them away. Sabrina washed and dried all the dishes that had accumulated in the past 2 days and went around dusting every shelf she owned. This was a chore because her family room had a rustic oak bookcase filled with photos of the Wilder sisters over the years, DVDs, old CDs, and plenty of romance novels. Her home gave no meaning to cozy, with warm beachy colors and frilly feminine curtains, but it wasn't exactly tidy. Did you know this was all going to be so expensive? She asked Jessie. I had hoped to pay Luke back, but now I don't know if I'll be able to do it. She was still trying to get over the fact that Damien was expensive. Now she felt even guiltier. First, she torpedoed the Wilder sisters, and now Lexi's fiancé was paying for an image consultant. She was costing people money right and left. She didn't know how she'd ever fix all the damage she'd done. Not really, but I kind of assumed. I mean, don't worry about it, because Luke has the money now, and he'll do anything for us, right? Jessie picked up a pair of blue suede half boots with amazing 4-inch heels. Do you seriously need this many shoes? Yes, I do. Sabrina wasn't going to argue the point. Boy, I wish we didn't have to meet here. Like all the former service cottages that dotted the main B&B, it gave new meaning to intimate. And she was going to be in this room with a designer she barely knew. After DC had told her not to trust anyone not checked out, she assumed this designer had been checked out by Mr. Control Freak. How did it go this morning? Jessie asked as she picked up another shoe and stuffed it into the dinky closet. He's so damn bossy. We already knew that. But he made sense, too. She'd been on display nearly her whole life, but it had never been an issue until men were involved. If she didn't love them so much, she'd quit them, for good. He's going to monitor all my social media accounts, like I'm a teenager or something. Oh, Jessie winced. But it's not forever, just for now. And he took my phone. Oh boy. I'm never going to send a topless photo again. Does no one believe me? Sabrina, there are probably many other ways someone could take advantage of you. Maybe ways we don't even know about. Guess that's true. She picked up some of the folded clothes on the couch from laundry day. He said never to trust anyone who isn't checked out, and that I should listen for what people are not saying, too. It's common sense, I suppose. How do I listen to what people are not saying? She went palms up. Be honest with me. Do you think it's a problem that I find him attractive? Jessie squinted. Anyone would find him attractive. You tell me if it's going to be a problem. No one thought Sabrina was self-aware enough to realize her weakness for men, but they were wrong. She did. And Damien was one hell of a man. He scared her a little bit, but another part of her was drawn to him with a sharp pull she didn't quite understand. She could write it off to his looks, but that wasn't everything. He was also arrogant, rude, and bossy. And yet, when he'd talked about being a cowboy, he'd seemed almost human. I kind of hate him, so that will help. Uh-oh. What does that mean, uh-oh? I think it's better if you don't hate him. You should be indifferent to him. Indifferent? That would be like being indifferent to a locomotive train coming at her full speed. Stupid. I don't know if I can do that. Jessie sighed. Do me a favor. Try. By the time there was a knock on her door a couple of hours later, Sabrina was ready for the designer. She'd even made coffee and placed some of Olga's pastries on the small table by the couch. Maybe this could be somewhat relaxing, because she did love clothes almost as much as shoes. And one of the things her daddy used to say about her was that she'd never met a stranger. She'd simply treat this designer like the friend she'd love to have. When she opened the door, there stood Damien next to another man, nearly dwarfing him. This man had spiky blonde hair with pink highlights, wore a red scarf, striped shirt, and skin-tight purple pants. Sabrina liked him immediately. She hadn't expected Damien, though she shouldn't have been surprised. Apparently, he also wanted input on her wardrobe. Next thing she knew, he'd be choosing her laundry detergent and her toothpaste brand. What are you doing here? She asked Damien. Did I not mention I'd be coming along? He moved past her into the cottage, and the designer followed him, hauling in a rack of clothes on rollers. He hooked a finger toward the designer. This is Eddie Black. He's the best. Hi, dollface. Aren't you beautiful? Eddie rolled the rack inside and then stopped, hand on hip. Okay, where do we do this? Damien didn't answer, and he appeared to be scanning the room for God knew what. In my bedroom? Sabrina opened the French doors. It's right in here. Great setup. We'll just get you changed, and with every outfit, we'll open the doors so DC can have a look-see. She glanced at Damien, who had just taken a seat, long legs spread out, one arm stretched out on the back of the couch, getting comfortable like he intended to stay a while. You mean you're going to approve my clothes? Behind her, she heard Eddie snort as he began unzipping garment bags. More like your costumes, he said. Again, you're going to approve my costumes? Scary calm again as he met her gaze. Yes, that's right. I thought you said Eddie was the best. She wagged a finger at him. Did he or did he not trust Eddie's skills? He is. But between elegant and sexy, we have a whole lot of wiggle room. So I'm here to make sure we land on the right side of sexy. Oh, I get it. You don't want me to look like a hoe. This time, Eddie's snort sounded a lot more like a laugh. You're catching on, kid. One of these days, he was going to stop calling her that. She couldn't take much more. Stepping inside her bedroom, she slammed the French doors. That man. He must really like you, Eddie said, holding up a beautiful and sparkly gold evening gown. Anyone else talks to him like that, and he's long gone. I doubt he likes me, but maybe it's because I'm his last job. After me, he's retiring. Girl, you must be a handful. She giggled at that because Eddie was so sweet about it. Now him she liked. That's beautiful. Sabrina couldn't take her eyes off the sparkle and sequins. If bling had a definition in dresses, this was the one. He held it up. This would do for award night at the CMAs or the Grammys. Got to prepare you for everything. Why not start with the bling, I say? Why not indeed? She stripped down to her bra and panties, and Eddie helped her into the gown, which he then zipped up for her. The gorgeous matching gold rhinestone-studded shoes were strappy with 3-inch heels, and she wanted to marry them and have their baby. The gown fit perfectly, a little tight around the behind, because she had one, but otherwise perfect. I love this. So do I. Make room, Carrie Underwood. Here comes Sabrina Wilder. Eddie waved in a flourish. Now let's go see what the big man thinks. 4. Sober by Little Big Town. DC was nursing his irritation with Sabrina questioning yet again, when he absent-mindedly tugged on a piece of cloth that seemed to be stuck to the couch pillow, and came face to face with a pair of black satin panty thongs. There was a fabric softener sheet stuck to them, like they'd just come out of the wash and hadn't been put away. He stared for a second, then dropped them back and stuffed them behind the pillow again. Unnerving. He did not like thinking of her as a woman. Her age didn't matter. She acted like a kid, and so he would treat her like one. Kid, kid, kid. She's just a kid. Don't you forget it, Einstein. May I present Miss Sabrina Wilder, Eddie said with his usual dramatics as he opened the double doors. DC had told Eddie that he wanted plenty of coverage up top, little skin showing other than maybe some leg. This dress accomplished that and a whole lot more. They needed elegant and classy, sexy, but also sophisticated. A tall order. Even if the label was thinking of her as a sex symbol these days, Luke trusted him on this. He knew she would need her base to launch her into the star they wanted, and that base had seen little Sabrina Wilder grow from a child into a woman. That woman stood before him now, and she was stunning. He nearly swallowed his tongue. That's going to work. Yes. She turned in a circle, extending her arms, licked her lips, and then flashed a wicked smile at him. His chest constricted. She didn't look like a kid to him anymore, and that really bothered him. He didn't know why. Yeah, perfect, Eddie. You're a genius. He cleared his throat. That's why you love me. He subtly shoved Sabrina back into the bedroom and shut the doors. The next dress came out, too revealing for Sabrina's amazing breasts. A wreck which people everywhere had seen enough of. Except for him, of course. He'd looked at the photo. Once. Once was all he needed. And he would still like to get his hands around the neck of the man who had sold the photo. Too much cleavage. Thought I told you the only skin I want to see is some leg. He waved the dress away. A reject. DC was trying hard not to look, but the stupid French doors had flimsy white coverings that were practically see-through. Try as he might, his eyes kept wandering back to Sabrina's nearly naked body each time she changed. She had absolutely no effect on Eddie, which was why he was so great at his job, and DC hired him all the time. but she was having some kind of unforeseen effect on DC. He palmed his face when he caught a view of her bending slightly at the waist to get out of a dress, revealing peachy fair skin and an amazing ass to match the rest of her body. What the hell was wrong with him? She was burrowing under his skin, and he never allowed that to happen. He'd once worked with a former Miss Universe who had been in trouble, a gorgeous woman, and he'd not once felt this kind of pull. It was unfortunate for him that he and Miss Sunshine had some kind of amazing chemistry. She annoyed the hell out of him, as most people did. But along with that annoyance was a fascination and affection for her that he couldn't deny. God, why me? Why now? He was so close to retiring with a spotless resume for his years in this business, and for someone who'd had a scandal of his own in his past that he'd lived down, he didn't need an ounce of conflict as he rode off into the sunset on his horse. Alone. Because yes, that was his plan. To be alone. His horses and cattle, and some of the hired hands he'd need, would keep him company. He figured from time to time he'd find a woman in town to take care of his needs. Other than that, he'd spend his life on the ranch, happy as a pig in garbage. Yep, that was the plan. Stick to the plan. Love didn't work. He'd seen it literally destroy his mother. Love made otherwise strong people weak. He refused to be weak. 6 more changes, 6 more hurried approvals so that he could get out of here and stop drooling, and they were done. Eddie left the approved wardrobe with Sabrina, and DC reminded him to send the bill. "That's it?" Sabrina said at the door. "This is a good beginning. On Friday we have an appearance to make at a gala in Hollywood." Her eyes got wide. Hollywood? She really had no idea. He'd have to break it to her gently, same as he would Luke. Luke was footing his bill, so DC imagined the man would prefer a good result. He believed that she was pretty much done with Nashville, but that didn't mean she didn't still have a career left. A stellar one. He left her and went to his own slice of heaven at the Wilder B&B. He'd missed their wine and cheese hour and walked back as couples were drifting outside onto the private beach. He had to admit that the soft sound of the waves was comforting, and once again he understood the intrinsic appeal of the tiny hamlet of Whistle Cove. He managed to grab the last piece of cheese. "Mr. Caldwell," a woman's voice spoke from behind him. He turned to see an elderly woman dressed elegantly in a dress with a shawl thrown around her shoulders. Her gray hair was in a Victorian knot on her head, and her blue eyes were warm. "Welcome to the Wilder B&B." He shook her hand. "I don't think I've had the pleasure." "The pleasure is all mine. I'm Sabrina's grandmother. My husband's family and I used to run this B&B oh so many years ago." "You must be Audrey Wilder." He'd done his research. The grandmother had pretty much retired from running the B&B and left it in the care of her granddaughters. But when one by one they seemed to be leaving, starting with Lexi Wilder, he had to wonder who would be left to run this great place. He assumed Jessie would stay, since the word was she had no interest in returning to the music business. "I hope you're enjoying your stay. We Wilders are a hospitable bunch, especially our Sabrina." Yes, that she is." He nearly bit his tongue in half. If being a sassy smartass was hospitable, she had the market cornered. "My son," her father, used to say that Sabrina could sell ice to the Eskimos. She laughed softly behind her hand. Wasn't that the damn truth? She was selling sex to him without even trying. "She is a bit of a handful." "Don't let her get to you now. She's a very sweet girl most of the time. Loves her sisters and is a mama's girl through and through. You'll meet Kit too, I'm sure. It's inevitable." She made it sound like death and taxes. Inescapable. "I look forward to that." "Not so much." She sighed. "Yes, well, it is what it is." Wonderful. Mrs. Wilder, if you'll excuse me, I think I'm going to take a walk on the beach after I go upstairs and change. Good idea. It's a beautiful night, but make sure you wear a sweater. No one is prepared for beach weather on Monterey Bay. It's like autumn year-round. Once upstairs, he took a shower, ordered a pizza to be delivered to him on the beach, and slowly walked back. The seagulls and pelicans were gone for the day, since there likely was nothing left to forage. This made the night even quieter, and save for the rhythmic sounds of the waves, he had the peace and quiet he craved. Now if he could just take his mind off Sabrina. She was a job, nothing more. Not someone special. He had a sudden epiphany and thought he had the answer to why this all seemed so different with her. She was his last job, and on some level, that had affected the situation. Just knowing this would be the last time, even if he'd grown tired, had to mean something. A sense of nostalgia. Yes, that was it. Thank God. He didn't have to worry. This all made perfect sense. His perfect peace was interrupted by the sound of someone singing in the distance. The sound carried over the waves. As the sound drew closer, he recognized the song Sober by Little Big Town, and then he recognized the voice as belonging to none other than the woman he was itching to touch. Her voice was full and lusty, much different than her speaking one. "Oh, hey, Damien. What are you doing here?" She stopped on the dune right behind him. "Looking for some peace. And quiet. Supersized hint. Take it and get out of here before I do something we will both regret." "Ah, got it. But hey, I wanted to thank you for the clothes. I love them all. After you left, I tried them all on again." "Don't get them dirty. For special occasions only." "Yes, Daddy." Another internal facepalm. Why, oh, why was he being punished this way? "Which one should I wear to the gala? Is the gold one okay?" "Yeah, that's fine." Maybe if he temporarily agreed with everything she said. Worth a try. "And don't get mad, but I went ahead and took that one you didn't like, too. I just told Eddie to send me the bill for that one." "What? Why would you do that?" "Why not? I liked it as much as the other ones. It's cute." "It shows off your tits too much." She pointed. "Ha! You said tits." He glared at her. "Why are you doing this to me? Why do you have to challenge me on everything?" "I'm not. Okay, look. I'll wear that one only in private. Like maybe with my man." "Your man? Who is he? Where is he?" "Someday, I'll have a man." He exhaled in relief. "Sure you will. Someday." "I will, because I think I have a lot to offer a man. And I happen to like sex. Is that okay with you?" His brain screamed that he'd had enough, and before he could stop himself, he grabbed her arm and pulled her to him. "Never say that to a man. Never." She was now so close that he could see gold specks in her green eyes. Those eyes were heated and challenging, angry. They were locked in a staring contest with him. "Why not?" she finally said. "Does it make you nervous?" He snorted. "Yeah, sunshine. It makes me nervous. I'm shaking here." "Bet you are. Know what I think? I think you know that I could rock your world." She said this softly and slowly, tipping up to move as close to his lips as she could, as if she wanted him to catch every word and not miss one in the crashing sound of the waves. And he didn't, as each word hit him like a kick to the gut. He swallowed hard, sliding his hand down her arm. He released her. That was the problem. He'd finally identified it. She's right. She would rock my world. I'd never be the same. And he didn't want this. Any of it. Not when he'd finally solidified the plan he'd worked on for years. It had kept him clean and on the straight and narrow with a vision for the future spread out in front of him. He would have the second largest cattle ranch in Texas, second only to his sperm donor's ranch. After a while, he'd have the largest. Proof that he was more than the bastard son of a billionaire rancher. Yeah, she said. You know I'm right. He didn't speak, simply glared. Pizza delivery? DC turned to see a kid with a pizza box in his hands and a smirk on his face. Yeah, right here. DC took out his wallet and handed the kid a generous tip. He accepted the pizza box. Yum, that smells good. Sabrina eyed him. You know what else smells good? Victory. With that, she turned and practically ran away, leaving him alone in the dark with the moonlight and his pizza. 5. Good Girl by Dustin Lynch. Sabrina ran back to her cottage, hoping that last victory statement didn't have him hot on her heels to argue who was right and who was wrong, who'd won and who'd lost tonight. She hoped she'd done a good job of hiding her fear from Damien, because right now her heartbeat thundered in her ears like a rocket. He'd pulled her to him, but his grasp wasn't rough or hurtful. It was firm and enticing. He was so close and warm to the touch. Hard, strong as an ox. His eyes were deep brown and shimmering under long eyelashes, full sensual lips, and his voice, low and deep like the sound of a bass guitar. She didn't understand her feelings. This was different. The attraction and chemistry she had with him was not something she'd ever experienced before. She didn't know what to do about it because she couldn't blow this opportunity paid for on her behalf. All those beautiful dresses. A chance for a new contract with a label and a chance to sing again. She didn't know what the Hollywood deal was all about, but hey, if she had to get to Nashville through Los Angeles, she'd do that too. But she was a country singer, first, born and bred, down to her roots. Sure, she wasn't classic country, but she would never be anyone but a country and western singer. Her daddy had been a big fan of Willie Nelson, and she'd grown up around those songs. Reba McEntire, Dolly Parton. Lexi's songs were also country-influenced, even if they had a strong pop slant, and Sabrina sang them with a little bit of kick and sass. But some people made fun of country. Country wasn't cool. She knew this because she lived in Whistle Cove and had grown up with some of those people. Somebody help me, my dog just died. Billy Dixon, one of her classmates, would sing in a ridiculous twang. She was not Hollywood. Those people would make fun of her too, she was sure. The gala made her nervous, as she wasn't used to being around the corporate types. In the past, at those events, she'd always stayed glued to her sisters. She guessed Damien would help. He seemed smooth as a worrystone. Except tonight. She'd completely unnerved him with her words. Some of the tight control in his eyes had slipped, and she'd seen full-on desire and lust in his gaze. Of course, he'd probably rather be kicked in the family jewels before admitting it. But he'd stopped calling her kid, and she rather liked that. She wasn't sure sunshine was that much better, seeing as he'd said it between gritted teeth, but for now she'd take it. She took a shower and slipped into her favorite long tee. Right now he was just feet away from her on the beach eating a pizza, alone. He didn't have to be alone, but damn if she'd risk going back now and not having the last word. She was stubborn like that. The pizza had smelled delicious. Tomato sauce, cheese, maybe some pepperoni in there. The smells were as enticing as he'd looked, standing alone, his back to her, staring at the ocean. Sometimes he acted like he'd never seen it before, like it was some strange and beautiful phenomenon. She'd taken it for granted for a long time, and it wasn't until she'd been on a tour bus for months that she'd grown to appreciate being home. Home to the crisp sounds of the sea, the seagulls and pelicans squawking. Hell, even the yucky seaweed that the waves carried back to the beach and she avoided stepping on. Whistle Cove, where the sea was cold and the sand on the beaches almost white. Monterey Bay attracted people from all over the world, but to Sabrina, it had always been home. Pulling a pillow over her head, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but all she did was toss and turn. She thought about Damien and her unnatural pull to him. Thought about those lips of his touching hers, and of him losing some more of that tight control. If she ever got a chance, she'd wreck him in a good way. Ride him like a bronco. He'd probably appreciate that, seeing as he wanted to be a cowboy. But for now, she'd do her best to stay away. Apparently, Damien hadn't been able to get a flight for them until Friday. So, for a couple of days, Sabrina made sure to help Jessie and Gran around the B&B as much as she could. She'd always felt guilty that, while her sisters pulled their weight, Sabrina hadn't always known how to help. She still couldn't figure out how to get the fitted sheets on the beds. And sometimes when she'd dry and fold towels, a terribly boring job, something or someone would distract her, and she'd forget what she'd been doing. She'd wander around, looking for something important to do. Like now. She was in the kitchen with Olga, but she had no idea what she'd come in here for. Then again, she'd been awake since 9, trying hard to get used to these earlier hours Damien seemed to adore. "Have some coffee, sweetie." Olga canted her head to the French press that made the best coffee. "It's fresh." "Oh, thank you." She poured some into a cup. Even if she hated the taste of coffee, it was ever so helpful to a night owl on a rooster's schedule. "Sabrina, honey." Gran came up behind her, putting a hand on her shoulder. "You're leaving us today, I hear?" "What? Where? Why?" Olga asked. "To Hollywood," Gran said proudly. "A big gala event with Rise Up Records." "Oh, mija, how exciting. Tell me if you see Denzel Washington." Sabrina laughed. "I don't think I'll be seeing all of the famous people. It's not like they all hang out together in one big room." What a shame," Olga said. "I will miss you, sweetie." "It's not like I'm leaving forever. I'll be back here the next day." "And you will behave yourself?" Gran said with a twinkle in her eye. "Around Mr. Caldwell?" "I don't know if I could behave myself," Olga said, fanning herself. "That man is I don't know, so arrogant?" Sabrina supplied helpfully and batted her eyelashes. "Irresistible. That's the word you're looking for." "Sabrina," Gran scolded. "He's our guest." Sabrina sighed. "I know. Don't worry. I'll be good." Gran lifted the lid of a pot filled with Olga's tasty oatmeal of raisins, cranberries, and brown sugar. "A car is picking you two up to take you to the airport this afternoon. Are you packed?" Ha! Was she packed? She'd been packed since 2 nights ago when again she couldn't sleep because of one Damien Caldwell. He was driving her crazy, interfering with her sleep patterns and dreams. This morning she'd woken with what she swore was the taste of him on her lips. He tasted like scotch in her fantasy, because he looked like a man who drank scotch. Truthfully, she had no idea. He could prefer pina coladas for all she knew. But he could kiss, with plenty of tongue. Wow. In her fantasies, he'd been the best kisser ever. For all she knew, he was a terrible kisser, but probably not. "Don't worry. I'm ready, and I won't make us late." A few hours later, on the ride to the airport in San Jose, and then while going through TSA, Damien barely looked at Sabrina and talked to her even less. She followed his lead like a good girl,
which, by the way, in case anyone cared to know, she was. One serious boyfriend in her entire life, people. One. Just because she liked sex and talked about it didn't mean she was getting any. Far from it. She settled into the middle seat of the plane, between Damien and a large businessman who had his laptop open until the last possible second. Damien took the aisle seat to stretch out his leg. Fortunately, it was a short ride to LAX, for which she was grateful, because there was nothing better than feeling like a packed sardine. "Why aren't we flying first class?" she asked him. Seemed like he could use the extra room. He didn't even remove his shades as he answered her. "On Luke's dime, we don't need first class. I'll use the money where it makes sense." Oh, well, it was rather nice that he cared so much about her family. She appreciated that and had a short burst of tenderness bloom for him. It also helped that she was sitting so close to him she could smell his cologne. It was divine, and she was certain very expensive. A few minutes before they took off, an actor Sabrina recognized from a Netflix long-running series was escorted onto the plane at the last minute. Turning, he headed out of first class toward DC and stooped in the aisle to shake his hand. "My man." Bobby Lewis patted Damien's shoulder, then shook his hand. "Good to see you." "Same," Damien said, still not removing his shades. Neither at Bobby. Sabrina wanted some cool shades like that. "Did you help him?" she whispered, leaning closer, which meant she was nearly in his lap. "Yep," he said. She got the feeling down deep in her bones that she greatly annoyed him just by breathing the same air he did. Fine. She would stop talking to him. See how he liked that. When he got around to ordering her again, he was probably going to start up with the words. Until then, she'd give him as good as she got. Dead silence, baby. It didn't last long. At the airport waiting for their cab, she swore she saw Ryan Seacrest being dropped off. Oh my God, is that... Probably, he answered, sounding bored. Turned out, Hollywood was weird from this angle. The Wilder sisters had played a few shows here in the past, but she'd never seen much of the place. They passed through downtown, and she saw crowds of people, some in costumes. Chewbacca from Star Wars, Princess Leia, Darth Vader, and a man playing a guitar dressed in nothing but his tighty-whities. "Oh, look, the singing cowboy," she said, pointing. "I saw him once in New York City." When DC didn't say anything, Sabrina slumped down in her seat. She felt like such a fangirl or tourist. But seriously, her world had been the inside of a tour bus, a hotel room, and the stage. That's about it. No time for anything else. Roll in, roll out. This was kind of a treat, although she doubted that Damien would allow much time to sightsee. All business, this one. When they checked into the hotel, the desk clerk seemed to know Damien and flirted with him, which he didn't even notice. He still hadn't removed his shades, but he handed over cards and scribbled signatures like he didn't need to see anything. They had adjoining rooms on the 14th floor. The hotel was a big maze, and Sabrina knew she'd get lost if she didn't follow Damien everywhere. Even then, she probably still would. He walked so fast with long strides that she could barely keep up. "Catch up, sunshine," he said, as he held the elevator doors open, the most he'd said to her in a couple of hours. This time he hadn't said her new nickname through gritted teeth. "I'm taking the second key card to your room," he said, dropping her off at her door and handing her a key card. She tipped her chin. "Why? So you can barge in here when I'm half naked and have your way with me?" A single brow quirked above the rim of the shades he still hadn't removed. "Yes, exactly." He wasn't smiling, though. She got the idea he was trying to be sarcastic. "I know what it is. You care so much about me that you want to barge in and make sure I'm not entertaining a man in that titty dress you didn't want me to have. Do me a favor. Never say titty dress again." "You got it."
she saluted. I didn't even bring it with me. He waited for her to open the door and then placed her overnight bag inside. Before he left, he removed his shades and propped them on his head. I have to tell you something, and I'm not sure you're going to like it, so just listen. She sure didn't like the sound of that. What's wrong? It's about why we're here tonight. He ran a hand through his hair. There's some interest from the label for you to be a crossover artist. They think you'd do much better in that market. Popular contemporary music, leaning more toward rock. So the plan isn't to bring you back to Nashville to record. It's to set you up as a huge recording artist. Here. She backed up to the bed and plopped down. But I'm country. Nashville. I get that. But with your looks and image, it would be much simpler if we just use the brand you have. Polish it up a bit. Make it work for everyone. The brand I have? She stared at him. What does that mean? He sighed and wouldn't look at her. Bad girl. Bad girl? Seriously? The kick to her stomach wound its way to her feet. She was sick to death of one mistake ruling the rest of her life, and she didn't believe that Luke and Lexi would sign on for this. Constrained bad girl. A badass like Pink. She loved Pink as an artist, but Sabrina had never seen herself being like Pink. Their styles were so different. Does Lexi know? I doubt it. He sat next to her. Luke hired me, and he trusts me to be the best at what I do, so he's pretty much in the dark about what the record label wants for you. But hey, this is huge. They have plans to make you into a megastar. But I just want to go to Nashville with my sister. Look, you keep telling me you're not a kid anymore, and I believe you. You're a woman, and it's time to strike out on your own. God, if she had a nickel. I wish you would have told me this earlier. You haven't made this job easy on me. Figured telling you too soon would make this harder. So you lied to me? Didn't lie. Their interest runs deep. It wasn't until some of the things you said made me realize you wouldn't be happy with this. But give them an inch, and then you take a mile. Huh? Tonight the negotiations begin, Sunshine. If they're impressed, they're going to want you. Once they want you, you can better call the shots. Got me? Okay. She had to admit that made sense. They'd eventually understand she belonged on a country label. I do this tonight, and then maybe I can negotiate what I want later. You're catching on. He studied her, catching her gaze, not releasing it. Here's another lesson. Your fans will want to get close to you when you've got fame. They'll want to know about your personal life. Don't worry, there isn't one. There will be, someday, right? Yeah, she hoped. Like I told Luke and Lexi, don't try to pretend you can have a personal life like anyone else. You gave that up long ago. But you can control what they know. If your fans know a few personal things about you, they'll be happy and satisfied. They're less likely to press for more, for all the stuff you'd rather keep seriously private. She nodded. Like who I'm sleeping with? Exactly. Wait. Why are you telling me this now? Tonight is just industry executives, right? Because I have a strange feeling after tonight. You might not be alone anymore. What? Really? Tonight everyone's going to see you for the knockout you are. You're beautiful, Sabrina. You don't know it, but you are. You think I'm beautiful? Because I'm not a blind man. She couldn't dismiss the sharp tinkle of anticipation that pulsed through her. You would see a lot better, too, if you took your shades off when you're inside. Just saying. His lips tipped up, revealing an achingly gorgeous smile. Fair enough. You should smile more. Tell you what, do good tonight, and I promise you I'll smile more. Remember, keep your cool above all else. No matter what anyone says, mean-spirited or otherwise, let it slide right off your back. There will be people here tonight who might not want you to succeed for whatever reason. They might have another horse in the race. Or maybe they're just jealous. Don't let them win. Don't let them win. And with those words, Sabrina Wilder prepared to take her life back. 6. Get to You by Michael Ray. Sabrina spent 2 hours getting ready for the party. She'd learned a lot about makeup through the years, first from Mama, and then her stylist when she'd had one. She could now do it all herself, rather expertly. She applied a base, underlined her eyes for depth, applied a hint of mascara, and then false eyelashes before adding a hint of color to her mostly pale face. There wasn't a whole lot of sun in Whistle Cove, except through a cloud cover. She guessed everyone here would be tan, like Damien. As a last touch, she straightened her normally wavy hair until it was sleek and straight, and pulled some to the side so her bangs almost covered her right eye. Another styling trick from the experts. Finally, she slipped into the beautiful, sparkly dress that made her feel like a movie star. When Damien knocked on her door, she was ready for him. And holy guacamole, the man cleaned up well. Not that he had ever looked grubby, but at the moment, he looked like a tall, dark, and sexy James Bond in his beautifully tailored black suit and blue tie. His brown hair looked like perfection, as usual, and she'd just bet he hadn't spent 2 hours getting ready. Wow, you look amazing, she said, grabbing her clutch. So do you. He held out his arm, and she took it, squeezing his bicep to see if it was as hard as it looked. Basically, she was copying a feel. She nearly made herself laugh out loud with that knowledge. For the record, it was as hard as it looked. Like steel. I'm nervous, she said as they walked the long hallway to the elevators. It's been a long time since I went to one of these parties, and the last time I did, she'd wound up talking to a man who'd said he was a fan. He'd confessed a huge crush on Sabrina, and of course she was flattered. She'd given him her number. And the rest was her bad history. That won't happen tonight, because I've got you. He had her. A prickle of awareness shot through her as she wished that someday she'd have a man like him in her life. Someone who had her back all the time. She'd had that kind of protection and safety with her family, her sisters. She knew she'd been luckier than most. The Wilders had been such a tight and close-knit family that they'd never had all that many friends other than work friends. Certainly she hadn't. No one actually seemed to like her, even though she was a friend to everybody, and she tried hard to be liked. Maybe too hard. At least according to her sisters. Still holding onto Damien's arm, they entered the room reserved for the big recording label party. Awed by all the beautiful people, she couldn't help but feel inadequate in comparison. Most of the women were wearing stylish black evening gowns, sleek, sophisticated. Somehow her glittery gown felt like overkill in here, like she was trying too hard again. She clung to Damien, who shook hands easily with everyone as he strode inside. He introduced her as Sabrina Wilder, neglecting to mention her prior association with the Wilder sisters. This was good, she guessed, seeing as the sister act was a thing of the past. It still stung a little, since at one time she'd imagined she and her sisters would be performing together all their lives. She recognized some of these faces in the crowd. Many of them she'd seen at the Grammys, accepting awards for their work. She was intimidated by this overachieving crowd. The Wilder sisters had won a couple of CMA awards, but never the coveted Grammy. That had always seemed out of their reach. And now there was not one country and western singer who she recognized in the room. She supposed that was to be expected, but it would be nice to see some familiar faces. "Sabrina Wilder," said a distinguished-looking man with salt and pepper hair and a nicely trimmed matching goatee. "All grown up. God almighty, girl. You look magnificent." "Doesn't she?" Damien said. "Sabrina, this is Henry Thornwood, CEO of Rise Up." Sabrina shook the man's hand. "I'm so happy to be here." "Sabrina is getting back to work soon. She's been working on new material and should be ready to go into a recording studio soon," Damien said. "For us, I hope," he grinned, taking another flute of champagne from the passing tray. "We're trying to arrange that, yes?" Damien said smoothly. He seemed like a different person tonight, not the often annoyed and arrogant man he'd been. And he was lying, too. She didn't have any new material. Not yet, anyway. She wondered if this was something he did often. Listen for what people are telling you, and also what they're not telling you. Sabrina didn't know what to do with this information. Maybe Damien was simply selling her, presenting her, and he probably was using everything in his arsenal. He was the expert here, not her. She still didn't like it. "How do you feel about popular rock music?" Mr. Thornwood said. "Who are some of your favorites?" She squeezed Damien's forearm, but not to cop a feel this time. It was to release the pressure and tension she felt trying to come up with someone's name. Her idols had all played at the Grand Ole Opry, but she had definitely listened to crossover artists. "Luke Wyatt," she said, because Luke had recently had such crossover success with the song he and Lexi had co-written. "And I love Sam Hunt." Come on, who didn't? "That boy sure is moving country in a whole other direction, isn't he? Sure wish we'd signed him." He sighed and chugged the rest of his drink. "She likes pink," Damien added helpfully, saving her butt. "Good choice. I think she's here tonight. Somewhere." Mr. Thornwood scanned the crowd. "If I see her, I'll drag her over for introductions. She's a real sweetheart." That would be awesome. Pink. She'd forgotten how much she liked the power singer and her kick-ass songs. If she got to meet her, she hoped Damien would be nearby to keep her from fangirling too much. They made the rounds, and Sabrina met so many industry insiders that the names blurred. Faces she could do, but names were another story. Damien seemed to know everyone's name, and made it a point to make them realize he remembered them. And they looked impressed, especially the women. Sabrina didn't miss the way some of them took him in, like he was a slice of cake that wasn't on their diet. Too many of the women looked like they could use a sandwich. Sabrina had never thought of herself as fat until tonight. Curvy, yes. These women didn't have waists, and they also didn't have butts. They were one long strand of beauty. "Be right back," Damien said, and parked her near the champagne display. "No," she whined, holding on to him for dear life. "Sunshine," he said with his scary calm. "I said I'd be right back. I need to talk to someone." "Fine." She let go of him, and he crossed the room with purposeful strides. It was time to perform. She'd done plenty of that in her life, even on days when she had the flu and wanted to crawl back into bed. From the time she was 10, she'd been taught how to be a professional. To smile even if you didn't want to. Sing even if you just got dumped by your boyfriend because he was headed to Iraq. Dance because everyone was always watching. Sabrina picked up a flute and used it as movie stars used cigarettes for the cool factor a long time ago. She pretended she was Grace Kelly, one of Gran's favorite movie stars. Putting on a smile, she slid it to everyone who looked in her direction. Tossed her hair. She caught the eye of a few men, not her intention. But finally a trio of women moved toward her as if they would say hello. Sabrina said hello first and got ready to make a friend or two. But they kept walking past her, stopping only a few feet behind her. If she thinks she can come to Hollywood just because she's scandal-worthy, she'd better think again. They're only signing 2 new artists this year. Maybe I should sell a topless photo of myself to get notoriety, too. You have to admit, it's a cheap shot, but some genius marketing. All I know is you can slap lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig, another said. If Lexi had heard these women, she'd have knocked them out with one swift punch. If Gran had heard them, she'd have washed their mouths out with ivory soap. If Jessie had heard them, she'd probably have tried to convince them they were wrong by talking their ears off. But it was Sabrina who'd heard them, and another slice of her heart broke off. They knew Sabrina could hear them. This was all for her benefit, obviously. The old Sabrina would have launched into a tirade of her own, but that part of her had been quieted and shamed a while ago. Still, she was strong enough to want to defend herself, even here. She turned to face the cowards and gave them a look that could kill. They simply smirked and sneered. There will be some people who won't want you to succeed. They might have another horse in the race. Or they're just jealous. But Sabrina didn't believe these beautiful women were jealous of her. Their eyes said it all. She didn't belong in this Hollywood scene. All along, she'd known she wouldn't. But now it hurt, harder than she'd ever expected. And the pain slid into her like a sharp memory. Because she still wanted people to like her, still ached from a time when the whole world hated her. This wasn't much better. Did they honestly believe she had done this on purpose for all the bad attention? All the negative publicity? They didn't judge her for her indiscretion, but because they thought she'd used the scandal to get ahead. They didn't know her or her family, didn't know that she'd let them all down, which had hurt her the most. In her life, there had always been just 2 things: family, number 1, and music, number 2. Horrified, she felt her eyes sting. A sob threatened to push through her tight chest. The walls seemed to be closing in on her as she stood in this huge room alone, unable to breathe. She couldn't stand here another minute and pretend that she was like these women, or that she would ever want to be. Setting her flute on the table, Sabrina ran out of the room. DC had just finished talking to a few people he wanted to introduce Sabrina to, but first he'd smoothed the road for her, talked about all the interest surrounding her, the revitalizing of her career, the comeback. Yes, he was going a lot further and beyond what he would normally do for a client. The way things were going, the executives acknowledging their interest to him, he thought after tonight Sabrina might eventually have a bidding war to get her signed. But when he turned to check on Sabrina out of the corner of his eye, he saw her leaving the room. Not leaving. Running. "Excuse me," he said to the 2 men and 1 woman who headed up publicity for Rise Up. Fury dripping off him, he followed Sabrina out of the room. She was nowhere in sight. This was completely unacceptable. Had he not told her to let any insults slide off her back? He hadn't heard any, but when he'd passed a small coven on his way out, he had his suspicions. Jealousy, pure and unbridled. Not one of them had the charm of a Sabrina Wilder. She presented as a fresh ingenue because she was. No one else in this room could pull that off. Now she'd ruined his plans for her tonight by again not listening to him, challenging him as she did at every turn. Maybe now he'd simply be done. Wash his hands of this mess. Just explain to Luke that he couldn't work with someone who wouldn't take his advice. And he'd tried. God knew he had. He punched the up button on the elevator with more than a little anger. With every floor, he grew more livid. Calm down. Why did it matter so much? If she wanted to torpedo her career, it wasn't any of his business. But he knew why. She got to him. Try as he might, he couldn't get past the fact that she saw him. She saw past the stern attitude he gave her and treated him as if he was someone else entirely. Because of that, he'd grown to give a shit. Something he'd promised himself never to do again. Blow of that knowledge hit him square in the chest. He deserved whatever he got for getting invested. The toughest lesson of all had once taught him not to get invested at all, even in those who supposedly loved him unconditionally. He knocked on her door, and when she didn't answer, he pulled out the extra key card and let himself in. "Sabrina?" he bellowed. Sure, he sounded like a crazy man. To hell with cool and collected. At last he'd get through to her. She wasn't in the room, but he heard the water running in the bathroom, which not only terrified him, but made his boiling blood grow suddenly ice cold. He knocked on the bathroom door once, twice, then turned the knob. He'd never had a client lose such faith in their future to the point of hurting themselves, and the thought of Sabrina being the first made his panic grow exponentially, until he would have torn the door off its hinges if it had been locked. Not giving a hot damn about anything else right now, he flung the shower curtain back to find Sabrina Wilder, his favorite Spitfire in hell on wheels, sitting on the floor of the tub, fully clothed. Deep guttural sobs shook her frame, but she was whole. She wasn't hurt, or injured, or bleeding. DC allowed himself to breathe again. Sunshine. She acknowledged his presence by ducking her head under an arm and turning to the wall. The gut-twisting sobs didn't stop. They continued on, and to him they felt like short, jabbing stabs to his chest. He wanted more than anything for her to stop. He'd do whatever she wanted if she would smile again, and sass him, and tell him she wanted the titty dress. Hell, he'd let her wear the freaking titty dress to breakfast if she'd stop making his chest feel tight. He didn't wait for her to face him. He didn't wait for her to stop crying. He waited for nothing, and no one, as he reached to shut off the faucet, tugged her out of the shower, removed the dress and her underwear, threw a towel on her, and carried her out of the bathroom. Then he simply sat down on the double bed and held her on his lap. Not knowing how else to comfort her, he simply rubbed up and down her naked back. She positioned her arms around his shoulders and buried her face in his neck. He didn't try and get her to talk to him. There would be no point. He wouldn't understand a word she said anyway. At the moment, every bit of oxygen she had was being used, taken up in the matter of crying like someone had ripped her heart out. He didn't know how long he'd held her, gently patting, rubbing her legs, anything to offer comfort, when the sobs began to subside. So there was a God. If he'd ever had doubts before, this ended them. "I'm sorry," she said when she could formulate a word. "Don't talk, baby." He would have preferred not to find out that Sabrina was still hurting from the hell she'd been through. His first mistake had been to believe she was stronger than this. He'd believed it because of her carefree attitude, but it was clear she wasn't over the past at all. It had been nothing but an act. It was also clear that he'd lost control at some point and let her in. He wondered when exactly that had been. Wondered if it had been the first day he met her, when he'd stayed despite his doubts this would be easy, or when she'd brazenly told him she liked sex, and that she could rock his world. Or maybe it had been when he heard the sound of her lusty voice singing, mixing with the sound of the crashing waves, and filling the silence he'd thought he'd wanted. 7. Speechless, by Dan and Shay. When Sabrina had calmed down enough to simply hiccup instead of sob, DC stood, threw back the covers on her bed, helped her lose the towel, and covered her gently. She stared at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Oh yeah, he still had his slightly damp suit on. Tie, everything. He removed the jacket, loosened the tie. Then he made his way to the phone. Yeah, we need some dinner here. He picked up the menu and eyed it. Then he ordered nearly everything on it. Sue him, he was hungry and traumatized. And a bottle of scotch. You drink scotch? Sabrina said from the bed, where she appeared half buried. All he could see was her little face. Sure do. I ordered a bottle, didn't I? What do you have? Yeah, that's a joke. I'm kidding. He shoved a hand through his hair. I'd like a hamburger, please. Would you settle for filet mignon? He tugged the tie off and set it on the nightstand, pulled the tucked-in white button-down out of his slacks, and rolled up the sleeves. It's one of the many things I ordered off the menu. Sure. He sat on the side of the second bed, facing her. You never joked with me before. She made this sound as unbelievable as hearing that little green men had been located on Mars. He scrubbed his chin. Guess I only joke when I'm nervous. Oh, me too. He decided not to ask what had happened tonight minutes after finding her in the shower. It was enough to know that she wasn't ready for Hollywood, and he didn't know if they were ready for her. He'd work on Plan B. Sure, normally he'd exit stage left at this point. After all, he had a cattle ranch to get to, a lot of quiet and isolation waiting for him. He refused to ask himself why he wasn't leaving. Plan B, he said, spreading hands on his thighs. I'm sorry that I ruined tonight. Having second thoughts about tonight myself. She went up on her elbows and brought the sheet up with her to cover her breasts. I thought you said negotiations begin tonight. True. Negotiations have been relocated. That's all. I plan on starting a bidding war for you. And while he realized he'd seamlessly moved from image fixer to publicist to manager super agent, he didn't much care at this point. He was knee-deep in this. A war? That doesn't sound good. It's the best possible scenario. You want to be able to choose where you go, write your own ticket. Nashville? She asked, her eyes shimmering. Anything you want, sunshine. A few minutes later, he was reclined on the bed next to hers, planning her comeback in his head when room service arrived. Demian, she said softly, I'm naked here. Hide, he said with a chuckle. I'm kidding. I won't let them all away inside the room. Carts arrived filled with trays and enough food to last them 2 days. He tipped the poor man generously, rolled the carts in, and closed the door. Sabrina was a lump on the bed. He's gone, he announced. Her little face peeked out again. Still naked here. Oh, yeah, right. She didn't want to eat naked. Might spill something on that peach-colored flawless skin. A crime. Now you're shy with me? Okay. Won't look again. I'm turning my back. Go and grab something from your bag. He was good about not peeking, even if he was tempted. One of his favorite parts of a woman was her smooth and soft skin. And Sabrina had plenty of flesh, especially on that perfect ass, which looked far better without clothes hindering it. Oh, yeah, he'd noticed. Okay, you can turn around, she said, after a couple of minutes. He turned to see her in the same big t-shirt that came down to just below her thighs, the one that she'd worn on the morning they'd met. I thought I'd be sleeping alone, so I didn't bring anything else to wear for bedtime. She made her way to the carts and lifted the cover off of a plate. You are sleeping alone, he said, more for his own benefit than for hers. He would not cross the line. Another line, he meant, because he'd already crossed a few. Sabrina couldn't figure Damien out. He drank scotch, as she'd suspected, and though she still didn't know if he was a good kisser, she did know a couple of other things. Even if she thought he'd be furious with her, instead he'd been kind, tender, and now he appeared to be on her side 100%, without regard for what he knew the Rise Up Hollywood division wanted from her. To have someone besides her sisters finally have her back felt incredible. She watched him now as he drank his scotch and ate his steak. He was hungry. He'd finally admitted, and frankly, she was starving. A good cry always made her first exhausted and then hungry. She hadn't cried like that since the scandal, like she'd been saving it all up and couldn't keep it inside anymore. In the beginning, she hadn't cried because her immediate reaction to the photo had been defensive. She hadn't wanted to believe she'd done anything wrong. It had been the man who betrayed her who'd been wrong. But then, she'd finally had to admit to herself she'd been at least partly to blame. She'd given the man ammunition, trusting someone she hadn't known well enough. Dying for some affection and attention from a man because she'd been so lonely on the road. So damned stupid. Tonight she'd cried for everything. For the betrayal by a man, for ruining not only her career but that of her sisters, for feeling so lonely all the time, and finally, because she had a mother who stayed away too much. Sabrina understood she'd stayed away because she didn't much like the new reality. A world without her husband. One without music at its center, and a B&B instead. Her mother didn't quite understand how much Sabrina had needed her in those early days after the scandal. It didn't matter as much because she'd had her sisters and Gran. But recently, even that had been taken away when Lexi went back to Nashville with Luke. It was only fair. They were getting married. She'd known this would happen, and that they'd all move on. Her sisters would have their own families. And so would she. Someday. "You okay?" Damien asked, as if he wanted a check on her emotional state. She took a bite of the creamy mashed potatoes and cut into her filet mignon. "I'm good." He met her gaze. "Not going to lie. You scared the piss out of me tonight." "I thought you'd be mad." "Oh, I was mad. And then I was terrified." "You're that afraid of a woman crying?" "No," he said, downing some scotch. "I thought maybe you would hurt yourself." Now she felt horrible. Poor Damien. "No, I would never do that." "How would I know?" "I'm sorry. You don't know me well enough. That would never happen. At some point, everyone reaches their desperate side. What I know about you is that you're difficult and feisty, sexy, and damn talented too." "Wait, sexy?" He ignored that. "I just thought you were stronger." She sat up straighter. "I am strong." "Told you not to let them win." "And they didn't." She tipped her chin. "I had a real good cry that had been a long time coming. I once read that kind of a thing can fester inside you and rot you from the inside out. So I should probably thank them. I'm sorry about the dress and your suit scaring you and everything. But I'm the one having a room service dinner feast with a devastatingly sexy man. So who's winning now?" He quirked a brow. "You think I'm sexy, and I think you're sex on a stick. So what are we going to do about that?" she asked. "Nothing, if I can help it." "Why? Why do you want to help it?" "It's unprofessional." In all my years doing this work, I've never slept with a client. And it's unethical. Most of my clients are going through a rough patch. Emotionally, they can be in shambles. Definitely in a bad place. That's when I come in and start repairing. It would be unfair to take what I want. What I want? She sat with those words for a long, luxurious minute. It's different with me. Surely he could also feel the chemistry between them, the sexual tension as thick as her steak. He didn't deny it. How did you get into this business anyway? She asked. Had my own scandal. This shocked her to the core. He didn't look like the type of man who would ever make a mistake. More like one whose every move was planned and scheduled ahead of time. It was good to see a facet of his human side. He'd once made a mistake. Probably a big one. What kind? Short story. I was on a football scholarship to Texas A&M. Full ride. One night I drank too much and got pulled over for a DUI. Arrested. Lost my scholarship. I'm so sorry. I'm lucky no one was hurt. Anyway, I completely reinvented myself with the help of my mentor. Went back to school and got my degree. After that, I wanted to do what he did. Help people who'd made a terrible mistake with the second chance almost everybody deserves. Almost. Not everyone? Some of the people I've met and worked with? Not sure they did. Eventually, I turned some assignments down because I didn't need to take them. I could pick and choose who I worked with, and I somehow lucked into working with celebrities and folks in the music industry. Not saying that every one of them deserved a second chance either. I grew to hate people. I think it's because I've seen too much of the worst side of people. The part I help them hide from the world as they reinvent themselves and learn how to deal with the media of today. What part are you helping me hide? She was curious as to what he saw as her worst side, though she definitely had some idea. He met her eyes straight on, unblinking. That would be what you told me on the beach. You like sex. You don't care who knows it. I should care who knows it, she said slowly, even though she didn't just talk to anyone the way she had to Damien. It was just too easy to rile him, too easy to tease him, and yeah, she'd had her fun. You're too trusting, too open with people. Be more guarded. He swallowed some more scotch, then slid her an irritated look. And why the hell aren't you intimidated by me? Everyone else is. She got the feeling that really bothered him. Worse, she didn't have an answer except the fact that she'd been through worse than Damien Caldwell. Plus, he was easy on the eyes, a special weakness of hers. But it was far more than that. She'd never had anyone truly see who she was before this, and call her on it, too. Who says I'm not? He scowled at her. Okay. You see? I am strong, not to be intimidated by you. She put some steel in her spine. He stood up and stretched. Our plane leaves tomorrow. We both need to get some sleep, and I have some calls to make. Stay with me a little longer, she said. Please? What for? I want to watch a movie. He picked up the remote and started going through the process. Fine. This is how you do it. No, I mean, I don't want to watch it alone. Why, is it a scary one? Now she quirked an eyebrow. What's with the fifth degree? He held out his palms, giving up. Let's watch a movie. She picked the romantic comedy over the action thriller he preferred, and he only groaned a little bit. After all, watching a movie had been her idea. Only 30 minutes into the film, Damien closed his eyes and his breathing became regular and even. He'd fallen asleep in his clothes on the bed next to hers. She studied his relaxed face, the strong jawline and full lips. It would probably be best to wake him and send him to his room where he could change and get a better night's rest. On the other hand, he seemed so peaceful already. When the movie ended with the happily ever after she needed tonight, Sabrina shut off the TV, covered the food, and turned off all the lights. Then she quietly, as stealthy as a cat, climbed onto Damien's bed. She didn't get close enough to touch him, just admired him sleeping, wondering about his life, until she couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. When rays of dawn sunlight spilled through the blinds, Sabrina forced one eye open. She was still on the bed with Damien, but now his arms were around her and her back was pulled to his front. Oh boy. She didn't want to move at all. Maybe ever again. But pretty soon she'd have to use the facilities. Uncomfortable though she was with that need, she didn't move a muscle until she felt Damien shift his weight against her a few minutes later. He rolled to his back and groaned, then cursed under his breath. She only dared open both eyes when she heard him rise from the bed. And oh my goodness, he looked so endearing in the morning. Hair adorably disheveled, sexy stubble going into overtime now, sleepy bedroom eyes. Totally sigh-worthy. She may have sighed. He caught her staring at him. I fell asleep. I know, and I didn't want to bother you. He scratched the stubble on his chin. You didn't want to bother me, so you laid your half-naked body next to mine instead of sleeping in your own bed? Ah, you caught that. You're lucky I didn't do something about it. No, I am not lucky. She stretched. Would you believe me if I said I needed the warmth of another human body to help me sleep? He fiddled with the coffee machine. I'd say you're reaching. I don't know why you won't just let this happen. She tore the covers off and flounced over to join him. I want you, and you want me. He studied her from underneath his eyelashes. I already explained why. I won't think any less of you, and I won't tell anyone. I pinky promise. She only wanted him to kiss her. Just once to see if it would be as explosive as she thought it was going to be between them. Then she'd leave him alone. Sure she would. He actually gave her one of his better smiles, the one with his eyes involved, and leaned forward to tuck a hair behind her ear. While it's hard to turn down a pinky promise, I think we better get showered and dressed. She'd put him through enough last night, and they sure didn't want to miss their plane. Sabrina did as he ordered, even if she didn't like it very much. 8. All on Me by Devin Dawson. Sabrina realized they had to be at the airport 2 hours before their flight, but she didn't understand why Damien pushed to leave the hotel so early. She had her answer when he showed up after she'd showered, dressed, and packed her bag. Leave your bag there and come with me. He held out his hand. She took it, of course. Okay. Where are we going? We don't need to check out until noon anyway. So why were you hurrying me? I've booked us a tour, he said as they rode down the elevator. Think I didn't notice the fan in you? You're practically hanging out the window to catch Seacrest's eye. Fine, go ahead and make fun of me. I've never had a chance to actually see the town itself. Just perform. Thought so. A common story.
Damien had booked them a 2-hour tour on an open-air bus that started at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They walked on the sidewalk, stepping on the brass stars embedded with hundreds of famous names. He took pictures of her hamming it up. The bus was small, and he took her hand as they found a seat. On board with them were mostly couples, many of them obviously tourists speaking in other languages. This tour hits all the major tourist spots, and we'll wind up back here again at the end, Damien said. Then we can go get our luggage and head to the airport. Delight bubbled inside her as she realized he'd done this for her. She didn't think anyone had been so sweet and thoughtful in years. Thank you. He cleared his throat and looked away. Didn't want you bitching at me later. She squeezed the hand that she was still holding, because apparently hand-holding didn't cross his ethical lines, and she was okay with that. The tour took them through Rodeo Drive, the Sunset Strip, Grauman's Chinese Theater, and the famous Hollywood sign on the hill for photo ops. Damien took a few selfies of them with the sign behind them, making her feel like part of a real couple. She grinned into the camera like a hyena, while he looked serious as usual. They were driven past a few celebrity homes and finally deposited back on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Sabrina wandered into a gift shop and picked up 2 fake small Oscar trophies. By the time she was done shopping for Olga and everyone else, they had to run back to the hotel room to check out and get to the airport on time. They barely made it. Sabrina didn't think she'd ever had a better day. Even though this technically wasn't a date, she reminded herself. They were sitting on the plane, holding hands again, when a young passenger came up to them. "Aren't you Sabrina Wilder?" a girl asked. Damien let go of her hand so fast you'd think it was on fire. "Yeah, that's me," she smiled. "Can I please have your autograph? I just love you so much." "Of course," Sabrina said as she signed the girl's teen magazine. "Thanks for your support." The Wilder sisters' fans had always been wonderful and supportive. She missed them so much. "See that?" Damien said when she'd walked away. "It's going to happen a lot more in the future. You're going to hit. Big. All on your own." That should inspire her. But Sabrina had never wanted to be a superstar. She was just happy singing and performing, earning just enough money to keep doing it. If hitting big meant she was going to give up the chance at having a private man like Damien in her life, she wasn't sure she liked the idea. But maybe she could have both. Lexi did. Why not her? "I don't really like LA," she admitted as the plane took off. It was smoggy and crowded and not at all like home. Shades back on, Damien reclined his seat. Join the club. "I guess Texas is better." "Yeah. It's bigger." "Damien?" she began, lightly touching his forearm. He tensed, his muscles bunching up under her touch. "I told you to call me DC. Everyone calls me that." "Everyone but me." She liked his name, liked the way it rolled over her tongue. DC sounded so impersonal. He sighed. "Sounds about right. I won't let anyone else call me that." She was quite pleased with this news. "What happens next when we get back to Whistle Cove?" "We go to our separate corners." "I didn't know we had corners." "You know what I mean." He gazed at her from lowered shades. "I'll make a few phone calls, get some more label interest, talk you up. Then we wait." "What about your cattle ranch?" "It'll wait." Seemed that a lot of things waited for this man, and now she would include herself. She would wait for him to realize that a kiss between them would be completely consensual and that he wasn't taking advantage of a single thing. Tony, Olga's husband and their sometime handyman, picked them up from the airport.
How was Los Angeles? Tony asked as he pulled away from the curb. Damien, who had settled into the front passenger seat alone, probably to better avoid holding her hand, didn't answer. So he was back to his quiet and arrogant self. I got to see a lot of touristy things. The Hollywood Walk of Fame? I saw his star, but not the real Denzel Washington. The missus will be disappointed, Tony chuckled. I brought gifts. She poked through her large carry-on bag. Tony, I got you a Route 66 t-shirt because you like classic cars so much. Mija, you didn't have to do that. Oh, I know, but I wanted to. And I got Olga a calendar with a bunch of movie stars for every month, and I got... Damien interrupted. Mention how we almost missed our plane because you were shopping for everyone in the world? Hey, you took me there. She pushed on the back of his seat. How can I leave without something to remember it by? It was an hour's drive to Whistle Cove, so when the ocean finally appeared on the right, she was thrilled. Home. The afternoon fog was almost rolling in. She couldn't wait to see Jessie and Graham. It had only been a day, but felt like so much longer. So much had happened in a short time that she felt like a new woman. Lighter. There was something growing between her and Damien that was no longer entirely one-sided. She could sense it in the charged air between them, like sparks of electricity. Especially when they were alone, but other times too. She'd catch him studying her with more than a little interest in his dark eyes before he quickly looked away. Maybe he was calculating his risks, whether he could trust her to be discreet. She understood far more than he realized. While she believed she could trust him, he couldn't say the same about her. Yet. Considering she would risk far more than he would, his reluctance was tough to understand. He'd soon go to Texas, and she was his last job. Surely his spotless record could be broken once, considering he was retiring. And even though she wished he'd stick around Whistle Cove after his early retirement, she couldn't think of a single reason for him to stay. And her brain was working overtime to find one. But there weren't exactly many cattle ranches in the vicinity for this cowboy. Once they arrived at the B&B, they went separate ways, Damien barely acknowledging her. He thanked Tony, got their bags out, and went to his corner, as promised. No, see you later. No, that was fun. Not even a, hey, sleeping with you was nice. Sabrina opened the door to her cottage and found Jessie inside. Welcome back. Jessie threw confetti in the air and blew a party horn. You're going to clean that up, you know. Sabrina shoulder-checked Jessie. Kidding. I missed you, Brina. Jessie used her old family nickname. It was one day. Sabrina hugged her sister. Yes, she'd missed her. Missed her conscience. Jessie always gave it to her straight, which meant that she was afraid of what she'd say about the latest development. Did you have some fun at least? You didn't spend all the time inside with stuffy executives, did you? Heck no. We went on a tour bus, and I got to sightsee. She pulled out Jessie's fake Oscar statuette. For you? Aw, thank you. I always wanted one of these. She turned it in her hands, admiring the gold-plated statue. Liar. You wanted a Grammy. We all did. She made her way to the bedroom and opened the French doors to deposit the bags on her bed. Hey, we got close. Close isn't good enough. She unzipped her garment bag and took out the sparkly dress. Damien had had it dry cleaned by the hotel staff while they'd been on the bus tour, and they'd done a great job saving it. She'd never think of this dress in the same way again. It would always remind her of a great evening spent in a hotel room, eating room service and watching a movie with Damien, spooning with him. How was DC? Still mean and stern? No. She hung the dress up in her closet. He was actually sweet. Sweet? Jessie made a face, then gasped. Oh, no, you didn't. Did you sleep with him? The sleeping was a technicality, but she wasn't going to bring it up. Not yet. You think my sleeping with a man is going to turn him sweet? What a compliment. But no. No, I didn't have sex with him. He wouldn't do it. Jessie went hand to forehead. What am I going to do with you? Leave the poor man alone. You're probably already making him crazy. Poor man. Poor man? Sabrina went hands on hips. Okay, there was the one tiny incident when even she'd honestly felt bad for him, but she didn't want Jessie to know about that. She would only make more out of it. It had been a mini meltdown, and now it was over and done. Moving on. Nothing to see here. When you get after a man, they're done for. You know, and I know. Jessica May Wilder. I've basically had one boyfriend my whole life. One. Sure, but that was only because we traveled so much. But you were the one with all the fan mail and men swearing if you'll just stop in Austin or Birmingham or Tallahassee, they'd marry you. You always have men after you, like you're wearing a sign, open for business. Well, close it down, Sabrina. Close it down. Wow, you're really on a tear today. Ease up on me, yeah? I'm worried about you. DC looks like a man who's too much man for you to manage, if you know what I mean. Sabrina had been worried about the same thing. She dated boys, or men who behaved like boys. Never a real man. Especially not one like Damien, who seemed to ooze testosterone from his pores as if he wore it for cologne, who drank scotch instead of beer. But she couldn't deny that, after Hollywood, she felt closer to him. She thought he felt the same too, until he really did go to his own corner, as he'd said they should. He likes me. He said, I'm sexy. Oh boy. Don't worry. It's not like he'll do anything about it. He has ethics and morals and is far too professional, blah, blah, blah. For once, she had a man she could trust. A man she thought she understood deep down because he was a little bit like her in some ways. He understood scandal and shame. He'd been down and completely remade himself and his future. She admired the man. A man she wanted more than any man ever before. Good thing, too. He's only here a while longer, and then you might never see him again. What's the point in getting intimate just to watch him go? Maybe he'll stay longer. He said we're on Plan B now. What? You already ruined Plan A? Sabrina scowled. Jessie didn't know anything. They were encouraging him to use my image as a bad girl, which is ridiculous. It's not like I had a sex tape. Rise Up wanted to make me an artist with the rock lineup of the label. Jessie sat on the bed with a plop. Mom would have a conniption fit. Sabrina nodded and sat next to her. She used to say all the rock singers were about sex and drugs all the livelong day. I think, as usual, she was exaggerating. I could do without the drugs, but all the sex sounds good. Jessie did the eye roll thing. So what happened? Sabrina skipped her complete meltdown again. It wouldn't do to rehash the whole thing, and she didn't see a purpose in worrying Jessie. We went to the party, and Damien could tell it wasn't going to work for me, so we're on Plan B. Why are you calling him Damien? Jessie squinted at her. Because I can, and no one else does. Jessie rolled her eyes. Listen, I'll need your help in the morning. Olga's coming in a little late because she has to take Tony to a doctor's appointment. So she has tomorrow's menus set up, and all we need to do is turn on the ovens in the morning and turn them off. Really, it couldn't be easier. Do I have to get up at 4 in the morning? Yes, Jessie deadpanned. Morning. Her evil nemesis. She didn't know if they'd ever be friends. For now, they were reluctant acquaintances. Why not just stick the knife right in my back? You can do this. I know. Didn't mean she had to like it. 9. Shoot Me Straight by Brothers Osborne. Jessie, this is hot. Sabrina jumped back from the oven. Use the gloves, Einstein. Jessie threw a pot holder in Sabrina's direction. I think 20 minutes was too long to heat the quiche dish up. Now it's going to burn someone's tongue off, just like it nearly melted my face when I opened the oven door. That's what the directions said. 20 minutes at 350 degrees. I don't think we pay Olga enough, Sabrina said, moving the baked dish to the counter to join the others. How do you know how much we pay her? She shook her head. Whatever it is, can't be enough. And I used to think that getting all hot and sweaty playing the drums 2 hours a night was hard work, Jessie said. 4 o'clock in the freaking morning. No one was up at this time, not even the sun. Even Damien would probably be sleeping. She wondered if he usually slept naked. Sabrina shook her head, trying to lose the lustful thought. She fully planned on catching him in the act of jogging on the beach, since Jessie said he seemed to do that every morning. If Sabrina had to be up this early, she would enjoy the view. She'd staked her position on the wraparound deck with the best view of their private beach and all the nutty joggers. A couple of hours later, and the buffet set up complete, guests began to arrive, going straight for the coffee machine. Sabrina was on her 4th cup of the brown liquid, so she could relate. Coffee was even beginning to taste better, and she understood the compulsion that most of the population had with it. Coffee served its purpose. Plus, it was warm and not terrible if you added plenty of sugar and cream. After the food was heated and served, they only had to replace the hot serving dishes with new filled ones when they got close to empty. Finally, when the last tray was out, Sabrina made her way to the outside deck. She chatted with guests who wanted directions to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Another wanted directions to Cannery Row. Still another couple wanted to share all their plans for their 50th wedding anniversary celebration. She listened patiently, wondering how 2 people put up with each other for that many years. The morning was cool and quiet, calm. The sun had come up in its usual way, not making a big fuss as it hid behind a cloud. The seagulls were doing their thing, crying and flying while the waves rolled in and out. Sabrina eyed Damien, jogging down the beach in her direction at a slow and even pace ahead of the other joggers. She waved. He didn't wave back, but he slowed and made his way up the winding wooden steps to the deck. Her heart raced as he got closer, and she forgot what she was going to say. Morning, sunshine. What are you doing up so early? The man didn't even look out of breath after all that running. Impressive. I had to help Jessie with breakfast. Olga's got the day off. He took a seat at an empty wrought iron table. Never asked. What do you usually do around here? A little bit of everything. My grandmother used to be the innkeeper here with my grandfather Wilder. They used to manage and do it all. Now we've got a great cook and a handyman, but even so, Jessie pretty much manages the place. All I do is wash, dry, and fold towels and sheets, clean some of the rooms, pour coffee and wine, socialize during wine tasting hour. She numbered them off one by one with her fingers. Another thing she only did when she was nervous, because Damien had her sweating, and she didn't quite know why. Pretty soon she'd make a joke, but right now she had nothing. Her mind was empty of every thought that didn't involve what he looked like in the morning. Unshaven, hair mussed when he normally never had a single hair out of place. And he looked so sexy in his board shorts and a sweatshirt that read Dallas Cowboys. You should probably not wear that around here. She pointed to his shirt and went for a nervous laugh. This is 49er territory. You could be crucified, mind you. I'll take my chances. He smirked. Can I get you anything? She flew into hospitality mode. Coffee? Tea? Me? Lame, Sabrina, lame. He raised brows as if he'd read her mind. Coffee. Black. No sugar. Be right back. Who took their coffee black with no sugar? It had to taste like death that way. She poured him a mug, then loaded a plate with the hot dish and a blueberry muffin. Olga's pastries were award-winning. These muffins had large chunks of blueberries in them, and the cake was melt-in-your-mouth buttery and soft. She struggled to manage both in her hands since she'd never been a waitress, not even close. When she set it down in front of him, she actually got a grin. Such service. Enjoy your breakfast. Olga's muffins won an award last year at the Monterey Bake Off, you know. She's won awards before, of course. It wasn't the first time. Before her rambling went into overdrive, she stopped herself. Okay, I'll see you. Wait, you busy now? All that waited was sheets and towels, Lexi's old job. Jessie basically ran the B&B, but Sabrina and Lexi had helped where they could. When the Wilder sisters had come off the hamster wheel of life on the road, they'd come home to Whistle Cove to help their paternal grandmother. And hide from the media, too. Just making the rounds, welcoming and chatting with all our guests, seeing how I can help, Jessie. Sit down with me, he ordered. I'm a guest. It wasn't a request, but she did so easily, hoping they were going to give up their corners. What's up? Tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? Things I can't learn by doing a simple internet search. What do you really want out of life? He took a swallow of his coffee and studied her from under hooded eyelids. Good. They were starting with the easy questions first. She cleared her throat and squirmed in her seat. Had anyone actually asked her that? Ever? She'd been put on a stage at the age of 10, when her daddy claimed that she was a born performer. Lexi, a natural at writing songs, and Jessie, the kind of supportive sister who would do anything asked of her, including playing the drums. And yes, Sabrina had loved her old life, loved traveling with her sisters and parents, singing and performing. It's just that no one had ever asked. She wondered why no one had asked. Because it might have been nice to go to the prom instead of practicing every weekend. Now here was this man who barely knew her, and he wanted to know what made her tick. She began. Dear God, why wasn't this easier? Remind him you want to get back to Nashville. Back to singing and performing. Back to a more public life. It was invasive and all-consuming, but she loved it, too. Probably. Mostly. Take your time. He set the mug down and took a bite of the muffin. She drummed her fingers on the table. You know, no one has ever asked me that. Do you know? He asked, and it didn't seem to be a question meant to irritate her. There was simple curiosity in his words. Of course, she said. I want to get back to singing and performing. And that's it? Why did this feel like a test, and she was underperforming? Isn't that enough? No, it isn't. Too bad she couldn't articulate what was missing from the equation. She'd start off with the need for a man in her life, sex, and real companionship. But that sounded so shallow. And she knew she wanted more, far more. The past year had been a forced introspection, and she'd looked at her life for the first time and the choices she'd made. There weren't many. But the worst had been the way she'd trusted a man she'd barely known, simply because she'd been lonely. Had she been more penitent about her mistake at the start, maybe the whole thing wouldn't have been much of a story. Granted, there were far more salacious scandals going on, but she'd been known for her clean and wholesome image. The media ate up the story of the wholesome girl gone wild. Lexi had been the first to admit that the blowing up of their band and the forced time off had been a welcome break. For Sabrina, it had been entirely different. The guilt she'd felt knowing she'd been the cause of plummeting sales and eventually being dropped from the label had stuck with her. Even when her sisters had rallied around her, even when Mama and Gran had forgiven her naivete and assured her that Daddy would have forgiven her too. The boulder that had been dropped on her heart and guilty conscience had eased off slowly. Recently, she'd been trying to think about what her life might look like from this point forward. Before Lexi had returned to Nashville, and thus almost ensured that Sabrina would eventually follow, she had briefly wondered if there might be something else for her to do. If there was, she hadn't found it. But it seemed that maybe she should want to find something else. Somewhere she could make a difference in the world, though it probably wasn't running a B&B. For some people, sure, Damien said. It would be enough. I don't know why you're asking me all this. Why do you care anyway? Because no one has asked you this before. That's why I care. If you care so much, why not meet me later in my cottage and I'll show you what I want? She teased. Flirting, joking, something she understood. He didn't bite. That's your defensive posture, you know. Flirting? Sex. Well, hell, she didn't know she would get psychoanalyzed by the so-called fixer. Is this part of the service you provide? Shrinking my head? He gave her a scary calm again. Just think of it as a bonus. I don't really want to talk about any of this right now. Too bad. You're so annoying. Right back at you, he said, taking a sip of his coffee. Here's the thing. You remind me of myself. When I was 17 and couldn't think about anything but sex. Ouch. Her cheeks burned so hot it was almost painful. Yeah? Tell me, were you having a lot of sex when you were 17? No, wasn't. That's kind of the point. She crossed her arms. What is? A person tends to think a lot about sex when it feels like everyone else is having it but them, he said. I'm going to tell you what my football coach told me. Mind over matter. She was getting lessons on abstinence from this guy? Seriously? Because she had news for him. Her middle name might as well be Abstinence. That's where she'd gotten into all of the trouble. Unrealistic expectations. She'd never signed up for that. This is a nice redirect. Are you going to keep denying that we have something between us? You think I'm sexy. Not denying a damn thing. I'm telling you. Mind over matter, sunshine. Mind over matter. He stood. I'm taking the high road. Care to join me up here? She pressed her lips together. He was right, damn him. This wasn't about the two of them and whatever sparks they had between them that threatened to ignite the coastline. She had to get her head on straight. He'd been hired to help resuscitate a career on life support. A career and a life she wanted back because it was all she knew. I'm joining you on that high road. Move on over. Mind over matter. Thank you, Coach Lyons. The mantra had gotten DC through high school varsity, with all his efforts gaining him a scholarship to take him out of his small East Texas town. Now it would get him through the roadblock named Sabrina Wilder, a woman who'd staged a coup d'etat on his hormones. Ever since he'd stirred awake in the middle of the night to find her, sound asleep, her back to him, wearing nothing but that tee, he hadn't been the same. She was more beautiful than he'd realized. Smooth, creamy skin and full, sensual lips. She had a sweet, arousing smell that was all her own. But with Sabrina, it wasn't just her looks. Yes, she was blonde and curvy, but that wasn't it. She did things to him, made him feel the kind of desire and pull for a woman that he hadn't felt in years. It had been almost instinctive to pull her back to him and keep his arms tight around her. He hadn't meant to do it all night long. He'd meant to get up after a few minutes, go back to his room and his own bed. Next thing he knew, he'd spent the whole night with her. And nothing had happened. He hadn't known he possessed that kind of self-control. Should have nudged her awake and given her what she'd been asking from him since almost the moment they'd met. She didn't know it, but the two of them were too much alike. Prone to emotion. Reckless. He'd learned the tough way to control his instincts. But she was the kind of woman the word trouble had been invented for, and he had to stay away. There was no room for her in his life, and no room for him in hers. She wouldn't be happy on his ranch, and he couldn't be happy being Mr. Wilder, following her tour bus and watching the world and men fawn all over her. If that made him sound unsupportive, he was. He didn't like show business. He wanted to fade into the background the moment he arrived on his cattle ranch. Live a simple and uncomplicated life. But now Sabrina had him wanting all kind of other things too. Like someone warming his bed every night. Damn. This morning after his run, he'd ignored the way his heart rate kicked up at the sight of her standing on the deck, waving to him. Told himself to shut it down. Stop indulging her before it got out of control. He no longer cared about his spotless record, and that scared the crap out of him. He should care, looming retirement or not. So he reminded himself again and again of Coach Lyons' mantra. And he would be repeating it to himself often the next week. The high road. Yes, sir, he would be taking it. As he made his way back to his room, the phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Caldwell. Checking in. The offer went in as planned, but there's still no response. I'm bugging their agent daily, said Annie King, his real estate agent in Texas. Is that normal? He'd purchased and flipped plenty of real estate in the past, but never a property for personal use. Rules and standards were different, he understood. Not usually, though this is a huge exchange. It may take time to get through all the brokers. Would you consider making an offer on any of the other ranches we looked at? A couple of months ago, marshaling all of his resources, he toured all the ranches for sale in Texas. There were many that had trouble, unable to sustain operations. He'd buy all of them if he could. Instead, he'd settled on the second largest cattle ranch in Texas in a town called Juniper, 3 hours outside Dallas. In that part of Texas, family ties ran deep. The Farrells were overextended with liens on their property. But with a working cattle ranch that was at least self-sustaining, the Farrells could afford to ask full price. They'd likely get plenty of offers. I want this ranch, he said. Are you sure? I'm only reminding you, but with what you're paying for this cattle ranch, you could almost have 2 smaller ones, or buy a modern mansion. 12-car garage, tennis courts, swimming pool. Not interested. She'd been asking this since he'd hired her, and he was growing tired of it. He had his reasons for wanting the ranch. If he bought a mansion, what would he do all day? Stare at the TV? Count his garages? She'd suggested entertaining, but he was burnt out on galas and parties. He was only 32, so he wasn't retiring from life, simply from the career that had enabled him to acquire all his wealth. From the time he'd been a kid until he'd found football, horses and the rodeo had been his life. When he'd discovered after his mother's death that his father was Conrad Caldwell, of the Texas Caldwells, owner of the largest cattle ranch in the state. Suddenly everything fell into place. Ranching was in his blood as much as football had ever been. He'd gone to college on his own, requiring no help from the senior Caldwell, who'd never given his mother a dime. After he'd knocked her up and refused to marry her, she'd never asked him for a thing, though she'd given Damien the Caldwell last name. His mother might not have demanded anything from Conrad, but DC sure in the hell did. He'd gone to his father after losing his scholarship, just shown up to his sprawling ranch compound unannounced and demanded to be recognized. In exchange for never asking for a DNA test or revealing his identity to the rest of his family, Conrad had given DC a generous settlement. Ironically, since most of their negotiations had taken place with the man Conrad used to fix his problems, DC had himself an unintentional mentor. Now, years after his first meeting with Conrad, DC would soon own the second largest ranch in Texas. Eventually, he hoped it would grow to be the largest. Anything to put the old man in his place. 10. 5 More Minutes by Scotty McCreery. DC had first become acquainted with the Wilder sisters when he'd met Lexi Wilder and her fiancé Luke Wyatt in Nashville. As a bright and shiny power couple the media was itching to pursue, they'd needed help navigating their very public life. He'd helped, they'd thanked him, and he'd moved on. A week or two later, a call had come in from Luke asking if he'd help Lexi's little sister, so-called instigator of the mini-scandal. He called it a mini-scandal because he'd dealt with far worse. He'd agreed to take the job and make it his last one, a way to go out on a good note. Easy job. And quite honestly, he'd felt for the family. Traveling around Nashville circles from time to time, he'd met John Wilder before his unfortunate passing. A good and honest man, John had never required DC's services, but he'd known plenty of stars who had. Referred DC to a couple of them. Wonder what he'd think about his youngest daughter needing DC's services. DC was only guessing, but he believed the thoughts would run parallel to his own. Find the man-child who'd sold the photo to the media in the first place. Teach him a lesson. But DC wasn't reckless anymore. That was the old him. The new and improved Damien Caldwell glossed over the cause of the trouble, ran a Hail Mary pass right over it, and went straight to solving the issue at hand. No point in wasting time over what could not be changed. Despite all that, if he ever met the guy in a dark alley, all bets were off. For his homework, he'd watched old recorded performances of the Wilder sisters. Sabrina had been the consummate performer, as easy on a stage as if she'd been born on one. She'd commanded every song with a strong and sensual voice, with choreographed sexy moves that made any grown man pay attention. He'd admired the ease with which she worked the crowd. A skill he'd had to learn the hard way came naturally to her. He envied that on some level. She didn't have to fake it. Sabrina loved people, and the people loved her. It was hard not to. Today, he'd spent the day making phone calls and networking on Sabrina's behalf. There was already interest at the largest record label in Nashville. His goal was to have multiple labels interested in her staging a comeback. It would have to be Nashville, the only way she'd be happy. With her sister writing her a song or two, the road was already paved. All he had to do was show them she was ready to return to public life. Demonstrate she wouldn't have a public meltdown if asked again about the photo. For that, he only had a few lessons left to give her on fame. At that point, it would be up to her, and whether she was only doing this because it was all she knew. He had news for her. Football had once been his entire future. These days, he was simply a diehard fan. Sabrina had to decide for herself if she was going to keep that presence and charisma she owned hiding under a blanket, or if she would share it with the world. After talking with her this morning, he had the unnerving impression that she wasn't entirely sure. At least not for the right reasons. And she would have to be certain. Another stupid mistake or miscalculation on her part, and this comeback wouldn't be smooth. He never left a job undone. Tired of living in his bedroom, comfortable though it was with the king-sized bed and clawfoot tub in the bathroom, he decided to join their wine-tasting hour. He turned into a reluctant but necessary connoisseur of wine over the years, and he knew his grapes. There was a small group of people downstairs, mostly consisting of couples, sitting on the couches and chairs, engaged in conversations, flirting, touching. Like most B&Bs, it was much like walking into someone's living room. The stone fireplace flickered with flames on this September night, appropriate for the foggy, cool weather. Couples were wandering outside onto the private beach, most wearing sweaters and long pants. Sabrina, sipping from a glass of red wine, was engaged in conversation with an older couple. Her eyes brightened when she caught sight of him, taking care to tamp down the adrenaline that coursed through him at seeing her. He picked up and inspected a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon, California, naturally. Not a bad year. He poured a small amount in a glass and watched it swirl around the bottom, noted its properties, got distracted by the sound of Sabrina's wicked and rich belly laugh. That girl could make simple laughter sound like a proposition. "Do you know much about wines?" A woman had come up to his side. She looked to be in her late 40s and had short dark hair and earnest blue eyes. "Took a few classes." He let the wine breathe and settle. "A man after my own heart. Not too proud to learn something new? Well, good for you." "It helped with my work." Not everyone drank good scotch, and when the scotch was piss poor, a good wine would do. Becoming adept at understanding wine had helped him land a client who was in the vineyard business. Until his gambling got out of control. He'd almost lost everything. That one had been a difficult job, one of his earliest. "What do you do?" the woman asked. He got ready to do some creative framing, one of his specialties. "I work with struggling companies and bring them back to their former value." "Like for the stock market?" "Something like that." He took a sip of wine. "I'm Molly, by the way." She offered her hand. "DC." He shook her hand. "What an interesting name. I'm a good friend of Kit's." "Is she around?" He scanned the room. With no idea how well she'd aged from the few photos of her he'd seen, he had no idea if he could find Kit Wilder in a crowd. "Hi, Molly," Sabrina interrupted. "I didn't see you." "I just dropped off a flower delivery and thought I'd say hello to you all." Molly rather boldly squeezed his forearm. "Molly runs the only flower shop in town," Sabrina explained, zeroing in on his covered arm. "And Kit and I go way back," Molly said, not letting go of him. "That's true," Sabrina said, and, with eyes that could pass for lasers, stared at Molly's hand until she reluctantly removed it. He shook his head at the unnerving feeling that Sabrina had just claimed him. Not sure how he felt about that. Molly sighed. "Well, I'm off. Bye, Molly. I'll tell Mom you dropped by." "Nice to meet you," DC said. You as well, DC. She waved as she walked away. You can thank me later, Sabrina said as they watched Molly walk away. She's a cougar. Yeah? He casually glanced back to the woman's retreating form. Interesting. Why did you chase her away? She likes younger men? Sabrina pressed, as if he was a clueless guy. She was interested in you. She wanted to, you know. He squinted. And what's wrong with that? Well, nothing, really. I just thought because of... I didn't want her to... Take it easy, sunshine. It was difficult not to laugh. I'm teasing you. Oh, she said, and her shoulders sagged. Recovering quickly, she slapped his chest. Cut it out. Teasing you? Yeah, that. She pointed at him. But it's fun. He set his wine glass down. Her shimmering green eyes met his, a smile tugging at the corners of her sweet lips. This was her wheelhouse. She enjoyed playing with him, and now he was tangling with her. No idea why. Did you like the wine? She asked. Kind of earthy, with a fruity undertone. I'm guessing apricot? She gaped at him. Yeah? I took a class. No big deal. What are you doing down here anyway? Decided to come check this out. He tipped his chin in the direction of the room. And now I have. Think I'm going to take a walk. That's a good idea. I would normally suggest that to our guests. It's a nice night. Not too cold. Don't lie. It's freezing out there. Not for natives. She gave him a smile. I'm from Texas. I know. You're a cowboy at heart. She had him pegged, didn't she? Pleasure rolled through him at her simple but true statement. Not everyone saw him for who he truly was. Most of his close friends had thought the cattle ranch was a crazy idea from a man with too much money. Yeah, well, this cowboy is going for a walk without his horse. And so, 20 years later, here we are again, the woman concluded. Was her name Irene? No. Raylene? Or... Sabrina was so bad with names. A face she never forgot. She could say with certainty she'd never seen this couple before. She wouldn't remember Eileen. She's just a baby, the woman's husband said. Eileen. Sabrina had been speaking to the 60-something couple ever since DC had left the room. She wanted to join him because, after all, he was a guest as well, and she should be attentive. But just seconds from a clean getaway, she'd been pulled into a conversation with the couple. They were nice people, visiting all the way from Missouri because they'd met 20 years ago on a nature hike organized by the town of Whistle Cove. No, she doesn't remember, Eileen said. She must have been, what, 8, 6, and 4 years away from headlining a family band. But my sisters and I would sometimes hang out here on the weekend. Well, after those first few days, we spent most of the time in a bedroom, so she wouldn't have seen much of us anyway, the man said. Jeff? Eileen covered her mouth. Jeff lifted a shoulder and grinned. She's old enough to know. All these years, we had no idea the Wilder Sisters B&B and the Wilder Sisters Act was the same family. We loved watching you girls play and listening to your songs. Any chance you'll be back on the stage anytime soon? Babe, Jeff said, we've monopolized her time long enough. I'm sorry, dear, Eileen said. I'm talking your ear off. You never know. There might be a certain man you're keeping her from.
Jeff said. Well, Sabrina began.
There is, Eileen said, and pointed to her eyes. I can tell you've got that sparkle in your eye. Sparkle? She had a sparkle in her eye? Which eye? She didn't know about her eyes, but there was something definitely going on with the rest of her body. It wasn't a spark, but more like an electrical current pulling her toward Damien. Jeff took Eileen's hand and tugged her to him. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take my wife on a nature walk. But they headed in the direction of the rooms, their arms wrapped around each other. Sweet. Sabrina's parents had been that loving, and she had no doubt they'd still be were her daddy still alive. They'd been the couple who danced together in the kitchen, the couple who never tired of each other or of being together. Her parents had wanted the same things from life and worked together in a perfect partnership. Having witnessed such an example of love and devotion, Sabrina had such a high bar to meet that she sometimes doubted she'd ever reach it. Lexi had been fortunate enough to wind up with her first love, and Luke was also a musician, so they had everything in common. But Sabrina kept being attracted to men with whom she had nothing in common. Like Damien. This time was notably different. She'd always been attracted to strong, athletic, muscular men. That was nothing new. With him, far more than his looks drew her to him. It was the way he challenged her, like few people in her life ever had, without backing down once. That, coupled with the tender side of him she'd now seen firsthand, officially made him the kind of man she'd never met before. Stopping briefly to say hello to Gran and her gentleman friend Sir Clint on her way out, Sabrina then headed to the beach to find a certain cowboy. As long as he would be in Whistle Cove and helping her career, she wanted to know more about him. She found him not far down the private access beach, his back to her, hands shoved in his pockets. The sun had begun its slow slide, a beautiful red splash of color meeting the deep blue horizon of the sea. Hey, she said from behind him. Here you are. He turned and met her eyes, acknowledging her presence, but then turned back to the sunset without a single word. Definitely the quiet type. She came to his side, but when he continued to remain calm and stoic beside her, she got nervous, antsy. There were two things she often did when nervous: make a joke or start singing. Granted, she didn't just sing when she was nervous. She also sang when she was bored, sad, happy, in the shower, not in the shower, on the beach alone, on the beach with her sisters, and, okay, pretty much always. Now she sang under her breath softly so as not to interrupt his quiet time. It was just a little something she was playing around with in her head. She'd never written a single song of her own because Lexi always had one ready for her. But many times, she played around in her head with a tune and words which were always difficult to pull out of thin air. She hadn't been singing long when Damien turned to her, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What? She asked, stopping. Nothing, he said, facing her now. Keep going, but louder. Oh, ha, I get it. No, that's not really a song. She tucked a chunk of her wind-blown hair behind her ear. What is it? Well, I guess it's the start of a song. You don't know? Now his lips were full-on tipped up in a smile. It is the start of a song, but it's not much, so I don't want to sing louder if you don't mind. I don't. He took a step toward her. What are you doing out here? I came to find you. You said you're not used to this kind of weather and you're scared for me. Another slow, easy smile. She shook her head. The wind had kicked up and her hair was doing its crazy thing, flying around her head like straw. Don't be silly.
I know you can take care of yourself.
Yeah? You said I was afraid because you could rock my world. A strangled laugh came out of her. Sometimes she wished she could buy a leash for her tongue. She talked too much sometimes. Or all the time.
That was before, when you were being annoying and all.
And now, I'm not being annoying anymore. He reached to tuck a flyaway hair behind her ear. Then his fingers wandered to her chin. You were really sweet to me in Hollywood. Right. Don't get used to that. That's not who I am. Clearly, it wasn't who he wanted to be. She got the message. Okay, then, who are you? His fingers traced her lips, and she began to lose focus on the conversation. I'm a man who doesn't get attached. I don't fall in love. I don't make plans or commitments. When something isn't working, I walk away. It's that easy. She tried to smile. Wow, so what you're telling me is that you're a romantic. No. He didn't laugh. But you're a tease who likes to play with fire. It pissed her off when people called her out on her shit. This man was very good at it. No wonder he'd pushed all of her buttons since day one. Since his finger was still on her lower lip, she nipped it. I'm not teasing. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, gone too quickly. And then his eyes darkened with heat. She returned fire, meeting his gaze, unable to break away, unwilling to back down. Not when she knew exactly what she wanted. The rest of her life might be in a state of chaos, but in this small moment, she wanted only one thing. It was him. Stop, he ordered. I can't hurt you. You won't. You know what I've been through. I don't scare easily anymore. And I doubt you ever did. One arm hooked her by the waist, and suddenly she was flat against him. Her hands skimmed from his forearms to his biceps, and then she wrapped her arms around his neck. She tipped on the balls of her feet, stared at his mouth, and willed him to do it now. Kiss her and end the mystery. Because she was dying here. When he didn't, but simply continued to eat her alive with his gaze, she pressed him, reminded him, handed him the invitation. This is what we both want.
11. Kiss Somebody by Morgan Evans.
Fortunately for Sabrina, those seemed to be the words Damien needed from her. He took the cue and bent to take her mouth in a scorching kiss. But scorching wasn't the right word. Sweltering. Steamy. Unbelievably hot. He wasn't tender, but he was demanding. Pressing her even closer to him, hands on her behind. He tugged her to him as intimately as two people could be without taking their clothes off. And still it wasn't enough. She wanted to climb him like a rock, rip his clothes off, and let him inside. For a moment he pulled back, his hand on the nape of her neck, controlling her every movement. Surprise registered in his eyes again, but this time it stayed. He went back to kissing her again and again, sinking his fingers in her hair and angling her head where he wanted it to be, plunging his tongue inside deeper. When he stopped a few minutes, or a few hours later, they were both out of breath. She'd known it would be like this between them. Combustive. Explosive. She'd realized from the moment she'd laid eyes on him that he'd change her forever. She just didn't know how. Her body felt as if it was on fire from the inside out, and a sharp tingle of anticipation spiked down her thighs. She wondered if he felt this intensity too. If she was to go by the way he continued to hold her tightly against him, he might feel the same way. "You're surprised?" she whispered when he broke the kiss, when she could formulate words again. "Yeah," he said on a ragged breath. "I'm not. I knew it would be like this with us." She heard Gus approaching and buried her face in his neck. "We should go inside," he said, reading her mind. He didn't wait for her to agree, but pulled her in the direction of her cottage. Yes, this was a good idea. Her cottage, so that Jessie wouldn't see them and have 1,000,001 questions. Questions Sabrina didn't want to answer. Also best that Gran not see them together and make a judgment about Damien. She didn't want anyone judging him because this had been her idea. If he was on board now, it was because he'd accidentally found she'd been right about them all along. Now he wanted her to. And that knowledge slipped through her like a soft and light caress. "You remember what I told you, Sunshine?" he asked in a rich and deeply sensual voice. "I know. You don't do love." She repeated the words he'd said so she could hear them out loud again. She would remember not to get attached, would remember not to let this moment,